Good evening, I'm Britt Hume. This is the time of night I normally would be saying welcome to Washington, but Washington this day is a place where not even the President of the United States was considered safe. The Pentagon is on fire after a terrorist attack. The Capitol and nearly all other federal buildings were evacuated. Warplanes patrol the skies above here, and warships have been dispatched to secure the Potomac River. The President, after spending much of the day in the air aboard Air Force One for security reasons, is now on his way back here and plans to address the nation tonight. This after a day like no other in this city or this country's history, a day where even the extraordinary events that occurred here in Washington were overshadowed by the horror of what took place in New York, where my colleague Shepard Smith is standing by. Rick Leventhal is standing by. Rick Leventhal, give us a brief update, if you can, of the scene there in New York and what you've gone through.
Might collapse, and indeed it did just about 30 minutes ago. World Trade number 7, a 47-story office tower adjacent to the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, came crashing to the ground. It had been involved in flames for several hours, and there were flames inside the building. And in fact, it did, as I mentioned about 30 minutes ago, come crashing down. So the skyline of New York City continues to change. And you see deep smoke, thick smoke down Church Street. We're just a few blocks north of where the World Trade Center complex is located. Still flames on the ground, still flames in the rubble of what's left of the World Trade Center, which is slowing the search for survivors and the recovery of the dead in this monumental terrorist attack.
So, Rick, we now have 3 buildings down in New York. The first 2 trade towers we saw went down as a result of direct hits by flying aircraft, and now this 3rd building, which is considered just tower, I believe we call it tower number 7. This has been a day when the President of the United States learned of these events while at an event in Sarasota, Florida, an education event. This was a normal day. The President out. He was talking about his education program, his education proposals. He was whisked away from that event, put aboard Air Force One to go we know not where, and then after stopping at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, making a videotaped statement there at the Air Force Base and leaving it behind, he went on his way and was in the air for much of the rest of the afternoon, bound for an Air Force Base in Nebraska. We didn't know he was going there. Perhaps he didn't either. Brian Wilson is standing by at the Pentagon to bring us up to date on what has been going on there and what is expected to go on there as the evening wears on. Brian?
Britt, I think you can see over my shoulder that there is still smoke smoldering up from the ruins of the south side of the Pentagon. It happened at 9:40. A United Airlines jet slammed into the south side of the Pentagon, penetrating the E, D, and C rings. All people aboard inside the aircraft were, of course, killed, and we have no firm numbers about how many people inside the Pentagon may have been injured or killed. We do know that, however, the work of the military is still going on, and it is being directed from this building. In the basement, there is something known as the National Military Command Center, and we understand it is up and operational. In the next few minutes, we are expecting a briefing from Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, where he will give us the latest information about what is going on. But I must tell you, Britt, it has been a day of chaos, a day in which we have had not great information, in which members of Capitol Hill have criticized the intelligence community for having no advance warning of these incredible, horrible attacks in Washington, D.C. and in New York City. So here at the Pentagon, the cleanup continues. You see over my shoulder, the damage is still smoldering. And I must tell you that initially a lot of the building withstood the impact. It was only after a great deal of fire and a moment when the firemen had to move out of the area that the building you see behind me collapsed to the state it is in right now. But we are going to hear from the Secretary of Defense, and this is a very tough building, and deep within the bowels of the Pentagon, the largest building in Washington, the military is still being directed, and operations continue. Britt?
Brian, I still see what appears to be smoke rising from the building over your left shoulder near that great cavity that we see in the wall of the building. May I take it that the fire, if not out, is at least now under control?
It is contained, and what you're seeing are the smoldering ruins, but they still continue to cool with their fire trucks. The fire really got to rage for a while because there was such concern there might be a second plane on its way that they pulled out even the firefighters after the first attack. So the damage from the fire was fairly substantial.
All right, Brian Wilson there at the Pentagon. Brian, thank you very much. We've been, before we talked to Brian, I was mentioning that the President of the United States had spent much of the day in the air, hopping from one Air Force base to another, finally stopping there near Omaha. at Offutt Air Force Base, which is that used to serve as the headquarters of the old Strategic Air Command, and he is now headed back to Washington. But this was a day in which his advisors were to some extent split on what he ought to do and how he ought to handle this situation. I'm joined here in the studio by our senior White House correspondent, Jim Angle. Jim, obviously this was a day when many people in the country doubtless felt they would like to hear from their government, and particularly from their president. They did via videotape. They have not since this morning otherwise heard from him. What went on that we know about?
Well, it was a very difficult day, obviously. First you have the shock of what had happened, but then the president's advisors, his political advisors, were saying the president needs to get back to Washington. Obviously the country is upset by this, and there's a certain amount of panic that enters in when you see people being killed, people leaping on fire out of flaming buildings. What the advisors wanted to do was bring him back to show the president in charge, to show the nation that the government is functioning, that the president is at the helm. Secret Service, however, wanted to take the president to NORAD headquarters at Cheyenne Mountain near Colorado Springs, which is inside a mountain, several feet of steel doors protecting it, originally against nuclear attack. That's where they wanted to take the president to keep him safe. They said they could not guarantee the president's safety if he were in the White House and a hijacked airliner crashed into the building. That would leave them in the position if someone took off, let's say, from Bermuda and flew toward the White House. The Secret Service says we would have to decide whether or not to shoot that plane out of the air.
I gather, though, how the matter's been resolved in favor of bringing him back here for remarks to the nation tonight. We expect at 9 p.m. In the meantime, in New York City, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, who, of course, has had to preside over all of the efforts that are being made for research and recovery and further security, is giving a briefing. Let's listen.
People of the city of New York should act differently. We should act bravely. We should act in a tolerant way. We should go about our business, and we should show these people that they can't stop us, and they can't. Governor?
This is obviously still an ongoing effort to deal with the consequences of this horrible disaster. I want to commend the mayor first and his professional team. I don't think there's any finer group in America or the world, and they're doing an excellent job, and we're proud to have National Guard and other state resources here helping as well. I want to thank my colleagues, the governors from the surrounding states. I've heard from virtually every governor, and we're getting help from Pennsylvania and Connecticut and New Jersey to deal with specialized needs to respond to the crisis that we still face. The goal right now is very simple. Everything that can be done to save every single life is being done, and we will continue to make sure that that is a priority. But we're going to get through this, and we're going to get through this strong. And just about an hour ago, I was out on the street in front of Cabrini Hospital, and you see New Yorkers from all walks of lives, more than a block long, waiting in line to donate blood to help the victims of this disaster. It's that spirit. It's that pulling together and that refusal to be intimidated in the face of this horrible terror that's going to make sure that this city, this state, and this country come back stronger than ever, and that the freedoms that we are entitled to have as Americans will not be lost because of this terror. So, Mayor, again, we're here. We'll do everything we can to make sure we support you.
Barry, you want to say a few words from the FBI?
I'm Barry Moyne with the FBI. I'm the Assistant Director. As the Governor and the Mayor just mentioned, we have taken the investigation. We'll take a back seat to search and rescue. Obviously, personal safety is #1 concern, even for us in law enforcement. I have talked, just generally speaking, this is going to be coordinated, is being coordinated by FBI in Washington at our headquarters. We have the various offices already actively engaged where some of the planes were hijacked, such as Boston, where it crashed in Somerset, Pennsylvania. We're doing all of that. The lead office and coordinating office will be the New York office with primarily because of the Joint Terrorism Task Force that we have here with NYPD, as well as all the other federal agencies. We are gathered. Probably the only thing that I would mention is we are bringing, probably when we get to a point that we can, the immediate search or preliminary search will be for the black boxes from the 2 planes here. We have NTSB coming in to assist us in that regard. Further, at maybe subsequent briefings, if we are not successful, we will have pictures to show, or the mayor will have pictures to show in an aid to assist us in that effort. that's where we are at the moment.
So one other thing I'd like to once again commend St. Vincent's Hospital. We were there a little bit earlier after we talked to you. They've taken care of over 300 people so far, and they needed water. The sanitation department has delivered 2 tankers of water to them so they can carry on their emergency efforts. If there are other hospitals that need help,
and explosions in the air. It is not clear what they're caused by, whether these are bombs, if they are bombs, by whom they were dropped, or missiles by whom they were sent. But this is what the situation looks like in the air above Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan. Afghanistan, of course, is the country which harbors or has harbored Osama bin Laden, the terrorist leader who has been mentioned repeatedly as a suspect in this bombing and in a number of other incidents of terrorism affecting the United States. So we see that dark skies there in Afghanistan, and there you see smoke there in the background, what looks like a blaze visible, perhaps the result of explosives being dropped on that city. Now, this is CNN material that has been made available to all networks. We thank our colleagues at CNN for making this available. I believe this has been done by video phone. So a glimpse of that, and as we learn more about it and see more of it, we will indeed come back to it. In New York, most of those who have been injured have been taken, or many of those have been taken to St. Vincent's Hospital, which is located not too far from the World Trade Center in Manhattan. And our colleague, correspondent Catherine Herridge, has been there for much of the day watching that scene unfold at St. Vincent's Hospital in Manhattan. Catherine, give us a sense of the situation now. Has it calmed down there at all, or are people still coming in?
It's quite frenetic. Actually, in the last few minutes, we've had about 11 ambulances come into St. Vincent's, and we had a briefing about an hour ago from some of the senior officials who confirmed to us that they've taken 297 patients so far, approximately 45 in critical condition. Among that total, 42 rescue workers, so firefighters and police officers. Fortunately, many of them just had minor injuries, abrasions to the eye because of the concrete dust in the air. One of the hospital workers telling me that when some of them came in, they were so coated with soot that you couldn't tell whether they were police officers or firefighters. So far, they have been able to confirm 3 deaths. When they asked what the cause was, they said significant blunt injuries. In some cases, they fell to their deaths. The majority of injuries so far among the victims that were in the buildings are smoke or dust inhalation, as well as multiple fractures and lacerations. Now, we also heard from New York's Mayor Rudy Giuliani, as well as the Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik, about an hour and a half ago. They confirmed to us that the National Guard is helping. They've had about 200 guardsmen in the city, and they're expecting about 1,500 this evening. As you can hear, it's very busy here still. Ambulances, crews coming in, and there's some concern at St. Vincent's that they may run out of water. In fact, we've had 2 water trucks come so that will not happen. Again, as we heard in the briefing a few minutes ago, the mayor has praised people in the city for remaining calm, for showing bravery and dignity, and in his perspective, that has helped reduce the loss of life. And I'm quoting from the mayor here: New York City is a lot stronger than this. We're going to overcome it. We're going to be an example of how to stand up to terrorism, and it's important for people not to be afraid. And there's just one anecdote I want to share with you. Earlier, when I was down near the World Trade Center, I talked to a firefighter, and I asked him what the scene was in there. And the first and most important thing to him was that 8 members of his company were missing. And it's clear from the EMS that they expect there are people alive that are still trapped in the rubble pit.
All right, Catherine Herridge, thank you very much. My colleague Shepard Smith, who has been narrating these events from New York for so much of the day, now joins us. Shep, set the scene for us there in New York in our studios. In large part today in New York, Britt, there is calm across most of the city. Large parts of the transportation network are not functioning. The mayor says now that that about half the subway lines within the city are functioning. Most of the high-rises throughout the building have been evacuated except for essential personnel throughout the day. And now the building in which we sit now is occupied by Fox News Channel and little else. This was the scene this morning just after 9 o'clock as that jumbo jet crashed into the World Trade Center. To stand on the roof of the Fox News World Headquarters in Midtown and to look due south is really mind-boggling.
even at this hour. In just the last hour or so, of course, building number 7, which is part of the complex there in the area, a 42-story building which had been expected to collapse, did just that. All this following a day of unprecedented terror, Britt, across Manhattan. It is my assumption now that I'm about to toss to another correspondent, though I've gotten no direction from anyone. And I can tell you that throughout the day, the emergency personnel have commandeered all of the taxi cabs in the city of Manhattan to be able to ferry rescue workers to and fro. Now we're waiting, as you may have reported to this point, for 2 aircraft carriers to make their way to New York Harbor, where it's our understanding. Yes, Britt.
It's Britt in Washington. I just want to interrupt you for a second because we're seeing now coming in here some remarkable pictures from earlier in the day. This is from the Fox 5 helicopter that patrols the skies over Washington. This is the Pentagon. That is the helipad. You see it there on the ground where the big white H is. You see the plume of smoke, and you see the damaged area of the Pentagon from the sky, and it gives you a very clear sense of where that airplane came in and hit. There you see, of course, the struts of the helicopter there. And you're hearing a little bit of the helicopter radio traffic. But that is what the situation looked like at the Pentagon this afternoon as firefighters labored to get that blaze that Brian Wilson was describing to you earlier under control. That airplane came right in over that green area, right along Route 395, just south of Washington. Very major commuter artery there. There you see the Potomac River in the background, and to the right, the runways of National Airport. And you can understand, Shep, how it would have been possible for air controllers and indeed even defense officials in Washington watching a plane approach along a path toward that Pentagon to believe that it was really just heading for National Airport and at the last minute veered off course. So you get a sense of how vulnerable in terms of its geographic location the Pentagon is to the kind of attack that was made today by a large aircraft. And then you see some of the rescue workers working there on the ground. These pictures again from our station WTTG Fox 5 here in Washington. There's the helipad, and there you see the area of impact and that enormous cavity in the wall where several stories of that building were simply gutted, knocked down, wiped out. Shep?
And we are left to wonder at this hour, Britt, whether those responsible for this attack knew what David Schuster has been reporting throughout the day, that in fact much of this area of the Pentagon had just been remodeled and refurbished, and much of it was empty, largely unoccupied at the time of this attack. The latest numbers on casualties that we've gotten, and they are in flux, and I hesitate to even mention them as due to the fact that they will certainly be changing, but largely unoccupied. By some stroke of luck, this plane went into the one section of the Pentagon where it could do the least amount of human damage. That is not the case on the southern tip of Manhattan. Our understanding is that on a given day, 50,000 people should have been inside that business, inside those 2 buildings there working. That's not to mention building number 7, which later collapsed this afternoon. 50,000 people, plus the tourists who flocked to this building to go to the observation tower, and I dare say a number of people in our viewing audience have been to the top and have taken photos from that place and have seen the expansive view with Lady Liberty just below. All of that now down in rubble. Certainly one bit of good news is that the large tourist influx which we have prior to Labor Day, which would have left long lines at that building waiting on the observation deck, all of those tourists for the most part are gone. School has started back in most parts of the country, and where on a Tuesday morning 1 week ago, or excuse me, 2 weeks ago, you would have had literally thousands of people, tourists from across the country waiting to get to that observation deck. We can hope and pray that that is not the case today. As you stand on the corner on our building in Midtown Manhattan and look south, the smoke is still rising in an enormous new dust cloud which came with the falling of building number 7, that 42-story structure just around the corner from there. That enormous tower of smoke is still in the air, much of it ash, with an east wind taking it away from Manhattan and off to the sides as rescue workers will no doubt toil throughout the evening. The number of people brought to hospitals seems incredibly low, in the low hundreds, given our knowledge that literally tens of thousands of people were inside. Now, One good part of all of this is the first two crashes. The crash of the first jet was followed by the second some 10 minutes later. That allows a number of people to get out. And this morning on the way as I rushed into work was hearing firsthand accounts. One from a lady who was in the second tower, which had not yet been hit by a plane. She was on the 92nd story and was able to walk down all 92nd floors. And she was describing a sort of ordered chaos within the stairwells of this 110-story structure as literally thousands of people were able to make it out of that second structure long before that jet plowed into the building. We have so many different camera angles of this, and we have slowed them down and looked at them very closely. And it would appear that as the jet goes into the second tower, the West Tower down at the World Trade Center, that enormous 767's nose goes into, not from this angle, but you can see on another angle, coming in one side and the nose literally plucking out the other. Is it possible that that's an optical illusion? Certainly. But imagine the speed at which it was flying, this airborne bomb loaded with fuel, ready to travel across country, and instead exploding in the middle of that building. Now, there were thousands of people below the area where the planes crashed into the building. You can see the first one is quite high, the second one somewhat lower, and people below that, presumably, and we are told by good authority from downtown that many thousands of people were able to get out unharmed before the two structures collapsed. What seems clear now is that an untold number of rescue personnel, New York's finest and New York's bravest, both at the foot of that building, working feverishly to get inside to help those who were trying to get out, when World Trade Center, all 110 stories, crumbled down on top of them. The cleanup and rescue effort is just beginning, and the ramifications of all this being seen now across the seas in Afghanistan, where it would appear at least the night skies have lit up and something has happened. Explosions can be heard north of Kabul, Afghanistan, in the vicinity of the airport. Large plumes of smoke can be seen in the direction of the airport. An Associated Press reporter is coming to the city, and a story is upcoming. So the latest we know is, and thanks to our colleagues at CNN for those pictures and that familiar face who showed up somehow on our air, thanks to them for those pictures, and word now that it would appear at least that America may have struck back, Britt.
Well, Shep, obviously we await word on that from some authoritative source, which we've not yet heard. These developments here in Washington and in New York, as you may well be able to imagine, making headlines. The Washington Post, which obviously had gone to press before these events happened this morning, has rushed out a special late edition of the paper. And I just thought I would show you. We had some on tape, but there's what that headline looks like. As you see, the headline, "Terror Hits Pentagon World Trade Center," with a big picture similar to the ones that we've been showing you all day long. Now, obviously, the implications of this, we're hearing now from Capitol Hill, and reflected in the words of the President, the sense that the United States is not going to take this terrorist attack lying down, that those responsible will be hunted down, as the President said, that there will be some kind of retaliation. But it's a difficult question how to retaliate at a time like this. You're hearing members of Congress say this is an act of war. This is comparable to Pearl Harbor. Of course, the day after Pearl Harbor, the United States declared itself at war with Japan. But what kind of a declaration of war would someone make? What kind of an official act could Congress pass at a time like this? For some possible answers to that, let's bring in Ambassador Paul Bremer, who is a terrorism authority and formerly chair of a national commission on this subject. Mr. Ambassador, what about this? What does a nation do if it's trying to make a decisive response to events like this?
Well, first of all, it is an act of war. There's no question about that in my mind. And once we determine who did it or what group or what states were involved, I would hope that we will retaliate with the most vigorous and broad-ranging military response that we can come up with to make the point the President has made earlier today, that we simply can't tolerate this kind of action.
We don't have a long history in recent years, Mr. Ambassador, of being able to identify particularly well the sources of such terrorism. We've done it in some cases. We did it in the case of Libya and that discotheque bombing.
Well, actually, that's not right. In terms of the major attacks, we've been very good. We know who did the attack on the Marine barracks in 1983, the Libyan disco attack in Berlin, Pan Am 103, the World Trade Center bombing, the East African bombings, the Khobar Towers. In fact, the record is pretty good. The record is pretty good. We will find out who did this. I'm confident.
We will find this out to the kind of certainty where we would be able to target with precision the perpetrators, find them, and attack them?
I'm absolutely confident we will find out who did it, and then we will go after the perpetrators wherever they are. And I would hope that we would conclude that any state which was involved in any way, giving any kind of support or safe haven to that group, will pay the ultimate price.
Is it conceivable to you, sir, that these flashes in the sky that we're seeing in the night above the airport or in the airport area around Kabul, Afghanistan, represent some kind of an American? There you see. You can see some of that now on our screen, courtesy of CNN, blazes and flashes in the sky. Is it conceivable to you, sir, that this represents some kind of an American counterattack or response, or is it too soon to imagine that that would have occurred?
I think it's probably too early for that to be an American response. There's an awful lot of unrest in Afghanistan all the time. But the key here is not that. The key is not the retaliation. It's important. The key is to be able to prevent attacks on Americans so American citizens don't die. And that requires better intelligence than we have on terrorist groups. The National Commission on Terrorism, which I chaired, made some important recommendations on improving this intelligence, and I hope that those recommendations will now be acted on. They haven't been acted on in the last year.
Well, give me a sense, then, of what step one for you would be. You're standing next to the President of the United States for the sake of this discussion, and he says, "Sir, what's the first thing I should do?"
First thing you got to do is figure out who did it, and that involves going back through the intelligence that's been coming in over the last year and seeing if we missed anything. It means coordinating with the law enforcement as they begin to look into these hijackings to see where those trails lead, and they will lead somewhere. These people had to buy tickets and show identification. We will find out something. And then once you know where it is, you have to get a very broad-ranging retaliation, at which point I certainly hope that all these countries who are today expressing sympathy and support for us will still be with us, because we will know who our real friends are when the retaliation starts.
Now, let me ask you this question about the hijackings themselves. Obviously, there's some mystery. We thought in America that we had conquered this problem. We had airport security that was tight, and you couldn't get aboard an airplane with any kind of metal on you or anything that would be any kind of weapon. What would be your estimate as to how this hijacking was able to be executed?
It's hard to say, but it's obvious, in addition to an intelligence failure, we have a catastrophic airport security failure here with 4 hijackings in one day. I travel a lot, as many people do, and of course I've noticed that it's often the case that the people in charge in conducting these searches are not always as attentive as they should be. It's possible that these people got on board without real weapons and used fake weapons, weapons they could get through the X-ray machines. We just don't know at this point. But it's clear there is a catastrophic security failure, which is going to have to be gotten to the bottom of.
Would it be your guess, based upon the magnitude of the attack, the precision with which it was executed, that is there anybody you can think of beside Osama bin Laden who might have been behind it?
Yes, I think at this point there's a list, it's a short list of 3 or 4 possibilities. Bin Laden is certainly suspect number 1. It's also possible some of the groups in the Middle East, the more radical Palestinian groups, could possibly have conducted such an attack.
How likely would it?
Well, you can't say. At this point, you're just asking for who could do it, and they're
Gotcha.
capable. And Iraq would be the 3rd on the list. It's clear Saddam Hussein, or a state, Iraq and Iran, would be the 4th. Would have this kind of capability. I think it's unlikely that the Iranians are behind it, but I wouldn't at this point, if I were advising the president, I don't think one would exclude any of those suspects yet.
All right. Paul Bremer, very, very useful information and analysis. Thank you very much, sir. Let me turn now to Senator Bob Graham of Florida, a Democratic senator. Senator, there's been a lot of talk on Capitol Hill, and you just heard it reflected in the remarks of Mr. Bremer, that this was an act of war. Other members of the Senate have said as much today, sir. Would you concur in that assessment?
Absolutely. This is the most serious attack against the United States since Pearl Harbor, and I believe we should respond as aggressively as we did against the Japanese.
Well, if Congress were to meet tonight or tomorrow and pass something, what would it say?
Well, we're going to meet tomorrow, and we'll pass a resolution which will basically be a statement of sympathy to the victims, and as well as a commitment of the United States to assure that its honor and the justice to those victims is secured. But beyond that, there are some important things we need to do. I agree with Ambassador Brimmer as to the state of our intelligence and the fact that we need to make a serious investment in upgrading our human intelligence, the ability to get a human being inside one of these terrorist cells, to understand their motivations and intentions so that we can interdict before we have to deal with the rubble of a World Trade Center. We also need to make a greater investment in our technology, particularly our eavesdropping technology, which used to be the state of the art for the world, but which has degraded over recent years. And finally, we need to make an investment in the analysis of all the information that we collect. We collect a mountain of information, how to pick out those few nuggets within that mountain that make the difference in terms of understanding what a terrorist group's going to do.
Senator, let me just stop you 1 second to note one thing. Admiral Craig Quigley, who is the spokesman at the Pentagon, who does the talking for Secretary Rumsfeld when the Secretary is having someone else do it, has said that those explosions in the air over Kabul, Afghanistan, are not caused by action by the United States. They are not us, as he put it. So perhaps we can put that matter to rest. Afghanistan, of course, is a country rent by some strife, and so who knows what is going on in the skies over Afghanistan. Interesting pictures, but apparently have nothing to do with the response by the United States to today's attacks. Senator Grant, let me turn to you with a couple of questions with some policy implications. No one thought any organization was capable of doing what happened today. Would it be your estimate, does this change in any way your estimation, for example, of whether terrorist organizations would be capable of launching missiles at the United States?
Well, this is, in fact, the kind of thing that we've been concerned about with terrorists, that they would come in, frankly, even more so with weapons of mass destruction. But here they have used an airplane that they hijacked to create the essential weapon of mass destruction by driving it into a heavily populated downtown Manhattan tower. What I think we need to do is to recognize that this is the kind of threat that we are most likely to face, and that's what we need to give the priority to, and that means giving priority to rebuilding our intelligence capability, Senator, and our ability to interdict.
Senator, thanks very much for those observations. Let me just interrupt you for a second, because Governor Tom Ridge of Pennsylvania is at that crash site in Pennsylvania and is having some remarks. Let's listen in.
The state police, the FBI is in charge of the investigation. The Somerset County District Attorney, the county commissioners, the coroner, our emergency management agency, and the FBI have given me a briefing, and I suspect that most of you have those details available to you as well. I think I speak for all of my fellow citizens in Pennsylvania, and I suspect across the country, when it's difficult to describe the range of emotions everyone feels when they not only learn about these incidents today, but they've actually seen them. And the dictionary is inadequate. There aren't enough words, but I guess the range of emotion goes from rage and anger to sorrow to horror to, I guess, a sense of nausea that we all experience and feel. I've talked to Governor Pataki, I've talked to Governor Gilmore. We're and offered the assistance of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in any way they think is appropriate. You should know that one of our search and rescue teams is already on its way to New York. Our Pennsylvania National Guard has some heavy equipment that'll be at the either governor's disposal if needed. One of the things I've asked our emergency service folks, firefighters, as well as medical service personnel in Pennsylvania to do is we're going to set up a registry. I suspect that the men and women involved in providing those services to the stricken, to the families at the sites in both Washington, D.C. and New York will need some kind of relief. We'd like to provide Pennsylvania support if called upon to do so. And my plea to all Pennsylvanians is to, first of all, for your prayers. Secondly, for your blood. I think that the Red Cross would appreciate volunteers I suspect that the needs of the injured in both communities is rather substantial. I doubt very seriously if the blood supply in either community can sustain the demand, and hopefully Pennsylvanians can help replenish that supply. And as I said to you before, we're also calling on Pennsylvanians not only for their prayers and their blood, but their talent. We're going to set up a volunteer registry to help support the professionals in need and the volunteers in need as well at either of these instances, if called upon to do so. By
just in case it may have been unclear, Governor Ridge of Pennsylvania is, of course, talking about that hijacked plane that crashed near Pittsburgh today, and he is out at the scene of that crash. And, of course, it is believed that that plane may have been on its way to Camp David or perhaps Fort Detrick in Maryland, which is where a lot of chemical and biological warfare materials are stored. No one knows for sure what was going on there, but we've been listening to that briefing from Governor Ridge, and he, of course, is simply talking about what appear to be rescue and recovery efforts on the scene there. In the meantime, this has been an interesting day in the sense that we have not heard very many official statements. And if something big happens in this country and in this city, normally the one thing you can count on is that officials will be popping up at lecterns all around the city to brief on this, and there's been very little of that, remarkably little of that. We heard from Karen Hughes, we heard from the president on tape, and we heard from very few other people. Well, there's a reason for that. People were being evacuated, and officials were being spirited off to safe locations. The members of Congress were restless with that. Some wanted, as you heard, we heard us talk about earlier, wanted to come back into session this very night. Well, our correspondent, our chief political correspondent, Carl Cameron, has been keeping track of all these things and has an update on what's going on with the leaders of Congress, where they are, and what they're planning to do. Carl?
Hi, Brett. Well, we're at the east front of the Capitol where helicopters are hovering, and at any moment, the Republican leadership of the U.S. House of Representatives and the Democratic leader of the Senate, Tom Daschle, Dennis Hastert, are going to be dropped off by helicopter. They have been secured all day, we are told. Shortly after the planes struck the Twin Towers in New York and the plane struck the Pentagon, they evacuated. The Capitol building here was emptied out, and they were taken to an undisclosed location where they have spent much of the day. They have had constant conference calls with the president, a variety of national security briefings with the CIA, with the FBI, and various different other officials. And at this point, they are expected to hold a bicameral, bipartisan news conference. In other words, both the leaders of both parties of the House and Senate here on the steps of the Capitol. The Congress was recessed and released as the building was evacuated, and there was a great deal of discussion about whether or not they should reconvene tonight as a symbol of American unity and a denunciation of the terrorism and an illustration that the U.S. government would not be deterred by this type of an act. Some lawmakers have made themselves available after some of their briefings, and whether it is a Republican or a Democrat, they have all described the United States in one way or another as in a state of war. Here's a sampling from one member of each party.
And I characterize it as a man who lived through World War II, as a young sailor at the end of the war. It's another Pearl Harbor for this country.
This is a strong and united country, and our adversaries should know that. And we are prepared to defend our people and to fight back.
Time and again, there have been assertions, if not suggestions, that Osama bin Laden or some associated cell has been behind this. Richard Shelby, the former chairman, now ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, also talked about this as being caught flat-footed, a condemnation of U.S. counterintelligence exercises, saying, in effect, that the United States never saw it coming. Britt, we'll throw it back to you in the studio.
All right, Carl, thanks. Carl, thanks very much. Air Force One is said at this hour to be wheels down at Andrews Air Force Base. Now, normally, when the president returns and it's something important, cameras are up and live pictures are available, and you see the president disembark his airplane and come into the city. Not going to be happening in this case because the officials at Andrews, out of an abundance of caution, were not letting anybody on the base. The base was locked down. That does happen sometimes. So the president will be coming by helicopter into the city. And while the thought from the White House had been that his remarks would be at 9 p.m. tonight, that is not a firm time, and we're going to have to keep you posted on when exactly the president will speak. When he does, of course, you will see it live right here on Fox News Channel. So the president back on the ground just outside Washington. Let's go back for further reporting and analysis of this remarkable day in New York to my colleague Shepard Smith. Shep?
Britt, we've been watching downtown Manhattan throughout the day. Let's take a live look from the roof of our headquarters here in Midtown Manhattan. And you can see, once we get to that picture, that the smoke is still rising from the lower third of the city. An enormous and coordinated rescue effort is underway. Mayor Rudy Giuliani urging the city for calm. There are no plans at this moment for any sort of city shutdown for the evening. The city to operate as usual this evening, certainly, except for the lower third. Certainly a quiet calm over it all, as we're now getting our first animation here at Fox News Channel of our understanding from the FAA of exactly how this first plane took off. It left from Boston, went due west, was hijacked, and then made its way almost immediately to New York City. As we've said throughout the day, this appears to have been a coordinated event. Barbara Olson, a frequent guest on this channel, and wife of Ted Olson, and very well known to many in our audience, we have now learned, called her husband, Theodore Olson, during this flight, which would end, we now know, with her plane crashing into the Pentagon. She called from the air and spoke to him not once but twice, it's my understanding, not on this plane which hit the World Trade Center, but on one which hit the Pentagon, telling her husband that, in fact, they were using some sort of knife-like object. We don't know exactly what kind, whether maybe, and who's to know, but maybe something that wouldn't have been detected by the metal detectors there, that they had taken over the plane. She was in contact with him before her life presumably ended in a violent crash at the Pentagon. The question this evening is, how far along can they get in rescue efforts in downtown Manhattan? The hope is that many of those who are unaccounted for, and piling numbers of such a thing is literally impossible. But the hope is that many who are not accounted for at this moment may be trapped, and that rescue workers may be able to get to them. Our correspondent David Lee Miller is live now at Ground Zero in the lower half of Manhattan. David Lee, how's it all progressing?
Shepard, it's still a horrific scene right here down in lower Manhattan. Right now we are on Church Street. It is now nearly 10 hours after this terror attack got underway. And to put things in perspective, about 1 hour ago, another building here collapsed. This now the third building, identified as Trade Center Building number 7. Now, this is a relatively small building. It is not one of the two towers. It is a mid-rise building. Throughout the day, authorities feared it would collapse. We have some incredible tape of this building giving away. Let's take a look at some of that video. And I can tell you that as it did collapse, another huge plume of smoke rose over lower Manhattan. Authorities here, fearing the smoke was going to make its way up north, moved the rescue crews, police, fire, and the media further up Manhattan. And right now, very dramatically, the Manhattan skyline has certainly changed. Now, as for the number of injuries, Mayor Giuliani a few hours ago said that there were as many as 200 people critically hurt, 600 that were now being treated for injuries, but there are still estimated to be hundreds and hundreds of people, if not more than that, trapped under the rubble because this fire is still smoldering. It has been very difficult for authorities to get at the scene. Just a short time ago, we saw some very heavy equipment make its way down Church Street. We see now the National Guard is here, and we've seen volunteers make their way down this road. But as you can see, it's going to be a very long night. And as a reminder of what transpired here only a few hours ago in lower Manhattan, you can see the sidewalk and the street itself is covered with women's high-heeled shoes, people who fled here, desperate to get away.
David, it's Britt Hume in Washington. Sorry to interrupt you, but we got the briefing with Secretary Rumsfeld underway at the Pentagon. Let's go there. Be nice if we could hear him. I hear it, though. Boost it.
There are many volunteers, establishment, and from the excellent units from all throughout this region.
Well, folks, this is the kind of thing that happens in live television. You just heard me when you didn't need to, and you needed to hear Secretary Rumsfeld, and we are struggling to get that audio working. And in the meantime, we're just going to keep an eye on the Secretary until somebody tells me that we can actually hear him. And when we can, you will hear him as well. This has been quite a day for him. He spent the entire day inside the Pentagon, and much of it in the national commands, national
throughout the
areas.
I should say we've received calls from across the world offering their sympathy and indeed their assistance in various ways. I'm very pleased to be joined here by Chairman Carl Levin and Senator John Warner. Senator Warner called earlier today and offered his support and was kind enough to come down and has been with us. We've very recently had a discussion with the President of the United States. Chairman Hugh Shelton has just landed from Europe. Secretary of the Army, Tom White, who has a responsibility for incidents like this as executive agent for the Department of Defense, is also joining me. It's an indication that the United States government is functioning in the face of this terrible act against our country. I should add that the briefing here is taking place in the Pentagon. The Pentagon's functioning. It'll be in business tomorrow. I know the interest in casualty figures, and all I can say is it's not possible to have solid casualty figures at this time. And the various components are doing roster checks, and we'll have information at some point in the future, and as quickly as it's possible to have it, it will certainly be made available to each of you. I'll be happy to take a few questions after asking First General Shelton if he would like to say anything, and then we will allow the others to make a remark or two.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary just said, today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people, acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country. I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Carl Levin.
Our intense focus on recovery and helping the injured and the families of those who were killed is matched only by our determination to prevent more attacks and matched only by our unity to track down, root out, and relentlessly pursue terrorists, states that support them, and harbor them. They are the common enemy of the civilized world. Our institutions are strong, and our unity is palpable.
Senator John Warner.
Thank you. As a past chairman preceding Carl Levin, I can assure you that the Congress stands behind our president, and the president speaks with one voice for this entire nation. This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history, and yet I think it can be its finest hour, as our president and those with him, most notably our Secretary of Defense, our chairman, and the men and women of the armed forces all over this world stand ready not only to defend this nation and our allies against further attack, but to take such actions as are directed in the future in retaliation for this terrorist act. A series of terrorist acts unprecedented in world history. We call upon the entire world to step up and help, because terrorism is a common enemy to all, and we're in this together. The United States has borne the brunt, but who can be next? Step forward and let us hold accountable and punish those that have perpetrated this attack. Again, I commend the Secretary, the Chairman, and how proud we are. We spoke with our President here moments ago. He's got a firm grip on this situation, and the Secretary and the General have a firm grip on our armed forces and in communication of the world over.
Thank you very much. very much. We'll take a few questions and then we'll adjourn. Charlie.
Mr. Secretary, did you have any inkling at all in any way that something of this nature and something of this scope might be planned?
Charlie, we don't discuss intelligence matters.
I see. And how would you respond if you find out who did this?
Obviously, the President of the United States has spoken on that subject, and those are issues that he will address in good time.
Mr.
Yes.
Secretary, we are getting reports from CNN and others that there are bombs exploding in Kabul, Afghanistan. Are we at the moment striking back, and if so, is the target Osama bin Laden and his organization?
I've seen those reports. They, in no way is the United States government connected to those explosions.
What about Osama bin Laden? Do you suspect him as the prime suspect in this?
It's not the time for discussions like that.
Mr. Secretary, you said you could not be specific about casualties. Can you give us some characterization of whether it's dozens or hundreds in the building?
Well, we know there were many dozens in the aircraft that flew at full power, steering directly into between, I think, the first and second floor of the opposite the helipad. You've seen it. There cannot be any survivors. It just would be beyond comprehension. There are a number of people that they've not identified by name, but identified as being dead, and there are a number of casualties. But the FBI has secured the site, and the information takes time to come. People have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
Mr. Secretary, could you tell us what you saw? Mr. Secretary, do you consider what happened today, both in New York and here, an act of war?
There is no question but that the attack against the United States of America today was a vicious, well-coordinated, a massive attack against the United States of America. What words the lawyers will use to characterize it is for them.
Does that mean that the U.S. is at war then?
Mr. Secretary, you said that the Pentagon would be open for business tomorrow. What kind of assurances can you give the people who work here at the building that the building will be safe?
A terrorist can attack at any time, at any place, using any technique. It is physically impossible to defend at every time, in every place, against every technique. It is not possible to give guarantees. The people who work in this building do so voluntarily. They're brave people, and they do their jobs well.
Mr. Secretary, can you give a sense of what happened? What did you see when you left your office, ran down to the site, and apparently helped people on stretchers and then returned to the command center?
I felt the shock of the airplane hitting the building. Went through the building and then out into the area, and they were bringing bodies out that had been injured, most of which were alive and moving, but seriously injured. And a lot of volunteers were doing a terrific job helping to bring them out of the buildings and get them into stretchers and into ambulances and into airlifts.
Mr. Secretary, can you tell us how many of the dead were soldiers and how many were civilians? Have you been able to determine that?
Absolutely not.
Yes. Mr. Secretary, today we saw military planes both in New York and in Washington. How much more of a military presence will we see now that this incident has occurred for the next week?
Those kinds of decisions are made day to day. It is correct that we had aircraft flying protective missions at various places in the United States today, and they will do that as appropriate.
Mr. Secretary, what do you say to the American people who may have questions on how something so coordinated has been carried out against this nation? What do you say to them who might not have confidence that our intelligence and our security are what they should be?
I say to them that the President of the United States will be making some remarks to them this evening that will address those subjects.
Mr. Secretary, you've declared, the Pentagon has declared ThreatCon Delta forces around the world. Could you tell me why? Have you received any threats, or has anyone claimed credit for this?
We have, in fact, declared Force Protection Condition Delta and a condition of high alert, indeed the highest alert. We did so almost immediately upon the attacks, and it is still in force.
Mr. Secretary, were there threats issued against other U.S. facilities elsewhere in the world today?
I don't know that there's a day that's gone by since I've been in this job that there haven't been threats somewhere in the world to some facility somewhere. It's one of the complexities of the intelligence business that you have to.
That, of course, is we believe that's the president's helicopter arriving on the South Lawn. Sometimes they will bring in more than one, just in case, so nobody knows for sure which one the president is aboard. So we'll watch this with some care as we see the white-top helicopters of the very kind that become Marine One anytime they ferry the president from one location to another. This is the first one to land, and we'll see in a moment whether this is indeed the one the president is aboard or whether some staff member will emerge from it and the president will come on a subsequent one. But that picture is the south grounds of the White House. We saw moments ago, and you might have seen it when we flashed it on the screen, a picture of the dome of the Capitol as a couple of helicopters went by. There were indeed there was a little fleet of them, 4 or 5 helicopters that went by carrying staff, one presumes, military personnel, and no doubt some of the president's security people. The more the better at a time like that in the eyes of security people, because no one can tell for sure which one is actually carrying the president. But this is the first one to touch down there on the south lawn of the White House, so we will watch and see if the president emerges. It will be the first time since this morning that we have seen a live picture of the President of the United States, who has spent much of the rest of the day in the air aboard Air Force One, going from one U.S. military base to another, ultimately declining to go along with the recommendations of some of his security people that he go to the North American Air Defense Command inside of a mountain in Colorado and hover there until people gave the all clear. The president's advisors were not pleased with that request, felt it made the president look in an inappropriate light, and the result of that was the decision to come back here this evening, and that is what we are watching unfold as we speak here. It's not exactly clear that the president is going to speak at 9 p.m., but that was the estimate that was given us, so we will wait and see if the White House in fact confirms that. Joining us here in our studios in Washington is Republican Senator John Kyle of Arizona. Senator Kyle, you've now had a chance to be briefed yourself. You've heard the remarks from the Pentagon by a couple of your colleagues and, of course, by the Secretary of Defense. What are your impressions at this hour of this whole entire situation and the United States' response to it to date?
Britt, I think those expressions were entirely appropriate. The concern for those who were injured and the concern for the families of those who were killed. The commitment that we would do everything we could to bring the perpetrators of this tragedy to justice and do what we could to ensure that it didn't happen in the future. As a member of the Intelligence Committee, though, I'm
going to interrupt you to note that there's the president.
I'm delighted that the president has returned to Washington. I think the American people want to hear from him. I hope we'll hear from him tonight. And I also hope that as a result of this tragedy, that the commitment that we all express verbally we can translate into action, because there are many things we could do to improve our intelligence and our national security, and I'm afraid that, unfortunately, it may take an incident like this to actually force us to do some of those things that we could have done earlier.
There you see as the president goes by, see all those chairs and tables stacked up. There was to be on the south grounds of the White House tonight, Senator, as you know, a congressional picnic. And, of course, plans for that had to be scrubbed because of the obvious circumstances. There the president is walking up that fieldstone path there up to the west wing of the White House, from which he is expected to address the country in just a short period of time. There you see him joined by Karen Hughes, who did the talking for him a couple hours ago at FBI headquarters. Let me go back now to you, Senator Kyle. Do you think the president should have stayed away as long as he did, and do you think he should have sent out someone else besides, for example, Karen Hughes to speak to us, perhaps the vice president or some more or the Secretary of Defense. What's your impression on that?
Well, I think the President did speak at least once or twice today, not live, but he certainly assured the American people of the situation as it existed at that time. And as you noted, did not follow the advice of his security folks and decided to come back to Washington tonight. I think that was the right decision. I think the American people want to hear from him. I think it's also important, though, that none of us jump to conclusions about exactly what's happened or who's behind it or what we should do next. We want to hear from the President what he knows about that right now, and my guess is that he'll be somewhat guarded until he has all of the facts as well.
Well, I suspect you're right. Senator Kyle, very nice to have you. Thank you for joining us and giving us your impressions of this situation. Hear from the leaders here, and then, of course, later on in the evening from the President of the United States. In the meantime, back to you in New York. Shep.
Britt, thanks. It is 7 o'clock in the East, 4 o'clock in the West. I'm Shepard Smith in New York, and this is Fox News' continuing coverage of the terrorism strike against the United States. You are looking live now, coming up at the southern tip of Manhattan, where the smoke continues to billow over what was once one of America's proudest symbols, 210-story towers looming over the day skyline, looking directly over the Statue of Liberty, providing spectacular views of one of America's most spectacular cities, and today reduced to rubble. There is a massive and unprecedented cleanup effort underway on the streets below. 3 buildings have now collapsed there, and in Washington, D.C., part of the Pentagon ripped to shreds as America has come under attack. All of this began this morning about 9 o'clock Eastern Time, when radar traffic controllers realized there was a plane heading in and fast, and suddenly not one but 2 jets had pummeled into the 2 towers of the World Trade Center. First the one on the east side, then the one on the west side. In the moments which followed, chaos on the streets below. People were reported to be coming out of buildings, one after another, trying to give aid to their neighbors as the smoke and flames began to tower out of the World Trade Center. 80 stories up for one of them, a higher distance for the other. And there are literally people hanging out of the windows here as you watch. There is a jet plane inside that tower of the World Trade Center as this man or woman hangs out and wonders what in the world has happened around him or her on an early morning day, a Tuesday morning, just getting to the office to begin the nation's work. The flames continued to tower, and then minutes later, the thing who was part of those 2 operations was called in this morning. Now the United States military has brought in 2 aircraft carriers to station in New York Harbor. One will be used as a hospital. The National Guard and members of the military to come in and assist in this rescue and recovery effort, which clearly even the largest police and fire forces in all of the United States could simply not handle. Many have described this as America now at war, certainly an unprecedented attack. The number for the death toll is unthinkable at this hour, and no one willing to speculate, except for one representative who made his way out of the Washington Police headquarters this afternoon, or early this morning actually, and suggested that the estimates were that as many as 10,000 lives may have been lost in lower Manhattan. Our correspondent Catherine Herridge has been following developments throughout the day. She's with us from one of the hospitals besieged with patients this day. Catherine, how's it going there?
Actually, Shepard, within the last few minutes, I've had a very disturbing conversation with 2 of the residents from St. Vincent's Hospital who have been down at one of the triage centers, and they had only treated 1 person. They were told by rescue workers that because of the intense heat and smoke and debris that it was virtually impossible to go in and rescue anyone who still may be alive and buried beneath the rubble. Now, I just want to take you back in the last few minutes. New York's Governor George Pataki has also been down at the hospital for about the last 20 minutes, in fact. He's been talking, walking around, greeting people, trying to console them as much as he can, and also giving a briefing to reporters. Now, this is what we understand from hospital officials. They've taken 297 patients, approximately 45 in critical condition. Also among that total, 42 rescue workers, so firefighters and police officers. One emergency physician telling me earlier that initially they took waves and it was all primarily rescue workers. I was also told that at some points they were so covered with soot and debris that it was impossible to tell whether they were firefighters or police officers. For the most part, those rescue workers do not have very serious injuries, and we're grateful for that. They're suffering from abrasions to their eyes because of the concrete dust in the air. St. Vincent officials also confirming to us that they've had 3 deaths. When we asked them the cause, they said severe blunt injuries. Some, in fact, fell to their deaths. The other injuries also include multiple fractures and lacerations. Earlier this afternoon, we did have a briefing from New York's Mayor Rudy Giuliani as well as the New York Police Commissioner Bernard Kerik. They confirmed to us that the National Guard is on the scene, approximately 200 guardsmen. They're expecting about 1,500 later this evening. Of course, the city remains on a very heightened state of alert. There was one point, though, in the briefing where the New York mayor really praised the people of this city, saying that they had behaved with dignity and calm, and he really thinks that that presence of mind has helped to save lives. And I'm quoting here. The mayor said, "New York City is a lot stronger than this. We're going to overcome it, and we're going to be an example for everyone how to defeat terrorism, and that it's important for people not to be afraid." Just a couple of anecdotes I want to share with you. When I was down near the World Trade Center, one of the firefighters stopped just briefly and spoke to me, and he said essentially that it was just bedlam. It was like a second Pearl Harbor. Those were his words. And I also asked him what he was concerned about most, and he said, "You know, there are 8 men in my company that are unaccounted for, and I can't go back in for them now. They're just unaccounted for." I've also been talking to family members out here on the street. I spoke to one man. He was a member of one of the carpenters' unions, and he told me that there were dozens of people from his union who were working in the World Trade Center today. He thought perhaps as many as 200 or 300 working on the upper floors, and they've had no word of them. And this is why he came to St. Vincent's, to see if any of them had survived this disaster, Shep.
Catherine Herridge, live with us from the hospital. We will keep watch there. The numbers at an initial look might sound good, that there are just a few hundred people who have been taken to area hospitals, a few hundred people that have been reported to us. There are different ways to read that, of course. The video at which you were just looking was the collapse of the 3rd building there. They call it Building 7 at World Financial Center, a 42-story structure. Certainly a building that would have towered above most skylines across America. It was dwarfed, of course, in the shadow of the World Trade Center, but it collapsed just about an hour and a half or so ago, I believe. That was expected. There had been a lot of shaking on Lower Manhattan. They knew that it would come down. The question was when, and now it has. As many as 50,000 people working in that building. Thousands of tourists on a given day would visit as well. And putting numbers together is something that simply cannot yet be done. Seeing those pictures, knowing that, imagine, if you will, the number of people in the city of New York who knew people who went down with TWA Flight 800. Everyone seemed to know someone. Rest assured, everyone does know someone who was inside the World Trade Center this morning. Of course, there was also a horrible explosion a short time after at the Pentagon in Washington. We now know that it was a Boeing 757. The story of how this evolved is now coming out in bits and pieces of reporting in a fascinating article by Don Phillips in the Washington Post, which is out late this afternoon, describing controllers watching their radar screen and seeing this very strange object, a large plane, flying at an unusually high speed without the beeper going, meaning the instrument which tells the tower what kind of plane that is, that it is in fact Flight 77 from American Airlines, that was turned off. And according to the reporting by Don Phillips of the Washington Post, this 757 turned tightly and circled. But before so, it was flying at an unusually high speed directly toward the White House. Direct coordinates for the White House. The tower calls authorities minutes before the 757 turned tightly and circled around to slam directly into the Pentagon. The controllers couldn't identify this plane, as I mentioned, and they are now saying the skill with which the plane was flown, including this knowledge of how to turn off the transponder, raised the probability that a trained pilot was at the controls, possibly a hijacker. Sources close to Don Phillips, the staff writer, were not specific about the times of the event.
Secretary Thompson, Secretary Mineta, and Director Alba will each be providing you with updates on how their agencies are responding to today's events. As we'll be giving you as frequent as updates as possible, they will not be taking questions at this time. And with that, I will turn it over to General Ashcroft.
Thank you. Today, America has experienced one of the greatest tragedies ever witnessed on our soil. These heinous acts of violence are an assault on the security of our nation. They are an assault on the security and the freedom of every American citizen. We will not tolerate such acts. We will expend every effort and devote all the necessary resources to bring the people responsible for these acts, these crimes, to justice. Now is the time for us to come together as a nation to offer our support, our prayers for victims and for their families, for the rescue workers, for law enforcement officials, for every one of us that has been changed forever by this horrible tragedy. The following is a summary of the known facts surrounding today's incidents. American Airlines Flight 11 departed Boston for Los Angeles, hijacked by suspects armed with knives. This plane crashed into the World Trade Center. United Airlines Flight 175 departed Boston for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center. American Airlines Flight 77 departed Washington Dulles for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 departed Newark for San Francisco, was hijacked and crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Crime scenes have been established by the federal authorities in New York, in Washington, D.C. area, in Pittsburgh, in Boston, and in Newark. The full resources of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the U.S. Marshals Service, the Bureau of Prisons, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Office of Justice Programs are being deployed to investigate these crimes and to assist survivors and victim families. Thousands of FBI agents in all of the field offices across the country and in the international Legat offices, assisted by personnel from other Department of Justice agencies, are cooperating in this investigation. The FBI has established a website where people can report any information about these crimes. That address is www.ifccfbi.gov. That address again, www.ifccfbi.gov. Individuals can report any information they know about these crimes to that website. It takes courage for individuals to come forward in situations like this, and I urge anyone with information that may be useful and helpful to authorities to use this opportunity. The Office of Victims of Crime has established a toll-free 800 number for family and friends of victims. They can call 800-331-0075 to leave contact information for a future time when more information is available, to find out information about a victim, or to find out information about the rights of victims and the services available to victim survivors and victim families. The determination of these terrorists will not deter the determination of the American people. We are survivors, and freedom is a survivor. A free American people will not be intimidated, nor will we be defeated. We will find the people responsible for these cowardly acts, and justice will be done. Tommy?
Every single American lost something today. And every one of us at this time expresses our deepest sympathy to the victims of today's tragedies and their families. It is now our mission to begin the healing from this tragedy. From the moment that we learned of these attacks, the Department of Health and Human Services has begun readying teams and resources to be sent to New York City and the Washington area to meet any needs of state and local officials. So far, we have sent 4 disaster medical teams to New York City and 3 of these disaster medical teams to the Washington, Northern Virginia, Baltimore area. These medical teams each consist of about 35 physicians, nurses, and emergency medical technicians. They are all trained to deal with traumatic injuries and other emergency needs. We've also sent 4 disaster mortuary operational response teams to New York and 3 to the greater Washington area. We're also in the process of shipping a great deal of emergency medical supplies to New York City with the help of the Centers for Disease Control. In short, we're making the full force of the Department of Health and Human Services, both its resources and medical expertise available to the areas that need our assistance. We've also this afternoon activated the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, which consists of approximately 6,000 health professionals. We also are giving backup assistance to the 500-bed ship Comfort from the United States Navy. Americans all over are calling up and asking what they can do. The best thing they can do is respond to this great call by volunteering to give blood. We need Americans to continue to answer that call. No matter where you live, please do your civic duty and assist us by donating blood. It is our primary job is to make sure Americans harmed by this tragedy get the help that they need. We will remain in constant contact with the governors, the mayors, public health officials, and other local officials to make sure that all their needs are being met.
That scene you see in the other picture there, of course, that's House Speaker Hastert. You also saw a glimpse of Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. They are gathering for some remarks to be made by congressional leaders surrounded by a number of other members of Congress. There you see Dick Armey, the House Majority Leader, in the background, and you see David Bonnier there. These are all, the joint leadership of Congress is going to be heard shortly, and we will bring you that. In the meantime, obviously, we'll continue to listen to the remarks being made at the White House by Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta, who
is the freedom of movement, the ability to move freely and safely. But today that freedom was attacked. But we will restore that freedom throughout the national transportation system as soon as possible. And we will restore the highest possible degree of service. These terrorist acts...
All right. I'm going to interrupt here to introduce Congressman Dennis Hastert, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
That were a part of this great tragedy that happened in this country today. Our prayers and thoughts and words of consolation goes out to all those who have suffered. But one thing that happens here in this place is when American suffers and when people perpetrate acts against this country, we as a Congress and as a government stand united, and we stand together. Senators and House members, Democrats and Republicans will stand shoulder to shoulder to fight this evil that's been perpetrated on this nation. We will stand together to make sure that those who have brought forth this evil deed will pay the price. We're not sure who this is yet. But we have our suspicions. And when that is justified, and when those suspicions are justified, we will act. We will stand with the President, we will stand with this government, and we will stand as Americans together through this time. Thank you.
Today's despicable acts were an assault on our people and on our freedom. As the representatives of the people, we are here to declare that our resolve has not been weakened by these horrific and cowardly acts. Congress will convene tomorrow. And we will speak with one voice to condemn these attacks, to comfort the victims and their families, to commit our full support to the effort to bring those responsible to justice. We, Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate, stand strongly united behind the President and will work together to ensure that the full resources of the government are brought to bear in these efforts. Our heartfelt thoughts and our fervent prayers are with the injured and the families of those who have been lost.
We know as a nation, as we said, our thoughts and prayers are with those families and those injured and those who are the casualties of today's attack. We also remember those thousands of people who are rescue workers. We ask now that we all bow our heads in a moment of silence and remembrance. Thank you.
A remarkable tableau of political unity there on the steps of the Capitol building. Party leaders from both houses and a number of members.
Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
There you see Senator Daschle embracing Senator Schumer of New York. Senator Schumer, who spoke movingly earlier in the evening about what has happened in his home city of New York, joined in that by the junior senator from New York, of course, Hillary Clinton. If someone had told me 2 days ago, in the midst of the political struggle on Capitol Hill and down at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue over the budget and taxes and Social Security, with the congressional election coming up in the year ahead, that the leaders of the House and Senate, joined by many of their members from both parties, would stand on the steps of the Capitol together to declare their unity and sing God Bless America spontaneously, I would have not thought that that was a likely event. It was something to see, an unusual spectacle indeed, brought about by events that no one could have foretold and, of course, that no one would ever have wanted. I'm joined here in the studio as we follow the unfolding events here in Washington tonight, wait for further remarks and briefings from, among others, the President of the United States, who is to speak later. And with fire still burning at the Pentagon, I'm joined here by our senior White House correspondent, Jim Angle. There you see a shot from the distance showing the roof of the Pentagon, and where flames are still burning. Of course, as we know, these planes, in each case, and particularly the one that hit the Pentagon, had just taken off from Dulles Airport, which is only about 20 miles, 25 miles from Washington, which meant that, and it was headed for the West Coast, which meant that the fuel supply aboard that plane would have been almost full. And of course, burning airplane fuel spreads fast, as does fire triggered by it. So that is what the firefighters at the Pentagon have been up against all this day and now into this night. And although the building remains open, and you just heard the Secretary of Defense a short time ago speaking from there, the firefight goes on at the Department of Defense of the United States of America, the mightiest nation on earth, now unable so far to put out a fire at its building. This is, of course, earlier pictures from the Fox 5 news chopper here in Washington showing you the tremendous damage that was done to that corner of that building. You can get a sense from that of the concentric rings. The Pentagon is really a set of buildings arranged together, five rings of the Pentagon, and so far, as you can see there, although badly damaged, only one corner of the outer ring was hurt. But it has spread inside, and they are still working to contain some flames on the roof. As I said, I'm joined here in the studio by our senior White House correspondent, Jim Angle, and Fox News contributor and the executive editor of the Weekly Standard, Fred Barnes. I don't want to get too far ahead of things here, gentlemen, but looking at the political landscape of this country, it's probably not unfair to say that it has been altered in dramatic ways. Let's take a look, for example, at issues of defense, which are urgently before the Congress now. The defense budget had not been approved. Defense appropriations bills not yet voted out of Congress. The President has a number of things he wants, missile defense among them, increase in defense. We've heard talk from Secretary Rumsfeld of his desire to reform the place. There's been some resistance to that. What effect does this event have on that, Fred Barnes?
I think it should have a big effect, particularly depending on what the President says. Now, we just heard Tom Daschle, the Senate Democratic leader, say that the full resources of the government will be brought to bear to deal with terrorism. You know what that means to me? You're going to have to break the lockbox. That's the full resources. I think
referring, of course, to
the lockbox where all the Social Security surplus is locked up. It's $158 or $160 billion. If you're going to have a huge defense increase to wage war against terrorism, and there is a terrorist movement that was responsible for this, and Britt, you have to remember, you know, Pearl Harbor, there were 2,400 Americans killed. Today, there are probably going to be more than 10,000 killed. The only time I can remember in one day more Americans were killed was at the Battle of Antietam during the Civil War, and then 13, 14, 15,000. I forget the exact number.
I've heard 23,000.
Well, it was more. It's the only one where there were more. So this is a horrific case that's going to have to be dealt with a lot more defense spending.
Jim?
Absolutely. It is difficult to imagine any member of Congress after the events of this day standing up and saying we don't need more money for defense. I wouldn't be surprised if the President doesn't increase the amount of money he's asking for. He has already said, as far as spending Social Security money, that you could do that, though he is determined not to do it under ordinary circumstances. You could do it in the case of recession, war, or a severe emergency. You could certainly argue that today's events fit both the latter categories.
And what about such policies as missile defense, which is something that he wants? I was trying to get at that a little bit earlier in discussion with Senator Bob Graham as to whether finding out what we now have about the capacities of whoever did this, was it beyond belief now that such a person could launch missiles at the United States?
Boy, not at all. Remember, it was just a few months ago that a rubber boat filled with munitions was floated up against the USS Cole in Yemen. And it seemed as if the terrorists only had crude instruments like that. Well, we know better now. After hijacking 4 planes and flying, that was a direct hit at the Pentagon. Secretary Rumsfeld said it hit, the nose hit between the first and second floor of the Pentagon. Now, that is amazing. Look, if they can do this, and we know of their ballistic missile tests, missiles that can reach the United States are not far away, missiles with nuclear weapons.
While a missile defense wouldn't have stopped this kind of attack, it certainly emphasizes American sense of vulnerability. And that is at the bottom of this debate.
As a political matter, one wonders if this attack simply means that anything that is under the rubric of national defense, safety from terrorist attack or foreign attack, doesn't become hard to resist at this stage.
Impossible.
It would appear. It would appear on the face of it that would be the case.
Yeah, but there'll be a pretty broad definition of that. It can be more troops, not just more for counterterrorism and more to beef up intelligence. It can be money for a lot more things. A bigger army. I mean, this could conceivably a war against terrorism lead to American troops on the ground in Asia.
Now we heard a condemnation of this, of course, as one would expect to, from Israel today, and a particularly strong expression of sympathy for the United States from Shimon Peres, the foreign minister there, who said that tomorrow will be a day of mourning in Israel for its friend, the United States. Obviously, Israel has a lot to lose. In the near term, one would presume that the support for Israel would be strong if Americans sense that this was done by Israel's enemies. But over the longer term, politically, are Americans likely to ask the question, what are we getting for our support for Israel beyond hatred in the Middle East and perhaps terrorist attacks?
Well, I think Americans are going to ask a lot of questions about that. The Israelis will obviously say, look, now you can see what it's like to face day-to-day terrorism. Now that you have found this on your own doorstep in your own cities with your own citizens dying, you know what we're up against. But the other side of that equation is that will U.S. citizens continue to say, let's stick with Israel, even though there is a large part of the world that is angry about that, and apparently some of them willing to launch terrorist attacks?
Brett, it's just not a question of what we give and what we get. This is a moral issue. I mean, Israel is a democracy. There are not many democracies in that part of the world. In fact, Israel is the only one. There aren't any Arab democracies. And we have a moral obligation to defend Israel, I believe, in the same way we have that obligation for many other democracies around the world. So,
well, of course, Israel has always been a close friend and ally of the United States and was a steadfast ally during the Cold War. Let me go back now to Capitol Hill and to our correspondent, our chief political correspondent, Carl Cameron, who has been standing there at the scene of that unity display that we just saw a short time ago with the leadership of Congress and many members standing behind them. Carl?
Well, hi, Britt. A number of the things that you've been discussing there have been very much on the minds of the lawmakers, both in the Senate and House. Specifically on the budget, we spoke to the Senate Budget Committee Chairman Kent Conrad, and he acknowledged that the Social Security lockbox, the Social Security surplus, has virtually been, quote, kicked down the mall, and that now they are prepared to take a look, and that all defense monies, and in fact, a whole variety of appropriations spending beyond just defense are on the table. The other question that lawmakers are considering very, very carefully is exactly how this happened. There is widespread bipartisan belief that there has been a real problem in the breakdown in counterintelligence. They can't understand how something as coordinated as this appears to be could have taken place. Now, we're hoping to talk to the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Porter Goss, and as soon as he comes over, we'll hopefully get back to you with that, Brett.
We'll try to get to you, Carl. In the meantime, though, we need to get back up to New York for a further update from my colleague Shepard Smith of the extraordinary scene in that city as it attempts to deal with the aftermath of the devastating attacks on the World Trade Center. Shep?
Britt, the cleanup continues downtown right now. Of course, they're still searching for survivors. We do not get to see any of this, quite thankfully. We've been showing you video ad nauseum, excuse me, of the early stages of this when so many people were trying to get away from the World Trade Center. We have very carefully gone through all of the pictures from the ground, and many of our viewers are asking, why aren't you showing us more pictures of the chaos afterward? The very hard and real truth of the matter is that it's not as if we do not have pictures. The truth is we do not have pictures that we choose to air on for you. The scenes of what was happening beneath the 110-story Twin Towers are not proper for a plane went very low over your head, right, Peter?
That's right.
What was it?
It was the explosion of the building crumpling down, and you just heard the sound wave just travel straight across the city from downtown straight uptown.
Did you see the first one collapse, Peter, or did you just hear the first one?
we saw the first one collapse. We were standing here trying to set up the first camera shot, and 1 second it was standing there burning, and the next second all you saw was a puff of smoke, and we just stared and looked and couldn't believe what we were seeing. And at the same time, we couldn't keep our eyes off it. It was amazing, and it was something horrific. I just kept on thinking about the people.
Collapsed onto itself, Peter, and you mentioned that all of it did not fall. There was a bit that didn't.
That was the second tower. It looked, after the first tower fell, it was a matter of minutes, maybe 10 to 15 minutes before the second tower gave way. And when the second tower gave way, you saw what appeared to be like some sort of iron structure, very thin, straight up through the middle of the building that just remained there for a short while the rest of the building was simply collapsing all around. And all we saw was this little stick of iron and left in the air, and eventually that collapsed as well.
And then this noise that you described for me earlier so well.
It was just a rumbling that we thought maybe more planes were coming across or whatever, but the rumbling just, we couldn't believe what we were hearing. We're looking all around, and then we did realize that it was coming from the buildings collapsing and the sound waves coming straight across the city. It was just devastating.
Peter Blangiforti, one of our engineers who's been working tirelessly throughout the day to bring pictures to our viewers. Peter, thanks very much. It was an unbelievable thing to see. Imagine the phone starts ringing, and you look out the window of the box in which you live, elevated above the city, and there is chaos below you. A ride to work doesn't happen. There are no cabs around. The subways are stopped. There are fears that it may happen again, and you walk up to Park Avenue, which so many people have seen in a gorgeous Christmas season, all lit up, and a look directly down Park Avenue, and looming in the distance where the World Trade Center used to stand, an enormous fire and a symbol of America crumbling around it. Osama bin Laden once said, and we do not know that he's responsible for this, but he once said he wanted those to come down. Osama bin Laden, a man of his who was charged in the embassy attacks in Kenya, was scheduled to be sentenced tomorrow morning in a courthouse directly across the street from the spot where the World Trade Center used to stand on this September the 11th, 9/11/01. James Kallstrom is on the line with us, former head of the FBI. Jim, what an enormous task is ahead. How the hell could something like this happen?
Yeah, that's the question. How could it happen? Yet it happened, and it happened with, beyond our, wildest imagination or the wildest horror movie we could ever see. We need now to take care of all the families and the victims and all the people affected by this tragedy. We're a strong country. We'll get over this. We'll be stronger because of it. If you watched, and I know you did, the emergency workers and the volunteers and everyone on the streets of New York, the police officers, you saw a lot of bravery, a lot of camaraderie out there today, a lot of heroism, just like I saw firsthand in TWA. It's a tragedy. Now is not the time to blame and look for scapegoats. There's no one that I know of or ever knew of in law enforcement or the intelligence world. There's no one that I know of or ever knew of in law enforcement or the intelligence world that would ever want something like this to happen. They dedicated their lives to public safety and national security. So we'll be fine. We just have to get through this immense tragedy.
Jim, all of that said, and knowing, of course, that unlike the crash of that plane over which you toiled so tirelessly, there was a second disaster. New York City has the ability to mobilize relief forces like maybe no other in the world. Thousands of police officers converged on World Trade Center, police officers and firemen, before the World Trade Center collapsed on them. How is it possible that the most powerful and informed nation in the history of planet Earth could not know that an enormous coordinated attack on 4 fronts against the 2 towers of the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and presumably Camp David, was happening and nobody knew?
Well, that's the question that everyone will be looking for answers to. But let me tell you this, the notion that we would know everything in the world and we'll know the intentions of every madman operating in small cells in the world, and that through technical resources and through limited people on the ground around the world over the course of the last couple of decades for a host of reasons, that we would know all this. We would hope to know it all. We would hope to never let anything like this happen. But it has happened. And I can tell you it hasn't happened because of malice or forethought. I don't know why it's happened. I don't know why we didn't get that bit of information that we got to stop the blind shake from blowing up the Holland Tunnel and the Lincoln Tunnel.
Yeah.
Oh, the bit of luck we had in the Philippines when Ramzi Yosef was about, 3 hours away or a day away from blowing up 10 jumbo jets simultaneously.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that, Shepard. It is the question.
Well,
I think we should put that answer off for a while,
Indeed.
and let's tend to other business.
What does Jim, I got to go in just a second, but what does the FBI do now? How does it come together? What resources does it mount, and how does it challenge them and just channel them in just the hours here after this disaster?
The FBI is working 24 hours a day. It'll work 24 hours a day till people drop from exhaustion. That's why people join the FBI, to protect our society and protect our public safety. It didn't happen today through their best efforts, and they will work tirelessly to bring to the National Command Authority in Washington specific, articulated information on who did this. It's a short list on their chalkboard, and hopefully everyone gets behind the President of the United States and the National Command Authority, and we do what we have to do here.
James Kallstrom, friend of the family here, and former overseer of TWA Flight 800. Jim, good to talk to you. Thank you.
Yes, Shepard.
Well, what we know now is that an unprecedented search and rescue effort has been mounted. He mentioned the fact that the FBI agents know that it's a 24-hour-a-day job. Well, New York's finest and New York's bravest know the same. They came to work at 9 o'clock this morning. They are still at work and will still be at work for the foreseeable future. The United States military sending in a couple of aircraft carriers to serve as hospitals in our waters. The military being brought in, the National Guard activated, and cries for calm across Manhattan this night. The psychology of this sort of thing is very well documented in strikes in Oklahoma City and other places. We know how this works now. There is initial grief and sorrow. Then as the numbers begin to mount and we realize the horror of it all, that becomes deeper. Then comes the anger. In the heartland of America, where you turn to the person next to you and the person next to you looks just like you, they're nothing but hugs. But there are certainly concerns now that as this moves forward in a city like New York, in a place like Penn Station or Grand Central Station, where the person standing next to you doesn't always look like you and may sometimes look only by chance like someone who may have been responsible, that cooler heads need to prevail. The Heartland stood and gave a very fine example of how Americans can stand as one. And the prayer is this night that the same thing will happen in the cities of Washington and New York in the days to come. It's a massive effort underway. David Lee Miller is watching over it now in southern Manhattan. David Lee, what's the scene there?
Set the mood for you right now. There is no electricity at this hour in lower Manhattan. The lights you see behind me are the emergency equipment and battery-powered news crews. The scene here is really nothing less than surreal. In many ways, it reminds me of a Hollywood disaster movie. But this time there are no special effects. Everything we see here is all too real. Just a short time ago, we were reminded of that when building number 7, World Trade Building number 7, also collapsed. We have some tape of that, and you can see what happened here at about 5:40 Eastern Time. The building all day long was engulfed in flames. Authorities feared it was going to collapse. There were engineers at the scene, and they feared that it was going to collapse to the south, and that is exactly what happened. And when it did, a huge plume of black smoke went up, and the emergency crews and the media were forced to leave the immediate area. Now, what you can hear right now, I'm going to pan over here, is some of the heavy equipment that is being brought down into lower Manhattan right now. So far, to date, they have been hampered in their emergency efforts because of the fire and the third building collapse. But one of the National Guardsmen told me that they expect that rescue efforts are going to begin in earnest tomorrow morning. And now, exactly how many people are buried under that rubble, dead or alive, still too difficult to say. We do know that some 50,000 people worked in the World Trade Center. And now the AP is reporting, Shepard, that of the 400 firemen who came here to help, 200 are feared dead, 78 policemen, New York City's finest, are missing. So no doubt we expect that the death toll is going to dramatically increase in the next few days. Mayor Giuliani says that's how long it is going to take to get some type of serious estimate as to how many people here actually died. One interesting note to all this that I think you alluded to a moment ago, the National Guardsmen here are not ignoring the fact that today's date is 9/11, and there are at least some here, Shep, who thinks that is no accident. Back to you.
David Lee Miller live for us in Lower Manhattan. United Airlines, American Airlines, 911, all symbols and attacking symbols of the United States, its pride, and even its freedom. This night there are people across the tri-state area of New York, across the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area in Virginia and Maryland, and folks across the country who had friends and relatives who were in these buildings who were wondering at this very hour whether their relatives are okay. So many in there at the moment that at this hour they simply cannot get a handle on who is where, who was where, who's missing, and who perished. That could take days, and this night the churches and synagogues and mosques of this community are loading up with people who are going to say a prayer for those who have been lost and the families of those left behind. Franklin Graham, son of the Reverend Billy Graham, has been carrying on his crusade as the Reverend Graham is resting. Franklin Graham, good to see you. Such a sad day for people around the world.
It is, and my prayers are with all the victims of this great tragedy, and we pray especially for their families and their loved ones, and of course we do pray for our president, that God will give him wisdom, and not only our president, but all of our elected officials. This is a time where America needs to come together, and we need to be strong. This isn't the end. This, I'm afraid, is the beginning of a very long and difficult process. I've been traveling now to the Middle East for 40 years. I've made over 30 trips to places like Afghanistan. I've seen for myself these terrorists, these Islamic militants. They hate the United States. They hate us because they see us as the defender of Israel. They hate us because they see us as a Christian nation. They see our faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. And there are these militants that want to do everything they can to bring down this nation. And there are nations out there that harbor these people. And I hope that this country recognizes that this is a war, and that we not just slap somebody on the hand, but we go after these people and the nations that support them and bring them down. This is terrible. This could happen again tomorrow and the next day if we're not careful, and we better wake up.
Franklin Graham, live with us. Franklin, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I want to go to Britt Hume now in Washington. Britt?
Shep, thanks very much. Extraordinary to hear a man of God such as Franklin Graham speaking in that way. But in that regard, you know, we heard a condemnation, a public condemnation earlier this day from Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat about this horrible act, as I believe he called it. However, from today's column in the Palestinian Authority official daily, the following quotation: "The suicide bombers of today are the noble successors of their noble predecessors, the Lebanese suicide bombers who taught the U.S. Marines a tough lesson in Lebanon and then with no preconditions threw the last of the remaining enemy Israeli soldiers out of the security zone. Those suicide bombers are the salt of the earth, the engines of history. They're the most honorable people among us." Now, of course, that is today's edition of that. It doesn't speak of the suicide bombers in this country necessarily, but there you get a sense of the attitude about suicide bombings as it's held among some of the Palestinians, certainly, at least. And let's turn now to, as the criticisms continue to pour in from various quarters about this being a terrible intelligence failure, let's turn to Carl Cameron, standing with a man who has oversight of our intelligence agencies. Carl?
Thanks, Britt. Yes, he is the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Porter Goss. And, sir, we were talking a little bit about the degree to which our intelligence community never saw this coming and what that means for national security. What's your assessment?
Well, I think that that's a little bit of a misstatement, that the intelligence community never saw it coming. We have a lot of people working very hard on the terrorist target, and we've had a lot of alerts. It is true, as far as I know, that our intelligence community had absolutely no specific items on the events, the tragic events that took place, and apparently a very well orchestrated, very well organized, somewhat sophisticated planning approach earlier today. I think that anybody who thinks that our intelligence community or any of our national security assets can guarantee Americans 100%, whether they're at home or abroad, obviously doesn't understand the nature of the terrorist world today. There are some nasty people out to give us horrible surprises. We are a easy target for them. We are an open society. We pride ourselves in our freedom and our First Amendment. It is not hard to go about doing destruction on us. So we as a society are going to have to take a good close look at how about we go about our daily business and find out how much vigilance is reasonable, self-vigilance. Now, when you get on an airplane, you're asked questions. You go through a metal detector. You have to show a picture of yourself now. That's because of terrorism. Many people have forgotten that. We've had a horrible reminder today. I suspect we'll have more proposals for tighter regulations, and a degree of how much regulation and how much freedom is what this debate will really be.
We're going to run out of time quite quickly. Let me just quickly ask you about your assessment of the world stage now. Just a moment ago before we began, you talked about this being a whole new world.
I think it is. I think it's the nature of the threat against the United States of America has changed very dramatically. We have to understand that. We have to have different capabilities. It changes our policies, our relationships overseas, and I think a lot of things we started out thinking at the beginning of the day were very naive, and I think by the end of the day we're in a situation we are going to have to take a good, cold, fresh look at virtually everything we do overseas and who we are and how we go about our business as the world's leading democracy.
Porter Goff, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, sir, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Britt, we should note for our viewers that Mr. Goss is a man of very measured statements, and he included earlier in his suggestion that everything needs to be looked at, such things as Israeli policy towards Israel, as well as the entire defense appropriations process. In essence, everything he said is different than the way it was before this day began. Britt?
Indeed, Carl, thank you very much. I think all of us have had the thought as we have watched these events unfold today that nothing would ever quite be the same in the United States, militarily, politically, and perhaps in terms of our freedom of movement. Jim Angle, you heard what Porter Goss had to say. One can imagine that there will be, perhaps tonight, forthcoming from the President, proposals for new and further more intense intelligence operations.
I'm sure there will be, and there will be plenty of criticisms of the intelligence community. But we have to remember, Britt, it is almost impossible to know about all of these things. Earlier tonight, the Defense Secretary said terrorists can attack any time in any place with any technique, and it just isn't possible to protect against that. I think what Representative Goss was saying is, yes, you can follow this. The intelligence community was aware of the general threat. They didn't know about this specific threat. We know what a risk this is. There are a lot of resources being put on this, but you simply cannot say the intelligence community must be held responsible for not knowing every single terrorist act.
One senses, Fred, though, in political terms, that this is not a good time to be a senior official at U.S. intelligence agency, any of the U.S. intelligence agencies, wouldn't you imagine?
No, no, it's not a good time. Certainly there'll be congressional hearings and there'll be a lot of second-guessing and so on. But, Britt, one of the problems is that the intelligence agencies are hamstrung to a certain extent in going about their business. They can't pretend to be journalists, and they can't hire actual terrorists themselves
as
sources, who are the people who really know what's going to happen.
These are all things there's going to be much talk about in the days ahead. We're going to interrupt our coverage from here and go back to New York, where there will be coming up just at the top of the hour in just a few seconds a special edition of the O'Reilly Factor with Bill O'Reilly, who will continue our coverage. And that concludes our end of it here from Washington. Now to Bill O'Reilly.
Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly reporting tonight from Long Island. Thanks for watching, and we continue now with Fox News Channel's continuous coverage of the terrorist attack on America. I'm approximately 30 miles away from the Fox studios in Manhattan because authorities have sealed the island, and this is the closest facility I could get to. Not since Pearl Harbor has there been so much national rage, but this time the object of our anger is not so clearly defined. With so many innocent Americans dead and injured, it is natural and correct for all of us to seek justice and be preoccupied with hunting down, to use President Bush's term, those cowards who have slaughtered American civilians. In the next hour, we will bring you non-interrupted coverage of the human toll of this sneak attack. We have scores of correspondents standing by to bring you anything that breaks, and we will hear from some of the people whose lives have been altered forever. It is impossible for any news agency to convey the pain that the families of the victims are feeling tonight, even though it has been said 1,000 times, prayer and sympathy are the only things we can give them. The United States is the most powerful nation the world has ever seen, and tonight that power is being harnessed to combat the brutal killers that have caused the destruction you're looking at right now. I have every confidence that justice will be done. Moments after the first hijacked plane crashed into the World Trade Center, shortly before 9 in the morning Eastern Time, we dispatched O'Reilly Factor producer Dan Cohen to the scene. Dan is an emergency medical technician as well as a journalist and quickly found himself in the middle of hell. Dan Cohen joins us now from our New York studio. Dan, what was the one image that stays with you above all others?
Well, the one image would have to be that whole tower coming down. When the first tower came down, we were directly underneath it, and I heard what I thought was another jet coming. I thought it was going to hit the plane, and turned out that it was actually the building. I looked up, and it was like the pictures you see of buildings being imploded just in slow motion coming right down toward us. We ran as fast as we could, 2 or 3 blocks, and luckily made it out past the debris. We got hit by a big cloud of white smoke. But
all right, and later on you went back, and you were in the middle of the dead and dying, correct?
Yeah. We pretty much immediately, as soon as we ran from that first tower collapsing, the smoke started to settle a little bit, and we could hear that there were still people back in the smoke cloud. So myself and a bunch of firemen and some other EMTs ran back in, not too far, but just into the smoke to where the people were, and started pulling people out.
How did you handle it? I mean, you
don't really think about it when it's going on. I mean, you mentioned that I'm an EMT. I've never obviously seen anything like this, but at the moment you're just thinking what to do. You're not really.
Well, but when you see somebody who's just died, Dan, I mean, it must have an effect on you as a human being.
It doesn't have an effect at that exact moment. It's not until later when you can really think about it and take it all in that it has an effect. At that time, there's the adrenaline, there's everything happening, and we really just needed to get the people that were not dying out or as far away as we could.
How many people did you work on yourself?
Altogether, probably 40 or 50. It was just stabilizing them, getting them out either to an ambulance or to some sort of help, and then going back in and taking the next person.
Did you have conversations with the people?
Yeah, I did. As we were taking them out, we tried to calm them down, tried to reassure them, tell them, you know, that they just kept saying, "I can't believe it." They were completely distraught, and we would tell them, you know, "You're out, you made it, you're okay, the worst is over." But many people, especially the firemen, were worried about the people that did not make it out. One of the firemen that I took out, I said, "How many firemen are in there?" And he said, "Thousands." And I said, "No, I mean, how many firemen are in the building?" And he said, "Thousands." And he started crying. All the firemen were in tears because they knew that most of them did not make it out.
Right. And also, the firemen right now, they tell us there are 250 New York City firefighters who are missing. And what happened there was that after the initial explosion that you see now, firefighters and police both rushed into the building to help people out. But then, about an hour later, as firefighters and rescue workers were still working, the building collapsed, as Dan described, and a lot of those people were trapped inside. Is that about what happened, Dan?
That's exactly it. Like I said, the first tower came down, we went back, it moved our position further away from the building and started working on the people that were in that dust cloud. And I'd say, I don't know how many minutes later, but a few minutes later, somebody yelled, "The tower's leaning." We looked up and saw the second tower coming down, and once again, just hightailed it, this time all the way to the water. But like you said, in between those times, there were a lot of people rushing in, a lot of firemen going in, and there were firemen even up on the higher levels of the building trying to rescue.
So firemen had gone up to try to rescue people,
Yeah.
and one of the most horrific images that we all as Americans have seen today were people hanging out of windows 100 stories high. You could see smoke and flames behind them. They were trapped, looking down to see if there was anybody to help them. Of course, there wasn't. And I understand some of those people actually jumped out of the windows.
Right. When I first arrived on the scene, and I was split up into a unit with the New York City Fire Department, they, I believe, were going to have us start going to get some of the people that were jumping. They were, when I got there was people, I'd say about 10 people jumping from the top of the building out.
And of course, they were killed instantly because there was really nowhere for them to jump to except for concrete.
They were jumping from levels that were so high, there's no way they would.
Right, and there's just no way authorities could have gotten them, but it was either that or, I guess, another form of death. That's what stayed with me, Dan. We're seeing it now on the screen, these poor, poor people. Now, when you spoke, did any of them feel anger? Did any of them feel... you see, I'm trying to get to the emotion of people that you worked on.
It was more just why people just kept saying, why, oh my God, and more of fear for those who didn't get out. I think the anger probably came a little later when they had time to calm down, but people were just confused, shocked, and really worried about everyone else who hadn't made it out.
Right, and their own families too, allowing people to know that they're alive. Mm-hmm. People think when something like this happens that it's very orderly, but it isn't. It's just a whole bunch of rescuers there trying to do whatever they can on the spur of the moment, correct?
It was, when I first got there, it was actually quite orderly. I was very impressed. They instantly set up command posts. Like I said, they put me on what they called a fast team with 2 other EMTs from New York City Fire Department. We were going to go in fast, grab as many people as we can, get them out fast. What happened was, as the first and second towers came down, it came down on top of all the orders. So the command post, the treatment area, everything was covered. And from that point on, it was pretty much chaos.
Did you see anybody get buried by debris when it came down? They couldn't get away?
Well, I didn't see them get buried because we were running as fast as we could, but I know that a lot of people did not make... And
the reason that you ran again was that you heard a noise and looked up and saw.
The first time I heard what sounded like, I thought it was another airline. It sounded like a jet about to land basically on our heads. It turned out it was the building coming down.
And you saw it, physically saw it?
Yeah, we heard it first, looked up, and saw it and just started running. The second time, someone actually yelled, "The tower's leaning, the tower's leaning." Everybody just dropped what they were doing and ran.
All right, Dan. Well, we're glad you're safe, and we appreciate the good work you did both as a journalist and as an EMT, and I'm sure that the people that you helped appreciate it as well. I want to go now to freelance photographer Tim Hinton, who barely escaped with his life, and who took some of the most dramatic photos of people who were trapped in the building. Mr. Hinton, sights and sounds, what stays with you above all else?
I think what stays with me the most is after the first building collapsed, I spoke to a few firemen who were heading into the other building, quite bravely and unselfishly, and they grabbed their gear and they went right back in, and I'm sure those guys have passed now. I think the image of those 4 firemen going in is what sticks with me.
Now, you got down there pretty quickly, responded to it. Dan said at first it was pretty orderly, and then when the building started to collapse, all chaos broke out because obviously all the command centers were buried.
Well, I was on the...
Go ahead.
I was on the west side of the buildings during the collapse, and when the buildings came down, it was quite hectic. People were running for cover. We were caught in darkness for a few moments. And then as the dust cleared, me and the firemen were trying to get their gear together so that they could do their jobs, and they were all in shock. They didn't quite know what to do. How to react.
Nobody would. Now we're going to show some of your pictures here that you took of these poor people up there. Tell me, as a photographer, I mean, you've seen a lot of terrible things.
Right.
Is it hard to take a picture of somebody who's going to die in about 10 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, the first couple of jumpers that I saw, I resisted shooting them. I just didn't think it was right. I just actually didn't even think of the fact that I had a camera on me. Then after a few moments, I thought, well, this is what I'm here. I want to show. At that point, I didn't know it was terrorism. I thought it was an accident or something. I really had very little information on the ground there. And I just wanted to show kind of what was happening so that people could see it and that it wouldn't be forgotten.
When you were working and you were photographing, could you hear other people around you and the panic? And did that register while you were trying to shoot your photographs?
Well, it was eerily quiet. The policemen and the firemen were very civilized, very orderly. I think what sticks with me the most is the sprinkling of the glass as it was falling off the World Trade Center and the occasional thump of a body hitting the ground. I think that's really what sticks with me, are those sounds.
How close were you to getting hurt?
Well, at one point I was about 80 yards away from the World Trade Center. I think it was Tower 1, the one with the antenna. And a fireman yelled at me, a captain, you know, get out of here, get out of here. And I said, oh, you know, these guys have to do their job, and I left. And about 30 seconds later, I had removed myself about 100 yards. That's when the building came down onto about 2 dozen fire trucks where I had been formerly.
So you were very lucky to move when you did.
You know, I wouldn't have moved. I thought I was in a great position to get some shots where I was, unless that fire captain had said something to me. Has
that registered that you almost were killed?
Yeah, it's registered that I almost died twice, and that, you know, if that fireman hadn't said anything to me, I wouldn't be here right now.
All right. Thanks, Tom. We appreciate you coming in very much. Okay. Now, I'm going to go to David Lee Miller, who is now currently in Lower Manhattan, because there are still people, according to Mayor Giuliani, alive, buried in the rubble. And there's a problem, David, to get to those people right now, correct?
Very much so. In fact, we're told by one of the National Guardsmen that the rescue efforts in earnest really won't begin until tomorrow at this hour, Bill. And you can see it happening behind me. They're bringing in all this heavy equipment from all over the Northeast, it appears, to really begin what's going to be a very massive digging operation. But up until now, they were very concerned about this World Trade Building number 7 that collapsed at about 5:40. That building, which was in flames, prevented the authorities from getting to those who were trapped, both the dead and those who were still living.
All right. Now, how far are you away right now from where they believe people are alive?
I'd say we're about 7 or 8 blocks away. It's hard for you to see, in fact, but you can hear the sirens. I don't know why there are sirens at this hour, but there are still emergency vehicles down here in Lower Manhattan. There is no electricity at this hour, and there's an eerie sort of glow right in front of the World Trade Center where they do have the emergency equipment and the battery-powered lighting set up. But that is where, at this hour, there are presumably survivors trapped under tons and tons and tons of rubble. The only thing that I can sort of liken this to is the embassy bombings in Nairobi, which I got to report on. But this is the scale of this is just so much more.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
combined with the fact,
we're going to look at,
fact, of course.
We're going to look at, David, when this is all over, it looks like we're going to look at in excess of 10,000 dead here in America. Now, yourself, first, one more question about the survivors. Why are they not digging for people who may be alive and under the rubble tonight? Why are they not doing that tonight? Because they fear other buildings are going to fall down?
Earlier, that's what we were told by one of the National Guardsmen. Now, we were told that they were trying to get some of those who were trapped out from underneath the rubble, but it was not the same effort that we believe will be underway tomorrow. I think up until now, Bill, it has been simply too dangerous. I also believe that if they didn't have the right equipment, you can't be digging through this stuff with your bare hands. It's going to take some of this specialized equipment, cranes and tractors that will be brought in here. Otherwise, I think there's the risk that some of those who are trapped and the rescuers themselves could be harmed.
Okay,
Bill?
And we might tell the audience that around the World Trade Center, one building has already collapsed and some structures have been weakened. So authorities do not know how strong those structures are, whether they will collapse, and obviously they have to be very deliberate. Now, David, I heard you earlier today. You were almost hurt as well as Tom Hinton was in the early going. You just got out of there barely, correct?
Well, I don't want to sound like an alarmist, but there was about 10 seconds there where I actually questioned whether or not I was going to make it. I was outside the World Trade Center a few blocks away. I don't recall which street. I was arguing with a police officer because I wanted to go closer. He told me, no, it was not safe. I was arguing about presenting my press credentials. Suddenly we heard this enormous sound that we've heard some of your other guests talk about. We looked up, and the building was literally starting to collapse. Someone shouted, run, and we didn't need anyone to tell us to run. We just started to move as fast as we could in the opposite direction, and we saw behind us, over our shoulder, I saw this enormous white cloud of debris and smoke falling around us, and I seemed to stay just a few feet in front of it, and at that point, that's when I made it to a payphone, because there is no communication down here. Most of the cell phones, at least earlier today, were out, and I was able to describe on the air exactly what had happened. But
I wanted to tell you, you're not an alarmist.
Some frightening moments there.
Right. You're not an alarmist, and I just want to tell everybody that Dan Cohen and Tom Hinton and David Lee Miller, I mean, these people are putting their lives at risk going down and covering this story. Now, the other thing is that, and this breaks my heart, there are 200 police and 250 firefighters missing right now, according to city authorities. How are the other police and firefighters reacting to that many of their brothers possibly being dead?
Today we saw both police and firemen literally in tears. We tried to talk to some of the firemen here. One of the battalions just a few blocks away from the World Trade Center. They did not want to go on camera. And you have to remember, Bill, that some of these guys were here in 1993 during the World Trade Center bombing. So they remember that first experience, and combined with this experience, it's just doubly horrific. Some of those who died, we are told, were actually they made it to the 34th floor of the first tower. They were trying to rescue some of those who were trapped inside. Some of them got out. They realized the building was going to collapse. They ran outside, and we're told that they got to an overpass near the West Side Highway here, which runs near the World Trade Center. They were under this overpass, and that's what saved them. But some of the other firemen did not get out, and they are trapped under the rubble this evening. Bill?
All right, David. Thank you very much for that report. It's just a harrowing situation. It's important for all Americans to know the emotion of this story and that something has to be done here. Something has to be done. Now, there were many, many civilians who were have their lives altered forever. We have a package of reaction from people who barely got out with their lives today. Let's roll that.
Back up, everybody! Keep going! It's about 12 minutes. 10:31. 10:31.
Well, when we got down to the bottom floor, we thought we were okay, and then there was a collapse. We don't know what collapsed. There was a collapse of something. The police and fire department told us to go run to the wall and don't look outside. Next thing we know, billowing black smoke just came in, and I mean, it went down my mouth, up my nose, all over the place, and people were hysterical at that time.
Keep going. You're okay.
There was a big shaking. Some of the ceilings collapsed. Looks like there was a fire in the elevator shafts.
The whole floor shook. The building was shaking, and it felt like a bomb hit or a plane hit or something like that. But the whole floor was shaking. A plane did hit. Yeah, and then we looked out the window. All we saw was debris all over the place. But we thought the building was going to topple over. It was going so.
Well, one of them did.
One of them did. We were in Tower 1. We made it out.
We do need to put it down now. I think we need to put it down now. Here we go.
The one just got out of the tunnel in the blue.
The subway tunnel?
Yeah.
The subway.
Yeah.
I saw the building falling down. Saw people jumping from the building from the 100th floor, and I saw the building just coming down. What are you doing?
We just felt a big explosion. I didn't know what after the fact that we talked about, knew it was a plane. I was on the way down. It was pretty calm. There's some small fires, and from the 85 on below, there were small fires and some floods, but it wasn't that bad. And I had just gotten out of the building. I was crossing the street when I heard some rumbling. I saw someone coming off the top of the building. I just ran.
was nowhere to run. People were just falling down on top of each other. People were, you know, panicking. They were scared. You know, here's a 100-foot, you know, here's a 100-story building just collapsing, coming down. Where do you run? You couldn't help nobody. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. If you didn't have an oxygen tank, you couldn't even go in there. You couldn't because of the debris. Concrete would just choke you. All this white that you see in the street is concrete. It's concrete. This is all concrete that you're looking at. Everybody's pretty much depressed, but until we actually get numbers and find out what the actual story is, you know, we only hope and pray for the best.
All right, go down here to James.
My heart broke. My heart bleeds for everybody in there. Civilians, firefighters, police.
You were supposed to be on the 22nd floor?
That's right.
Yeah, but I don't have a cell phone. What? You were on your way into work?
I was late. I guess it wasn't my number.
All right, what are you going to be doing for the next hour?
It wasn't my number.
President Bush is set to address the nation in about 7 minutes. Of course, we will bring you his remarks live. But right now, the investigation of who did this terrible deed is going on in Washington, in New York, in Boston, in Newark, New Jersey, and across the world. Joining us from Washington is James Bamford. He is an investigative reporter who writes about national security issues and intelligence gathering. And also with us is Steve Emerson, a terrorism expert and consultant. Mr. Bamford, this looks like an organized, very methodical, very exact operation, not something like Timothy McVeigh. Somebody said, I believe it might have been Mr. Emerson, that it would have taken months, perhaps years, to plan something like this. Do you concur with that?
Oh, sure. They wanted to get the right kind of plane that was filled with fuel that would act as a big bomb. I think they wanted to have it on a very clear day like today, where they could have a very clear view of the World Trade Center. They had all the flights timed almost to the minute, and this was probably has to be the most accurate terrorist incident I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was a very sophisticated operation. Now, Mr. Emerson, it's floored me that four U.S. airlines could be heard that. Were you?
It is astonishing, but remember that the twin embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania were simultaneous bombings within seconds of each other, and they were countries away. So clearly the MO of this, the person who did it or the organization, has had the precision to carry out such sophistication and the ability to do it on a simultaneous basis. We've never seen this before on the magnitude ever, you know, and the fact is, however, intelligence agencies are pointing to only one organization today that has the capability, wherewithal, the motivation, and has evinced the threat openly to attack American interests in the United States.
All right. I don't know if there's just one organization. I mean, it certainly points to that organization, but there are sophisticated countries around the world who could pull this off. But I was struck by the fact that I believe, as an American traveling and flying a lot, that it's pretty hard to hijack an airplane in this country. But it looks like these guys didn't have any problem.
Well, they used knives, I think, instead of guns, and they got them in. Maybe they slipped them in their shoes and got them through the metal detector. The point was they managed to get it through the metal detector twice in Boston and in Dulles Airport, which is very strict. It just shows that it's very porous. If you want to get the weapon through, you can do it.
Well, yeah, that's what stunned me, because I thought that a knife would be picked up. My keys are picked up. You know, if you have a blade that's made of iron or metal or some kind of thing like that, it would be picked up. And then again, there are questions of how do you hijack a plane with a knife when you have 90 people looking at you?
Well, if you have somebody willing to hold somebody's neck up to the knife and then threaten to slit their throat, which may have happened, and then go into the cockpit and commandeer it, We don't know what would happen. I think we're going to find out a little bit once either the cockpit recorders or some of the transmissions between the cockpit and the ground stations at the airports are made public, or at least analyzed sufficiently by the intelligence and FAA. But I think that the restrictions on entering airports through the X-ray machines are really much more psychological. They're not very intrusive. I've gone through many times with keys that look like razor-sharp objects, never been stopped. And I think, you know, we've accustomed ourselves to a level of comfort now that was really not warranted.
You certainly shattered today. Now, Mr. Bamford, I'm a pretty astute observer of the world, and I don't know any organizations other than Arabs who are willing to lose their lives in suicide missions because, of course, they feel when they do that, they go to heaven immediately. Is there anybody else that might be able to carry this thing out psychologically?
Well, I just think it's too early to speculate on who did it. I mean, there's a lot of other things to speculate on, such as how did the intelligence community miss this, or what is the intelligence community...
What I'm saying to you is that suicide bombers are linked to Arab causes. Are there any other organizations in the world that you know of that do use suicide bombers?
I don't know. I don't know of any.
Do you, Mr. Emerson?
No, and certainly no organization that has persistently carried it out against Western interests, against the United States in the past, and has said they will. I have a statement here from Osama bin Laden that he issued in June of this year, openly talking about taking the jihad and martyrdom operations into the United States. So clearly, you know, this type of Islamic fundamentalist threats should have been taken more seriously.
Well, I think it was taken seriously, but I'm not exactly sure why Mr. bin Laden was allowed to roam around for 8 years, even if the Afghan government were protecting him as a fugitive in the United States. And, you know, we had the incident over in Yemen with the coal, yet the man was simply allowed to exist, which, you know, confuses me, but I'm sure we'll get answers on that.
Well, the NSA had tracked bin Laden for a number of years. They even were playing tape recordings of bin Laden speaking to his mother for visitors to NSA. And then about a year ago, according to people I talked to at NSA, they lost him. They couldn't find him. The communications became too technical, and it was too difficult for NSA to eavesdrop on his communications and trace him. So bin Laden got away, and now we found out what happened, if this is, in case, his actions.
Yeah,
Are you convinced, Mr. Emerson, that Mr. bin Laden is at the source of this?
I'm not convinced. It's too premature. Look, I'm reflecting some, you know, informed speculation as well as some of the intelligence information that's coming out right now. The bottom line, however, is if I look back a year and a half ago when the National Commission on Terrorism released its report, it was poo-pooed as histrionic, as bashing Muslims, and it was a report that openly stated the country is vulnerable, we have to develop better human sources, and we've got to take more aggressive action overseas. And the whole report was condemned by you know, a liberal intelligentsia that I think now is learning to eat its words.
Do you see that way, Mr. Bamford?
Well, I just don't like to speculate on it.
No, I mean about the report not being taken seriously.
Oh, I think it was taken very seriously, and I thought there was a lot of intelligent people that put a lot of comments into that report. I think there were a lot of problems with the Oklahoma bombing where a lot of people came out and speculated wrongly at first, and that's why I think that speculating at this point is...
No, well, nobody wants to speculate, but there are facts involved in what happened today, and if the report was issued that warned and it wasn't taken seriously, certainly we need to look at it that way. Gentlemen, we appreciate your time very much tonight, and we're going to go now to Shepard Smith, who is awaiting President Bush. President Bush will issue a statement from the White House. It was interesting because his advisors, President Bush's advisors, told him, not all of them, but some of them said, look, it might be better for you to go to NORAD headquarters in Colorado and lay low for a couple of days until we can figure out, you know, if there's going to be any follow-up attacks, if it's secure in Washington. The president did not want to do that, and politically it was a very wise move because the country needs to hear from him, and they need to see him in charge in Washington and know that authorities have control of the situation. So he's supposed to come up at 8:30 And we will bring you his remarks, and then if he ends before 9 o'clock, we'll come back with some more analysis of what is being said and what is being done and what happened today. So, Shepard, are you there, standing by? Want to take it from us right now, and then throw it back to us if we have some time before 9 o'clock?
We'll do that, Bill. Thanks very much. I am Shepard Smith in New York, awaiting the President's remarks, scheduled to begin just about a minute and a half from now. Latest word from the World Trade Center. The southern end of Manhattan, where the lights are off this evening, the gas is shut off, and a massive search and rescue effort is underway, and hampered by darkness and the fact that all the machinery necessary is not on hand. The West Side Highway on Manhattan's west side, which goes all the way from the George Washington Bridge to Lower Manhattan, now loaded, according to our correspondents, with lights and sirens, ambulances by the hundreds, literally, waiting to go to Lower Manhattan. The most recent reports on metro wires in the city of New York, rescuers have been told that, quote, once the smoke clears, it's going to be massive bodies. This according to Brian Stark, an ex-Navy paramedic who volunteered to help. He said the paramedics had been told that hundreds of police and firefighters are now missing. First reports of the dead are devastating. A firefighter union official has now said that as many as 200 firefighters were killed in the fire and collapse of the World Trade Center buildings. A police source says at least 78 of New York's finest are now missing. Mike Carter of the Firefighters Union said Cardinal Egan, whose administrator, gave rights to dozens of victims, and firefighters and police were, quote, dead in great numbers. They arrived at the foot of the World Trade Center this morning, minutes before the World Trade Center collapsed. Dozens of fire trucks in the streets and 110 stories dropped on their heads. The President of the United States to speak now to the nation. Let's go directly to the White House.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
President George W. Bush speaking from the Oval Office as the fire continues to burn at the Pentagon, at the National Security Agency there, and the rubble continues to pile up in southern Manhattan. The president insisted today that thousands of lives were suddenly ended today, and now saying that he promised to commit the full resources of the nation's intelligence and law enforcement communities to find the terrorists responsible and to bring them to justice. There is an urgent plea out this evening for blood in the New York City area. The blood supply said to be dangerously low. For those who are in the New York City area and can help, they ask that you call 1-800-933-BLOOD. That's 1-800-933-BLOOD for locations in Metro New York. And for those who would like to help with the Red Cross, 1-800-HELP-NOW. We're back with continuing coverage at the top of the hour. Now let's continue with the O'Reilly Factor. Bill O'Reilly stuck out on Long Island as the bridges and tunnels are closed. He's broadcasting from the studios of News 12 Long Island this evening, and our thanks to them. Bill?
Okay, Shepard, thank you very much. Let's go to Washington, D.C. now and check in with the former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, who is a Fox News analyst. Speaker, I want to talk about repercussions and how you see this story playing out in the next week. Anything come immediately to mind?
Well, Bill, let me just say that I think the greatest danger for America is to use the language you just used. And I don't mean to be confrontational, but I want to make a point here. This is not a story. This is the most serious attack on American civilians in the history of the United States. For many, many years, there was a myth around the planet that you could set off bombs in Europe, you could set off bombs in Asia, you could set off bombs in Israel, but you didn't come to America. Starting with the World Trade Center bombing a few years ago, that myth began to be challenged. Today, we crossed a watershed in American history. And the question now is, since our enemies have declared war on us, what will we do? And I'm very, very concerned that we'll gradually go back to finding some way to have business as usual. This is an enormous historic moment.
All right, but you just answered my question, because repercussions of what this is all about right now. So we have oil, for example, jumping $6 a barrel today. We have reports of people going to the grocery stores and being kind of panicky. We have reports of some Congress people being disenchanted with the intelligence community. We have all of those things in play. Do you...
I've lost you, I think.
Anything be addressed immediately, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, I think my hope is that in the next day or so, the President will go to a joint session of Congress. My hope is the President will ask for a declaration of war against terrorists and against any who harbor them. And my hope is that the Congress will give the intelligence community both the power it needs and the money it needs, and that the Congress will give the Defense Department the authority and the resources to do whatever it takes.
All right, let me stop you there.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not getting you.
Me now, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Shepard Smith in New York, I believe we've lost Bill O'Reilly's connection. He's picking up on the conversation. As we move forward now, how important is it that the right tone be set, not only in this city and in Washington, but across the nation? Mr. Speaker, there are very real fears now that people will begin to look at their neighbors in a different way, and that there really could be trouble down the road.
Look, the trouble's here. There are thousands of Americans dead tonight. And I think, look at the loss of life in New York City. Look at the attack on the Pentagon. Look at the airplane crash in, near Pittsburgh. The fact is, we as a country need to express our anger by turning it into effective action. And the action oughtn't to be directed at some witch hunt at the intelligence agencies, which I heard about today, or some other scapegoat effort. The action ought to be to say to every country in the world that hosts terrorists,
Mr. Speaker,
we will do what it takes to stop you.
I hate to...
All right, Mr. Speaker, I'm back online here.
Yes, sir.
You know, and we want to tell everybody that we are live and we are reacting to what's happened, which is why you're seeing pictures of the Pentagon situation now. And we have a few technical problems. But we know from intelligence reports that Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, countries like this, even Yemen, a few other Middle Eastern countries, do harbor terrorists. Libya, right. They have camps there. I mean, we know this from satellites reconnaissance. We know these things, and we've known them for decades. Are you saying tonight that we need to take action against these countries for what they've done in the past, or do we have to develop new information?
Look, as long as there was terrorism outside the United States, we were diplomatic, we were pressuring, but this is different. This morning, the forces of evil who are organized for terrorism declared war on the American people. The only question we have now is whether the American elites have the nerve to declare war back.
But when you say declare war back, I want you to be as specific as is extremely important.
I mean, if we reach a conclusion, and I'm not prejudging it, if we reach a conclusion that this is Osama bin Laden and this is his organizations, then we say systematically, starting with Afghanistan, turn those people over to us, or we will use whatever level of force is necessary. And the reason, Bill, is very straightforward. If we allow this to go unpunished, if we go back to business as usual, I think there will be more attacks in this country. I think our enemies will become bolder. The price of oil goes down when America is strong and certain. The price of oil goes up when our enemies think they can get away with it.
All right. Well,
it's a political price.
I know what you're saying,
price.
but you see, the problem is, as we just heard, is that we don't know where Osama bin Laden is. We don't know where he is.
Bill, CNN interviewed him, ABC interviewed him, Time Magazine interviewed him, the British interviewed him. The fact is, and every interview I believe was in Afghanistan, the notion that reporters can find bin Laden when he wants to be found, and we can't figure out from those reports where he is, I think we could, in fact, bring dramatically more power to bear. And my point's simple. There are forces on this planet who are trying to get weapons of mass destruction. What we saw today is a warning. And if we don't rid the planet of systematic terrorism, and we don't make it impossible for nation states to harbor terrorists, to harbor training camps, to harbor refugee areas, to basically create the entire understructure of these terrorist groups, we are going to pay an unending price for the rest of our lifetimes.
All right. What is your reaction to the pictures that we saw in Palestine where some Arabs over there were rejoicing in the streets?
Look, the Palestinian people have been told by their leadership for a generation to hate Israel, to hate America. Arafat has publicly talked about the great joys of going to heaven and the great honor of being a bomber. Why would we expect people who have been propagandized for a generation to behave differently than we've seen them behave? I don't blame any of the Palestinian people. They've been told that over and over again. But I think we've got to take accountable for ourselves. What are our actions going to be when we lose thousands of Americans? And our actions have to be decisive and firm. I don't think we can talk ourselves out of this. I don't think witch hunting the CIA is going to cut it. I don't think having a FBI investigative team is going to do it. This is an act of war, and we need to respond as a country by being prepared to declare war, and that legally liberates the Central Intelligence Agency and liberates the Defense Department to get serious. And then I think we need to say to Sudan, to Afghanistan, and to any other country that's harboring these people, turn them over to us or pay the consequences directly and militarily for your behavior.
All right. Do you have confidence in the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency that they can pinpoint movements of people like Osama bin Laden and that they have enough intelligence? Because, as you know, for President Bush to go
think we lost Bill again.
He has to, can you hear me now, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe we will have...
Wait a minute, let me finish my question. For him to go in there and to bomb them or invade them, he's got to convince our allies that he has enough evidence to do it. And do you have enough confidence that the CIA and other intelligence agencies can that evidence?
I believe I'm right in saying we've already indicted him for being behind the bombing of 2 American embassies. We've already indicted him for being behind the bombing of Americans and American allies in Saudi Arabia. I mean, I'm not prejudging what happened today in New York City and Washington as being bin Laden, but my guess is within a very few days we'll know pretty clearly whether or not this was bin Laden, and that'll give us some opportunity to then make a decision.
All right.
All I am saying is when we will find who did this. We've been very consistently effective in doing that. When we find who did this, I think we have to say we are seriously at war with terrorism, not merely this is a criminal justice problem. I don't want to bring these people to justice. I want to defeat them in such a way that no other party watching the experience will decide that they want to do something to American civilians.
All right, Mr. Speaker, thanks very much. We appreciate, as always, your point of view. And I want to go now to Washington, where Mr. Speaker is, to 3 counterintelligence, counterterrorist experts, I should say. First joining us from Boston, I should say, is David Hunt, who is a retired Army colonel and security expert. And in Washington, terrorist expert James Dunnigan. I'm sorry, he's in New York. I'll get this right. Boston is Colonel Hunt, Mr. Dunnigan in New York, and in Washington, Ambassador Edward Walker, the Assistant Secretary for Near Eastern Affairs. We'll start with you, Mr. Secretary. Do you agree with Newt Gingrich that we've got to go in there and militarily solve this situation?
I would agree with him. We are in a state of war, and I think the President was right to declare war on terrorism. It's not just a military problem, though. It may partially be a military problem, in which case we have the forces and the capability to do something about it. But it is also a diplomatic problem and a leadership problem. It's time we found out who our friends are and who is going to stand with us in a global attack on the concept of terrorism. This is something that affects everyone. Everyone has a fundamental interest in it, and it's time to stop making excuses.
All right. Now, Mr. Dunnigan in New York, do you buy the fact that the Central Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, can pinpoint the movements of a person like Osama bin Laden? We can get him, we know where he is, and take him out relatively quickly? Do you buy that?
There would be nothing relatively quickly about this. Afghanistan is landlocked. Most likely we'd have to make a deal with the Russians to go in there. It's not easy searching for people in Afghanistan, but if we put enough troops in there, yeah, the CIA and the NSA can get enough information to help us run them down. It's a matter of will. If you want them bad enough, you'll get them. And that will discourage terrorism. We saw that before when we bombed Gaddafi. They do respond to force, but as has been pointed out, there are diplomatic costs to be paid.
All right. Well, I think at this point we're beyond diplomatic costs.
You're never beyond
you agree,
diplomatic
Colonel Hunt
costs.
in Boston? I think the diplomatic costs are pretty much down the drain with more than 10,000 Americans dead.
I think have we had enough yet?
Yeah, we have had enough yet.
I don't know. I hear diplomats. I hear, look, we've had the Cole, we've had the guys in Saudi Arabia. I think you're right. It could be over 10,000 guys, men and women killed. Are we mad enough now? Have we had enough? We have the capability. We have not had the political will it takes to go get these guys. The answer to the question about Afghanistan is no. As of now, we have not had anybody inside Afghanistan hunting him. We've hamstrung the finest intelligence community, the finest military, special forces, special operations guys in the world for the last 10 years. We have not let them do their jobs.
When you say we, I didn't have anything to do with this, and I'm sure you didn't either. Who's we?
Look, we all voted. Well, we're all in this one. We've just been attacked. Okay, my kids are scared. Our wives are scared. They just attacked and killed. It took 4 airplanes. We've been telling airports. I ran a hijacking exercise in Boston 10 years ago. Okay, getting ready, helping them. The FAA has been doing this all over the country. This is not new news that airports are vulnerable.
All right, but what I'm saying to you is when you say we didn't have the will, are you saying that our political leaders...
Look, all of us. Look, we have not been talking on television, and I've been on Fox a lot. We haven't been talking for the last 10 years. Every time someone gets on and says, we need to go get somebody, we get this wall of opinion that maybe not the political correct thing to do.
All right. Mr. Secretary, do you agree with that the nation has not had the will to deal with these people in the past?
I think that's true. I think, frankly, that we have got to make sure that when we are going after somebody, we're going to get the help we need. During the Gulf War, we had an enormous cooperation throughout most of the world in trying to defend ourselves against terrorist attacks mounted by Iraq. It was effective because the world started to cooperate with us. When they don't cooperate with us, we can attack, we can do things, but we can't stop this concept of terrorism unless everybody pitches in and starts doing their job. That's what we need now.
Mr. Dunnigan, you're a terrorist expert. You must know that an attack of this magnitude would unleash the full power of the United States. So if you know it and I know it, certainly the terrorists who did this know it. Do they care?
You're not dealing with rational operators here. It's like World War II. The Navy anticipated everything about Japan except the kamikaze. We're dealing with kamikazes. They all expect to go to heaven, you know, for their cause. That's a very different kind of enemy. You can fight them. We defeated the Japanese in World War II, but it's going to cost you a little more than you expect. It can be done. It probably should be done, but still keep coming.
But they don't really care whether we attack them. Is that what you're saying?
No, but we care if we attack them, because if we attack them and destroy them, they don't attack us.
But there are so many of them, are there
not? That many of them, no. What makes Osama bin Laden particularly effective is his organizational skills. There are very few people in the Arab and the Islamic world who want to become suicide bombers. He has the managerial skills to gather them all together, to train them, to screen them, and to deploy them. He's a very rare individual like that. If we destroy Osama bin Laden, there may be another one out there. But until Osama number 2 shows up, we have a period of peace.
Are you convinced that it was bin Laden?
Right now, he's the likely suspect. I'd be very surprised if it was anyone else, because the only other people in the world that we know of that use suicide bombers are the Tamil Tigers in Sri Lanka, and they don't operate internationally.
Well, how about Hamas? Hamas is a pretty dastardly outfit.
Hamas is all part of the same, you know, organization, so to speak. Not the organization per se, but they all belong to the same club. The Sri Lankans are Hindus.
All right. Now, Colonel Hunt, I asked Newt Gingrich this question. I'm going to ask you, because you're kind of a hawk. We know in the past that nations like Libya, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, and a few of the other Arab countries have harbored terrorist camps where they train people to do these kinds of things. Would you take action against those countries for what they have done in the past?
And carpet bomb them. Look, I mean, there's no question. Look, what have we done? What did we do about? It's not about being a hawk, Bill. What did we do in Lebanon when they blew up the barracks? What did we do in Saudi Arabia when they killed all those great Air Force guys? What have we done about the coal? And what did we do about we brought people to trial? Okay, we have known where these people are, okay, and we haven't gone after them. Okay, I would, and if we, in all due respect to the current secretary, if we line up for world opinion, it isn't going to happen. Okay, they have come after the United States of America. It is time to stop talking, go find them, and kill them.
How methodical would you be about it, though, if we react and we make a mistake?
I don't want. I'm not talking about wiping out countries that haven't involved. We can pinpoint, if we allow our national intelligence community, we allow our investigative powers, we put money on the street, we put the right people at this problem, we'll find them. And then we take, and I mean, once we get the organization, but I want the country that housed them. I want the country that allowed them to operate. They've got to pay. They've got to be a payment there also.
Mr. Secretary, there is a law signed by President Ford that says that members of the United States cannot assassinate anybody, members of the U.S. government. So in the past, when we had to do that, we used the British Special Services to do it for us. Do you believe that that will be changed by President Bush? Will we be allowed to assassinate our enemies?
I don't know whether he's going to take action like that. I certainly hope he does not. I don't think that we should be luring ourselves to the level of others. But I want to make it very clear. I'm not suggesting that we line up and allow the international community to tell us what to do. I'm saying that we should tell the international community what to do. And if our friends don't stick with us, then they're going to have to pay a price, too. That's what we have to do. We have to get serious about this, and our friends have to know that if they don't cooperate, that they're going to be taking a price and paying a price in terms of our own friendship.
All right. Wouldn't it be possible for the President and Congress to declare war on terrorism or terrorist states, and there, under the blanket of the declaration of war, be able to go in and take out, assassinate, murder not murder, but kill people like Osama bin Laden?
Well,
wouldn't that be possible?
Under the conditions of war, you have a different set of rules that apply, and we are certainly in a war. The trouble is trying to locate and pinpoint, as the former speaker said. We're going to have a lot of help in doing this. Intelligence coordination and cooperation is critical to the success of our operations. We can't do it all alone. And we've got to make sure that people come on board with us and take this threat that is a threat to the entire world seriously, and we all eliminate it.
Right. Well, if any of our allies, and I'm looking at France right now, don't cooperate fully with us now, we should take economic reprisals against them, certainly. Now, Mr. Dunnigan, if the president does declare war on terrorist states, he would be allowed, and Congress goes along, to take out and kill people like Osama bin Laden. Is that what we should do?
Tried it with, Gaddafi in Libya, and it certainly gave him a scare, and he slowed down an awful lot after that. I mean, the basic problem is we're not dealing with diplomatic people. We're not dealing with polite people. We're dealing with people who believe in using any means necessary to hit at your enemy. And the only language they understand in turn is the same thing. I mean, that's been the lesson of history.
We have a tradition in this country of not, as the Secretary just said, going down to the level of terrorists by killing them. And I'm saying to you that that policy of not doing that may have hampered us in our fight against terrorists.
No, we've been hampered by a lot of new rules. For example, you can't even hire people who have a shady background. And of course, if we applied that rule domestically, you wouldn't get very many convictions because most of the witnesses against criminals are criminals themselves. We basically have to face the realities that we're dealing with some very nasty, very desperate, and basically very fearless people. And if you don't want to deal with them, in an absolute sense, to actually go in there either win or don't bother with it, then don't bother with it.
All right. Now, Colonel, do you feel this is a military operation at this point or an intelligence operation?
It's a combination. You're going to have to use the combined powers of the national intelligence community and the military intelligence capabilities to find this guy. And whoever did this. I think it's very simple to keep talking about bin Laden. Bin Laden can't exist without money from Saudi Arabia, and he can't exist without being in the middle of Afghanistan. By the way, I don't need the Russians' permission to go to Afghanistan. We got the Pakistanis and the Indians who will be very helpful. We have not. We've talked about it, Bill, but we have not gotten serious about this guy or whoever else did this. And again, taking care of whoever did this terrible act, this day of infamy, we've got to also take care of the country or countries that have supported it. And war has been declared.
Okay.
Now what do you want to do?
Well, as you pointed out, Osama bin Laden is wanted by the United States right now. Sure. He's wanted for the Cole bombing. He's wanted for the bombings in Africa. There's no reason on earth why we should not be stalking and hunting down this man right now, just for those things. And then if he's implicated in this, then we have him already.
We've been hunting him. We've been doing all the ball and chain around us. With the people, I know the guys that are doing it. I'm telling you that they have not been. You've already heard where the national intelligence community is prohibited from hiring people or dealing with people that have nasty backgrounds.
Right, that's what Mr. Dunnigan just said.
That kind of stuff has got to stop.
I think we got to let the chains fall down and let the
Bill, you got to unleash the dogs of war.
All right, gentlemen, thanks very much. We appreciate it. Colonel Hunt in Boston, Mr. Dunnigan in New York, and Ambassador Walker in Washington, D.C. Shepard, I want to just debrief. We got about 90 seconds left here, and I want to go to Shepard Smith in New York. You've been covering the story all day. I saw you on top of the building looking down. And is there anything about the story in the coverage of it that is really, I asked this to Dan Cohen at the top of the hour, really stuck in your mind?
I think the silence is what stuck initially, Bill, in the moments after it all happened throughout the city. A very quiet, solemn, slow-moving sense of what has just happened, and I think that it is still here. There are hundreds of people outside our building in Manhattan right now, Bill, watching this on the monitors, all of them wondering, who do I know who I will never see again?
Right.
It is an overwhelming and indescribable feeling. Bill, I remember the hours after the Oklahoma City bombing. We knew what was going on there. We knew there were hundreds dead. We knew pretty much who they were. This is an attack on all that America is. and all that America can be. And there is a real pall here tonight.
You know what impressed me is that in New York, a city of 8 million, and then when all the commuters come in, it swells sometimes up to 12 million people a day. You didn't have any looting. You didn't have anybody taking advantage of the situation. You had orderly evacuations, no panic. It was something that everybody realized that, look, this is the time to cooperate. This is the time to cooperate. Shepard, I'm going to throw it over to you, and thanks for the fine work you did all day today.
And Bill, thank you very much. Bill O'Reilly on Long Island this night, because he could not make it back to Manhattan. The largest city in the United States of America has been attacked tonight. Thousands in lower Manhattan with the lights off, the gas turned off, underneath the rubble of what was 2 towers of 110 stories are thousands of people who died today when a terrorist struck. 3 different planes making their way to American soil. This one, the second of 2, crashing into the second of 2 towers. A 757 loaded with people, the nose going in one side and coming out of the other, and an enormous fireball in one of the most 2 buildings that just loom over the New York skyline until tonight, at least. It is something that certainly takes the word out of even my mouth, if that is possible. This day, we watched from the roof of this building, my colleagues did, as the World Trade Center collapsed, never to be seen again on the lower tip of Manhattan. And the truth is, this night, as rescue workers stand by and the West Side Highway of New York is loaded up with literally hundreds of ambulances waiting to go down there at this late hour in the darkness over southern Manhattan, there is nothing anyone can do. There is no way to get there. A similar attack moments later in Washington, D.C. A jet which was coming out of Dulles Airport, hijacked. Barbara Olson, who has appeared on this air many times, the wife of Ted Olson, picks up the phone and calls her husband, makes not 1 but 2 phone calls, explaining that there are men on board with knives, or a knife-like weapon at least. We're not sure that they were knives, but they had hijacked her plane. She was feverishly trying to get in touch with her husband, and shortly thereafter, as this plane took off to the west, then its warning beacons went off, and it could no longer be identified as this American Airlines flight. Air traffic controllers in Washington, D.C. saw this blip on their radar, saw it streaming directly for 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. They notified security officials within the United States government. Almost immediately after that, according to reports in the late edition of the Washington Post, this plane made a circle, whipped around Washington, and at a low altitude and very high speed slammed into the side of the Pentagon. Tonight, the first pictures from up close in a pool feed provided by the Pentagon, the bodies that lay out front. Now, Somerset County, Pennsylvania, the 4th of 4 jets hijacked this day. This one described by our own Britt Hume as streaming up the Hudson River. By some stroke of miracle, somehow, instead of crashing into Camp David, as may have been the target, or the White House, which officials are suggesting as a possible second target, this plane went down in Somerset County. All of those on board killed. This night, America is under attack. Thousands dead in lower Manhattan, dozens dead in Washington, and the greatest question for all the world this night, who is responsible and how to keep it from happening again. I'm Shepard Smith in New York, 3 minutes past 9 o'clock in the evening, 12 hours ago to the moment it was that the attack on America began. Not in the history of this nation has such carnage been felt. We have live Team Fox coverage tonight. All the angles are covered for you. Let's go straight to lower Manhattan. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has been there throughout the day, a man who almost saw the World Trade Center fall on his head. David Lee.
Yes, Shepard, the skyline of New York is never again going to be the same. Most New Yorkers will not be the same, and this country will not be the same after the explosions here in Lower Manhattan. Just a short time ago, I talked to some New York City police officers. They are still very much in shock themselves. They told me that they are still on duty. They've been here since 9 o'clock, and they expect to remain here throughout the night. The search and rescue effort officially has not yet gotten underway. They are now, as you mentioned earlier, bringing down the heavy equipment to Lower Manhattan to begin moving the heavy rubble, the debris under which thousands and thousands of people are buried, some alive, some perhaps not, many perhaps not, we are told. Now, the police officers told us that one of these buildings, building number 7, World Trade Building number 7, is resting on its side. That is the third, the mid-rise building, some 40-odd stories that collapsed a few hours ago. The other two buildings, the towers of the World Trade Center, actually imploded like a pancake, like an accordion, and there are just tons and tons of debris. For a while, Shepard, when I got here this morning, there was absolute chaos. No one knew, in fact, few people knew what had really happened. It wasn't even clear that aircraft had struck the two buildings, and then a short time later, the buildings began to collapse, and a huge plume of smoke covered all of Lower Manhattan. It was pulverized cement. Debris began to shower down the 4 or 5 block radius of the World Trade Center, and I, along with other officials in the area, began to run literally for our lives in order to avoid having the building literally collapse on top of us. Now, at this hour, as we mentioned, they are expecting to get the search and rescue operation underway in just a few hours. It should be underway no later than daylight, but Mayor Giuliani of New York says that it's going to take at least 2 or 3 days before we get some serious number as to how many people actually died here. I do have some statistics, though, courtesy of the Associated Press, of the 400 firefighters who arrived here shortly after the attack got underway. We are told that 200 of them, are believed to be dead, and New York City's police department is reporting at this hour that 78 of its officers, Shepard, are missing. That's the latest from Lower Manhattan, and as you can see, the lights here are still out, and we expect them to remain out at least for the next 8 hours. Back to you.
David Lee Miller live in Lower Manhattan. Of course, schools will be closed tomorrow in Manhattan. Much of the subway system is not operable, but all of the numbered lines are, so there is transportation within the city. All the financial institutions, or the Dow Jones Industrial and the New York Stock Exchange will be closed, as will the NASDAQ. Trading has just opened in Japan after being delayed by 30 minutes because of this attack, falling to a 17-year low it did. The Dow is stronger against the yen, but the Nikkei falling about 178 points on the open. We're watching this from New York and from Washington. Britt Hume is standing by live. The fire's still burning at the Pentagon this night. Britt.
Indeed it is, Shep, and of course one of the things we've been waiting for much of the day is how the President of the United States would respond to this. We had heard at mid-afternoon a statement by him that was made on tape as he spent much of the day in Air Force One, his security officials believing that it was not safe for him to return to Washington. He finally, in the end, overruled them and decided to come back here to stay at the White House this night and to speak to the nation. And that he has done within the past hour. And let us listen to key portions of the remarks he made from the Oval Office tonight.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
That, of course, is the last line that you heard there was the most striking, perhaps the most striking thing the President said. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. That casts a fairly wide net of people who might be held responsible for this, indeed people and countries. I'm joined here in the studio by our senior White House correspondent, Jim Angle. Jim, I wonder if it was a surprise to you to hear the president say those words.
It was. I mean, we have struck at Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, but have not struck at the government of Afghanistan. He seemed to be suggesting, if indeed this turns out to be Osama bin Laden, that he would also strike at the government of Afghanistan, at the Taliban, for harboring him. And that is a great deal more than just going after Osama bin Laden. Much more controversial and a little more dangerous.
Fred Barnes, executive editor of the Weekly Standard and a Fox News contributor, is also here. Fred, we've been hearing some terrorism experts say that with the distinctions among Osama bin Laden and his networks and the terrorist groups that operate on behalf of the Palestinian cause in and around Israel is not a very great distinction. Is it conceivable that out of this you could have United States military attacks, perhaps even in places in the Middle East very near Israel?
Well, it is conceivable. I mean, we know from earlier terrorist incidents, the Khobar Towers bombing in Saudi Arabia where Americans were killed, the USS Cole in Yemen, and a variety of others, that other countries have been involved. We believe Iraq, Iran, Syria, Libya, of course, was bombed for a terrorist act during the Reagan administration. I wish the president had spoken a little longer. He spoke 4 minutes and talked about the struggle ahead and what we're going to need to do. And he did use the phrase winning the war against terrorism, but he didn't really define it, what this means for defense spending, what this means for inconvenience for Americans in stiffening security here, what this means for us in getting along with others in the world. Obviously, there'll be some countries that won't like it if we're very, very tough with these terrorists.
And he was saying you cannot dent the steel of American resolve. He might have done a little bit more to buck up that resolve, to encourage it among the American public. Everyone is angry now, as he noted tonight. That anger will recede in the coming days, especially as people encounter the various delays and obstacles that will be placed in their way for air travel, for any kind of travel.
Well, in the near term, certainly the United States' relationship with Israel is likely to be closer than ever. There have been profound expressions of sympathy coming from Israel. Israeli Foreign Minister Shimon Peres has declared that there would be, mentioned on the air at least, that there's a day of mourning in Israel tomorrow for Israel's American friends. Let us go now to Israel, to Jerusalem, and our correspondent Jennifer Griffin, Fox News correspondent Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer, can you give us some sense of Israeli suspicions about the origins of this attack, knowing, as we all do, that Israeli intelligence is legendary?
That's right, Britt. Right now, as you say, this is a region that knows a lot about terror, and Israelis are shocked and horrified by the magnitude of these attacks. The terror experts that I've spoken to here in the country have been very careful about speculating about who could be responsible. None of them, however, have said that they think that the Palestinian groups located here in the region would be capable of this kind of massive attack. They say that all the signs right now point to Osama bin Laden, the Saudi millionaire who's exiled and living in Afghanistan under the Taliban right now. He's been living there since 1996. Maybe I should explain for a moment how his al-Qaeda movement works. He has been in Afghanistan. He's been with other members, other Muslim fighters, if you will, who were trained back when the U.S. and others were backing the Islamic Mujahideen in Afghanistan, fighting against the Soviets when they invaded in 1979. He has taken those groups and he set up cells and he sent them back out into the world, back to home territories in Jordan, in the U.S., in Chechnya, in Kosovo, and he's trained them in this kind of attack. I have a declassified CIA document here that talks about what the al-Qaeda movement says it wants to do, and it declares that it has declared all-out war against the United States. They see the United States as being an obstacle to uniting and bringing together and reforming the Muslim world. They think because the U.S. is allies with groups that run places like Saudi Arabia, royal families, dictators, they say, in the Middle East that are preventing Muslim revolutions from taking place, that the U.S. has to be attacked. So terror experts here say that right now the U.S. should be looking in Afghanistan at Osama bin Laden, But I should mention one other thing, Britt. Other U.S. intelligence sources that I've talked to in recent years have said that they feel incredibly frustrated because they were following Osama bin Laden for many years. The NSA had tracked him in Afghanistan. They knew where he was at times, but they have their hands tied. They cannot carry out an assassination policy like we've seen here in Israel. At times, Israel does go in and assassinate those that they know are perpetrating attacks against the state of Israel. Britt?
Jennifer, is it your understanding that Israeli intelligence and U.S. intelligence both believe that they know, at least generally, where Osama bin Laden is? Because we have been given to understand that U.S. intelligence felt it had very good track of him up till about a year ago when it lost track of him, and that there's uncertainty, at least according to some reports, in U.S. intelligence quarters as to where this man actually is. Is there some greater confidence there among Israeli intelligence officials and sources that they know where he is?
I don't have that impression right now. Nobody is saying that here. I think you're right in saying that the U.S. intelligence community felt that they had they knew where Osama bin Laden was up until about a year ago. But they have lost him. However, there was a journalist that went in, a journalist based in London, working for a London-based Middle East Broadcasting Corporation. He went in just in June and met with Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden did not speak during that meeting, allegedly, because the Taliban has strict orders that he's not allowed to give interviews. But he sat during the meeting, and his colleagues mentioned that they were planning to carry out an attack against U.S. and Israeli targets. And Osama bin Laden, according to this journalist, smiled and seemed to approve of it.
One other thing. As we know, Yasser Arafat put out a statement today, made a statement there in the streets expressing his concern and condemnation of this act. Meanwhile, however, in East Jerusalem, among Palestinians, there was quite a different reaction. We have some of those pictures. There was unquestionably a celebratory atmosphere, the V sign for victory being displayed in East Jerusalem today among jubilant Palestinians that the United States had been subject to this attack. What are we to make of that, Jennifer? Yasser Arafat may issue this condemnation. Look at this. We're seeing people applauding, clapping, smiling, happy to know that thousands of Americans have died in this sneak attack, and there you see a V for victory sign held up to the camera. What are we to make of that, and what are we to make of what about what Yasser Arafat said today?
Well, I think, as you said, Britt, these were shocking images coming out of East Jerusalem and in the West Bank town of Nablus. There were 4,000 people, Palestinians in the streets celebrating, handing out candy. These were shocking images. The only other place in the world that was celebrating this attack was allegedly in Iraq, where there were celebrations, and the state television were showing the Twin Towers being attacked and playing a song with the words "Down with America." I think
what about
Arafat? I think Yasser Arafat very quickly realized that this was a massive PR mistake for him. He came out quickly and condemned the attacks. He does not want to be associated with it. He knows the U.S. is probably going to strike back at whoever they suspect being involved. And so he distanced himself. He sent his security forces out to confiscate actually videos and to stop some of those protests. But I think Arafat realizes that this is a very hot potato, and he wants to stay very far away from even giving any possible indication that he thinks that this is acceptable. Britt?
Well, would he be in any political difficulty among his supporters there for making a statement of the kind that he made?
Well, I think he would, but I think because of I think you're right that right now the situation here is so polarized and so extreme that that the people in the streets, there were reports not long ago that 80% of the Palestinians polled in the West Bank and Gaza supported suicide bombing attacks like we've seen here in Israel. There have been wave upon wave of attack here, nothing on the scale that we've seen in America today, but nonetheless there is a great deal of polarization, great deal of hatred among the Palestinians against America because they see America as supporting Israel, and right now Israel is their #1 enemy.
All right, Jennifer Griffin, thank you very much. Let's turn now to someone who, during his days in the Reagan administrations, as he worked in the White House, had a responsibility for overseeing counterintelligence efforts, that being Colonel Oliver North, who joins us tonight here in our Washington Bureau. Colonel North, have you been able to be in touch with any of your former colleagues? Can you give us any better sense of what might have happened here?
Without getting too many of my former counterterrorism pals in trouble, Britt, I have talked to a number of folks who are involved in this effort. Just a quick recap on reaffirming some of what Jennifer Griffin just reported from Jerusalem. I'm told that Osama bin Laden likely deployed more than 50 terrorists on or about the 23rd of June to carry out these attacks, and others when he issued that warning that Jennifer mentioned. The specific warning was, it's time to penetrate America and Israel and hit them where it hurts most. I'm also told that it is likely that the attack on the aircraft that went down in Pennsylvania, the United flight that launched out of Newark, was probably not Camp David, but was more likely Fort Detrick, which of course has beneath it the National Emergency Military Command Center. And finally, at the Pentagon and at other military command centers, where I've got a lot of friends who used to be in this line of work, there's a lot of talk about these being kamikaze attacks, and hope that tomorrow the President is going to make a request to the Congress for an absolute declaration of war.
Yeah, but who would that be against?
Well, Osama bin Laden.
War on somebody. You declare a war on this one man?
Well, in fact, it's been done before. The third President of the United States, with the acquiescence of the Fifth Congress, declared war against the Barbary pirates, who were terrorists. And of course, what we have now is the 43rd President, the 107th Congress, and there's absolutely nothing in the Constitution that says you can't declare war against Osama bin Laden. Further to that, it is not only the Taliban who have provided refuge to him, but also, when one looks at it, in neighboring Turkmenistan, this man has been given at least acquiescence, if not refuge. And so I know that people are looking there as well as Afghanistan.
Ollie North, very interesting stuff. Thank you very much. Hope you'll come back. Let's turn now to another person who served in the Reagan administration who might have some thoughts on what the diplomatic implications might be of the kind of declaration of war that's being kicked around here in Washington and about which Oliver North just spoke. I'm speaking of George Shultz, who was President Reagan's Secretary of State, who is now at the Hoover Institution. Mr. Secretary, welcome. Give us your sense of what you've been hearing.
The President spoke briefly but very powerfully, and one should listen carefully to what he said. He used the word war. This attack on us was an act of war, just as the attack on the Cole was an act of war. And the attack on the Pentagon, a military place, was accompanied by attacks on civilians designed to terrorize. But these are acts of war, and I was glad to hear the President use that word.
And how would you like to...
The second thing he said, he said many things, but the second thing I want to underline is something you mentioned earlier in your program, namely that those responsible are the people who carried out the act, who helped plan it, who helped finance it, who provided a safe haven, a place where people could make their plans and so on. In other words, a country that allows people to make plans like this is to be held responsible. Now, what do we do? Well, of course, first of all, we look to the people who have been so badly harmed directly, and we do everything we can to help. And I must say, in watching what's happening in New York, the people of New York and the mayor and the governor are doing a great job there. So we do that. But we have to really turn our intelligence on to find where this is coming from, not only to retaliate justice, but to prevent further things from happening. We need to preempt when we see something that's happening. Now, whoever planned this is well organized and is capable of daring and innovation. I've heard lots of talks about terrorist activities and war activities. I've never heard of anybody having the imagination to conceive of using a commercial airliner as a bomb. So I don't think we should do take precautions in airports and so on, but you shouldn't necessarily assume that the next thing the person who is warring on us does is a replica of what just happened. There are many other things, and so we have to really dig in, and we have to be ready to eliminate the source of this.
All right, now, Mr. Secretary, if you're talking about eliminating the source of this, that would seem to suggest military action by the United States.
Absolutely.
Acts of war by us. A, do we need a declaration of war? And B, if we get one, and it is against, as Osama bin Laden and his collaborators of one kind or another, should military strikes be carried out against states, Afghanistan for one, others?
We need to put people on notice that if they harbor terrorists, they are going to get it from us. If we're going to do something, we're going to do it.
All right. Former Secretary of State George Shultz, thank you very much for your reflections, sir. It's nice to have you. All right. Now, in a moment here, we're going to do a recap here for local stations. And I'm sorry? All right. So let's go back to Shepard Smith in New York. Shep?
All right, Britt, thanks very much. We have former police commissioner in New York City, Howard Safer, who's here with us. He's been down to the war zone, as it's now being called, in Lower Manhattan. We'll hear from him about what's going on there and the loss of lives in just a moment. But first, our Fox stations join us. I'm Shepard Smith in New York. This is Fox News' continuing coverage of attack on New York and Washington. Let's go straight to downtown Manhattan, where the rescue work is now underway. President Bush saying tonight that thousands have lost their lives. These are live pictures over the Manhattan skyline. All of Lower Manhattan dark this night. The gas shut off in town. Rescue workers standing by. The West Side Highway said to be loaded up with ambulances waiting to make their way into the lower end, the financial district of this city. Over to the left side would be the Empire State Building, which is lit up each night in different colors. Tonight, the Empire State Building is dark, New York City and the world in mourning. This is a live look over the skyline of New York. The familiar Twin Towers on the southern end are gone, will never be seen again, and beneath what's left of them, thousands of people believed to be buried alive and some dead. Today, a jumbo jet, a pair of them, slammed straight into what were the World Trade Center. The first coming just about 9 o'clock this morning. This second one just minutes later, in one side and out the other. And an enormous fireball. A plane turns to bomb, loaded with fuel, ready to go cross-country. That explosion in the middle of the building, people seen jumping to their deaths in the middle of the fire, and eventually, minutes later, the two towers of the World Trade Center collapsing to the ground. Tonight, there are volunteers there and in Washington, D.C., where the Pentagon was also a target. Today, a jet coming from Dulles Airport, leaving that airport, almost immediately hijacked. After a trip due west, it circled back, and according to Washington Post reports, it was headed directly for the White House until it made a quick circle and then veered around and came barreling into the side of the Pentagon. And these are the first up-close pictures of the Pentagon as released from pool video late this afternoon and into this evening. The fire said to be still burning even at this hour on the inner ring. They are still working to account for all those who may have been missing, and it's a much larger task in New York. At 9 o'clock on a Tuesday morning on 9/11, 50,000 people should be working in the World Trade Center. In the minutes after it happened, the New York City Bomb Squad, one of the first to get there, and many of New York City's bravest, at the foot of that particular building. And now hundreds of people are dead there. Former Police Commissioner Howard Safer is with us. You've been down there. Describe it for us if you can.
It's a war zone. It's a barbaric act of war, and many brave firefighters and police officers have lost their lives, as well as countless innocent civilians. And this is a situation where tonight and for the next few days this will be a rescue operation, and then sadly it'll turn into a recovery operation.
It's my understanding that the bomb squad and many of the fire department were able to get there in a matter of minutes, which is surprising in no way, that there were dozens of fire trucks at the foot of that building when the first center collapsed.
There were dozens of firefighters and police officers. The average response time in this town to a fire is under 4 minutes. I'm sure they were there in under 3. And when that building collapsed, it was just pure carnage.
There have been warnings now. I get the impression, at least, that those within the city and the government of the city, though they're not coming to the microphones to say it, they're leaking around the sides, that tomorrow is going to offer some awful scenes down there, and that this city will change in tone, that this mourning will eventually become anger, and there are fears. Can this city be kept under control in the worst of circumstances?
This is a resilient city full of wonderful people, and it will be kept under control. But the anger is anger that's real anger, and it should be demonstrated in our response to this terrorist act.
In looking at all of that down there, is there a way for this city to ever be quite what it was before? Or will our lives change, in your estimation, to a degree which we maybe can't even consider now?
Our lives can never be the same because of the brave people that have been lost in this city and the innocent civilians. But this is a resilient city, and it will build, and on that site of that World Trade Center, I'm sure will rise great buildings again. But this is a city that has come of age in a very bizarre, strange way today, and it's a city that is going to want accountability for this act of terrorism.
110 stories reduced to rubble in the southern end of Manhattan this night. They are asking for help from across the nation. President Bush saying now that thousands are believed to be dead. That number could go in excess of 10,000. Dozens killed in Washington as well. 4 plane loads, that is, of brave Americans all went down as part of this terrorist attack. I'm Shepard Smith in New York, continuing coverage on the Fox News Channel on cable. United States Capitol, flags at half-mast at 30 minutes past 9 o'clock in the evening. The United States in mourning, looking to find out who's responsible for what is now being considered the worst act of terror in the history of the world. A live look now in southern Manhattan as the rescue crews are out, New York's finest and New York's bravest, working to pull those who may have survived this carnage from the wreckage. You may notice to the left and right, all the lights are out, all the gas is shut off. Lower Manhattan is dark this night, but the best news is there is calm in America's largest city, a quiet pale over this town as hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people looked to the sky throughout the day and wondered how such a disaster could happen, how there could be so much hate to send thousands and thousands of people to a death that's almost unimaginable. I'm Shepard Smith in New York, continuing coverage from here coming. First, let's go back to Britt Hume in Washington. Britt.
Shep, thanks very much. Joining us in our studios here in Washington tonight is former UN Secretary Bill Richardson, former Energy Secretary Bill Richardson as well. Mr. Secretary, you've experienced crises from within the halls of government and on Capitol Hill. Give us your sense of the response that we've heard from this administration and from the leaders on Capitol Hill this day.
Well, I thought the president was right on the mark. He had to reassure the country that we would respond aggressively. He had to comfort the country, show that there's been normalcy. I think the fact that his cabinet was out there basically indicating that we're not going to be terrorized by terrorists, that the work of the nation is going to continue, that the economy and airports are going to open. I think the Congress showed unity here. I think what is very important now, Britt, is that after we conclude the healing and the mourning of loss of a lot of people, and after we assess what happened and find who the perpetrators are, we have to figure out our response. And I think our response has to be swift, strong. I believe that we should recognize that the biggest threat to Americans now is terrorism. It's not necessarily missiles from Russia or North Korea. It's terrorism. It's this disguised enemy that can strike at any time, and we need to be prepared.
All right. Now, you heard Oliver North saying in here earlier that you remember that the United States declared war on the Barbary pirates, who were, after all, terrorists of a kind. What about a declaration of war against the terrorists responsible for this? What about a declaration of war against Osama bin Laden, if the evidence continues to point, as it seems to now, to him and his organization as responsible, as indeed the only parties who probably could be responsible for such an attack?
Well, Britt, when I was at the UN, I went to Afghanistan to talk to the Taliban to try to get Osama bin Laden extradited. I didn't succeed, obviously, 4 years ago. But what is clear is that there's a new policy which I think makes sense, and that is that if he is being harbored, Osama bin Laden, by the Taliban, by other states, that those states are responsible too. And what we need to do in our response is not just go after the perpetrators, but destroy their networks, be systematic about it. And this is what is needed mostly. First-rate intelligence on where they are, human intelligence, spying. We need to do more of that. The satellite investments we've made are good. They provide intercepts of conversations, but unless we penetrate these terrorism cells and unless we go out there with a massive effort at trying to deter something like this happening again by dramatically improving our human intelligence, we're going to be vulnerable again.
The president said, and I quote, "We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them." Well, the Taliban certainly qualifies as those who harbor them. Should we attack the Taliban?
Yes. If they don't turn over Osama bin Laden, if he is being harbored there, they should be put on notice by a date certain. They will get a military response. Yes, I think that's a change in policy. Under the circumstances, I would support it, and I would hope that the president would be supported here on a bipartisan basis.
Secretary Bill Richardson, nice to have you, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go out to the Pentagon, or get a report from what's happening out at the Pentagon from our correspondent, Brian Wilson. The fire continues to burn. We've seen flames tonight. Brian, how's the firefight going?
Yes. Well, they still have a struggle going on here outside the Pentagon. As you know, they've been fighting a fire throughout the evening. It's traveling. If you've ever seen a big building fire, often one of the most stubborn things to put out is the fire underneath a metal roof or a long-running roof, and they're still struggling with that tonight. Ever so often we see flames jumping out from underneath the roof. They peel back the roof material, they put it out, then a few feet later it springs up again. I would say that fire has traveled under the roof 75 yards one direction from the impact zone and about 100 yards the other. We have earlier this evening some pictures that were taken by pool cameras that give us our first glimpse of the real damage up close. These are the closest pictures we've been allowed to see, and for the first time we're beginning to see the recovery of the bodies covered up on the ground and the damage to this structure. You know, there are 5 rings to the Pentagon, the A through E. This plane was in a nosedive full throttle and went through E, D, and part of C. And the death count here is hard to tell. There were people, of course, aboard the plane, but we're having a hard time getting a firm number of who might have been in that part of the Pentagon when this impact occurred. So the cleanup continues. It will take some time. We are at ThreatCon Delta in this country. All military worldwide standing by at the highest state of alert. Washington, D.C. is under a military air cap. That is, there are aircraft patrolling the skies over Washington, D.C. To make sure that there are no other planes that are not accounted for. So here at the Pentagon, work continues, even though the fire continues and the cleanup continues. Deep within the belly of this building, they are still operating and directing the actions of the military. Britt?
Brian, have they given you any estimate as to, I mean, we had heard earlier that the fire had been basically contained, and of course, as we know, the building continued to operate. Our correspondents have been able to operate from inside. We heard a briefing by the Secretary of Defense from inside the building there. Obviously, that gives us some sense of the dimensions of the building, but have officials out there been able to give you any estimate as when they may have this fire actually under control and indeed put out?
No, I would say that the vast majority of the fire is under control. It's just these little hot spots that keep flaring up underneath the roof that are causing them trouble. It is a massive building, Britt, as you know, and in fact, it's so massive that one side is hit by an aircraft, and people on the far side hardly knew anything had happened here. That's incredible. They built this building the old-fashioned way with a lot of brick and a lot of mortar and a lot of granite. So it's a very, very substantial building.
All right, Brian Wilson, thank you very much. Well, that about gives you a sense of it from here. The president has spoken. He is back in the White House, where he will stay the night. Members of his administration are on their way back. Secretary Powell is on his way back and will be here and on duty in Washington tomorrow. He was in Colombia. His FEMA director, Joe Albaugh, was out in Montana. He's back and will be taking charge of the directing the government's response in terms of rescue, recovery, assistance to places where the damage has been so severe. And so the government has tried to portray itself this evening, I think, as prepared functioning and non-terrorized. Let's go back to New York and Shepard Smith.
Britt Hume, thanks very much. Remember standing at the foot of the Oklahoma City Federal Building in the hours after that explosion. This a building that is 1/10 the height, or less even, than the World Trade Center's 2 towers, yet it took them days and days and days just to remove enough rubble to find the people under there. Former Police Commissioner Howard Safer is with us. Commissioner, this could go on for weeks.
Could go on for weeks. The President has ordered the 8 urban search and rescue teams, which, as you know, worked in Oklahoma, into New York. We have one here in New York, and these are teams with specially trained dogs, special equipment, and they're going to have to meticulously move every bit of rubble to make sure that anybody possibly alive in that building is given an opportunity to be rescued. And that's going to be a painstaking, week-by-week process.
These people will be in tomorrow, I'm guessing. I know there's one from Miami-Dade County down in Florida. There's one from Dallas. They're specially trained for this sort of thing and fly in from all over the country.
Right, and the closest one, I believe, is Fairfax, Virginia. They'll be in here. We have our own here, and they'll be working. And this is a very painstaking process, but one that has recovered and saved many lives, and hopefully they'll be able to find people within the rubble right now.
There's a limit to how long a search and rescue effort can go on, though.
There is, and after a few days it becomes a recovery effort. And we just hope that the rescue effort moves quickly and we can save some lives.
200 firefighters missing and presumed dead, 78 of New York's police officers missing and presumed dead, including what amounts to the entire bomb squad. It's going to be tough on those men and women in the days to come.
This is going to be devastating to both departments. Having been fire commissioner before I was police commissioner, my heart goes out to them and their families, and I know what a close-knit group both the bravest and finest are, and this is going to be devastating to both organizations.
The National Guard on the way in, the U.S. military sending in aircraft carriers going to be in New York Harbor as soon as possible. The men and women out there working now will be working 24 hours a day till they get their backup, I suppose.
We're going to have to keep rotating people in and out because this is exhausting work both physically and emotionally.
The cycle of emotion with these sorts of things is so well documented that I know your police officers even train knowing what that cycle is, and seeing a few of them on the streets today in stunned horror, looking up as we all watched for hours on end, that thing just smoking and smoking, and the police realizing that it's going to be a different scene in a couple of days. There's nothing you can do about it.
It isn't, and it's very frustrating because these men and women are dedicated to saving lives, and when they can't do anything about it, it really devastates them.
Will we have to lock the place down? What will have to happen to maintain order in this town?
Well,
Lower Manhattan.
Lower Manhattan is going to be closed tomorrow from 14th Street down to the Battery, and is going to be a rescue operation and to facilitate emergency vehicles getting in and out of there. It's going to take hundreds of ambulances, lots of heavy equipment, so it's going to be necessary to just keep the public out of there until this is done.
For people who visited Manhattan, he's talking about an enormous area. 14th Street is Union Square, if you know the area at all, and as you move south from there, all of Soho, Tribeca, the financial district, nothing, no movement, no markets tomorrow. The ramifications are overwhelming when you put them all down together.
Well, this is an unprecedented act, and the ramifications are overwhelming, but I think what you'll see in the next few days is that frozen zone will get smaller and smaller towards the World Trade Center so that the market opens and things get back relatively to normal.
One of the things that may have saved a lot of lives today is the fact that the first tower was hit, then the second tower was hit a short time later, but there was time for a lot of evacuating to happen before either of those buildings collapsed. Imagine being on the 92nd floor. We spoke earlier with a woman who was right there and made her way down and got away from the place before it collapsed. And then down at the bottom, a man named Bill Belmont, who was standing there as it all came crashing down. He's on the roof of our building here, the 46th floor of the News Corporation building in Midtown Manhattan. Bill, how you doing?
How are you?
Take us back, if you can, and as you looked up and suddenly everything changed.
Well, you know, when I got there, it was after the 2 planes had already hit and the perimeter was set up. And then I was looking for the command Coast.
I want to interrupt you for just a second because clearly we're having an audio problem there. Maybe they could raise his microphone a little bit higher. It's really noisy up there as our air conditioning units are running. Raise his microphone up and we'll get back there in just a little while. The psychological help that's going to be necessary for the tens of thousands of people who witness something out of the blue that they never even dreamed of, there's going to be an enormous cry for that as well.
There will be, and all of the emergency personnel will go through counseling and will be debriefed and given counseling to help them get through what is a traumatic and really life-changing situation. When you see the kind of carnage that they're going to see in the next few days, it's something they're going to really need help with.
More than 500,000 people live and work in the area about which you were just speaking. 500,000. Are those people going to be able to get in and out of the city tomorrow? Bridges and tunnels, or what are people going to be able to maneuver?
Well, the city's going to be open tomorrow except from 14th Street South, and they'll be able to get in and out, but it's going to be a problem. And as the mayor said, and it's something that people ought to pay attention to, which is if you don't have to come to work tomorrow, treat it like a snow day. Stay home if you can.
It certainly looks like a snow day in southern Manhattan today, in lower Manhattan, with 6 inches of ash still covering everything. Bill Belmont saw it all. Bill, I think we got some of the audio problems worked out.
Is that better?
Much better.
I just got a lot of the soot in my throat, so I'm going to talk up now.
Sure, I understand. Take us back to that moment.
Well, first, like I said, when I got there, investigative attorney with Pinkerton Consulting, we do crisis management, and we were trying to get to the command center to see if we can assist in what was done. It seemed that the command center was put over at Battery Park, so I had worked my way to the west side of the building, and there's a pedestrian overpass that goes from Battery Park over to the financial center, and that's where the emergency personnel were setting up to make their entry into the building.
And then?
There was a lot of, it was just police, fire, and volunteer ambulance that were there. Setting up, we were helping get the packs up and bridge off into the teams.
You know, Bill, I heard these stories from a lot of our people who were down there, and from some of my friends for that matter, of people coming in nearby buildings. Folks got to realize there are towering skyscrapers all around this in which people make their homes. They're little boxes of apartments, and it's my understanding that people came pouring out of those buildings to start trying to help their neighbors as they could. Set the scene of that.
People moved out well. There was a good evacuation done from the World Trade Centers in Battery Park City, but you got to remember, Battery Park City has the water, so you only have so far that you can move to the western end, and that's where stuff is lining up. And I don't think our reaction was that the buildings would fall, and that's why we maintained under the pedestrian overpass, which is only about 100, maybe 150 yards from the first building.
I don't think anybody was thinking the buildings might fall. We'd been told that these buildings were tested for 707 and all of that. I mean, good grief, of course we didn't think it was going to fall. The fire trucks and the cops were right under there. As that thing started to collapse,
there was, when it began to come down, as you've heard Commissioner Safer indicate, the bomb squad was in, fire personnel, ambulance personnel had entered. About 15 minutes after they made their entry, we heard a boom. I don't know if that was the infrastructure that was going or another explosion, and we looked up, and it, you know, I can't even describe it. It's not even like a movie. It was so surreal. It just came towering towards us. It seemed in slow motion. We all just tried running. Unfortunately, many of those emergency personnel were much closer to the building when the debris came. We tried running to a building for cover. I took some injuries to the back of my head and my hands from some of the debris. And then we were just in darkness. Initially thought that we were trapped under the building or under the debris because it was so dark. Face, nose, mouth covered with not just soot, but the concrete from the building. That's what we were feeling. Some of the fire personnel, I was lucky enough to have some ESU and fire personnel around me. We built up a chain, tried to grab anybody we could and tried marching ourselves south. But because of the darkness, and I mean total black darkness for a good 5 or 8 minutes, we weren't sure which way to go. We just kept encouraging each other to stay together, to stay alive, to keep pushing ourselves to get away from whatever direction it was blowing in.
Bill, it's been estimated that there were about, or there should have been about 45,000 people in the building at 9 o'clock in the morning. Did you get a sense for how many of those might have had a chance to get out of those buildings, especially the tower number 2 before it was hit, and both of them before they collapsed?
When I arrived first on the scene, it had to be about 9:20, and there was a good amount of evacuation that had taken place. But as you've heard earlier from many of your spokespersons, there were people just jumping from the building, some maybe having no choice. You would watch their bodies splatter onto the cars. At that point, by about 9:30, there was not that many people continuing to leave the building. They seemed to have done a good job of getting those initial ones out, and people were just trying to get themselves behind the perimeter. But still, there was the bodies coming from the sky was just devastating to watch.
You know, Bill, I'm actually kind of glad you mentioned that. We showed some still pictures in the last hour of people coming out of those buildings. Our viewers need to know we have videotape that we are not putting on air for reasons which should seem quite clear. But we showed those pictures to try and bring some clarity to what happened here. Imagine on the 92nd floor of the World Trade Center, and it's so bad that you jump to your death. Well, those still pictures worth seeing.
If I can try to articulate it without having to show those pictures, you have to imagine that some of those people were trapped in areas where there was fire, where there was smoke. Some were probably trying to lean outside the areas that were hit just so they can get clean air. And at some point, some were going to be burned, continue to be burned and not have a choice. Others would realize they were breathing in the air and not have much of a choice. But when you see those bodies, first you see the debris coming down and you think it's just debris, and then all of a sudden you see something that looks a little bit different, and it falls out of the building like a doll, and then it smacks against the towers as it comes down. And then when you see it hit a lamppost and shatter, it'll explain why, as you've heard some of the other viewers talk about, the anger that people will have.
Bill, our thoughts will be with you and yours. Take good care. Glad you're okay tonight.
Thanks.
I want to go to Sophia Thomas. I was telling you earlier, and throughout the day I've been mentioning this woman who was on the 92nd floor of Tower Number 2, walked down 92 floors, got out of there before she would have been caught up in all of it. Her name is Sophia Thomas, and she's on the line with us now. Sophia, good to talk to you. Sophia Thomas, are you with us on the phone? I guess we've just lost her on the line. That sort of thing does happen. Commissioner Safer, there are going to be a lot of stories of heroes and miracles coming out of this mess down there.
Absolutely, and not just police and firefighters. There are citizens who came out to help and who were incredibly brave, helping people get out of the World Trade Center, helping people get out of the area after the debris was falling. We know that our firefighters are here and police officers are heroes who go into danger every day, but there were incredible acts by citizens as well.
I don't know how much of this is coincidence, but they've all mounted up so much that it seems to me it's worth mentioning. These are live pictures in downtown Manhattan as we realize that this particular bombing happened 3 months to the day since the execution of Timothy McVeigh, almost to the minute. It happened on 9/11. September the 11th of the year 2001. It happened on the day before an associate of Osama bin Laden was to have been sentenced in federal court in Lower Manhattan at a courthouse right across the street from the World Trade Center. 4 planes hijacked simultaneously, all coming off their scheduled transcontinental routes, loaded with fuel, which makes them flying bombs, and headed directly for the first plane, directly for Tower Number 1 of the World Trade Center, and then this second one for Tower Number 2, and right into it. The nose coming out the other side. Minutes later, a similar situation at the Pentagon. Similar situation happening at the Pentagon, and one plane that, as it turned out, did not end up crashing into its destination, but instead crashed in Pittsburgh, or outside Pittsburgh, as Britt Human described it earlier, working its way toward, it looked like, the Washington, D.C. area. I'm getting word from the booth now that there is an Associated Press urgent that has just come out on victims. I don't see that urgent. Is it in Associated Press urgent, or is it a AP? Attacks airline victims has just crossed. We're learning a bit more now about who may have died. American Airlines Flight 11, which was the Boeing 767 en route from Boston to Los Angeles before it veered into the World Trade Center. The crew now has been listed, worth mentioning at least some of them. John Ogunsawi, who's 52, from Dracut, Mass., the pilot. Tom McGinnis, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, the co-captain. Sarah Lowe from Batesville, Arkansas, a flight attendant. plus a short list of passengers as well. David Angle, 54, of Pasadena. Lynn Angle of Pasadena. Edmund Glazier of Chatsworth, California. Daniel C. Lewin, who's listed here as co-founder of the Cambridge, Mass-based Acme Technologies. Tara Kramer, 30 years old, of Worcester, Mass., works at TJX. Ted Hennessy of Belmont, Massachusetts. The list from United Airlines, Flight 175. Victor Sorrentini, lower makeup from Township, Pennsylvania, the pilot. Al Marchand of New Mexico. People from across America who were inside these planes, all losing their lives in the skies. And we've talked repeatedly about Barbara Olson, who was on a flight out of Dulles that would have taken her transcontinental. Barbara Olson calling her husband Ted, not once but twice, describing what looked like knives in the hands of those who were on board her plane before it crashed into the United States Pentagon and sent the United States into the worst act of terror ever known on planet Earth. That's the explosion now into what was the World Trade Center, the two towers of 110 stories, which no longer exist in Lower Manhattan. The former police commissioner with us. I wonder now what this is going to do to all of our heads.
Well, I think it has to have what I believe is the effect of making this country resolve that we're going to deal with terrorism once and for all. And the way you deal with terrorism once and for all is you get rid of the source. And I think this is a case where we have to identify who did this, we have to find them, and we have to either bring them to justice or eliminate them.
We haven't shown a great ability to be able to get at these people of late. We really haven't. Well, I mean, CNN can interview the guy.
This is
our military, we can't find him. Our intelligence can't find him.
This is an intelligence failure, but I don't blame it on the intelligence community. I blame it right back to Senator Church when he decimated the CIA at those hearings.
I thought we were waiting there for our Fox News stations to join us up and down the line. Now 5 minutes before 10 o'clock in the East, 5 minutes before 7 in the West. I'm Shepard Smith in New York, and this is Fox News' continuing coverage of attack on America, terrorism on American soil, thousands believed to be dead in Lower Manhattan, thousands upon thousands now trapped beneath the rubble of what was the World Trade Center, the 210-story towers reduced to rubble, a 42-story building called Building Number 7, which is right there in the World Financial Center, also reduced to rubble as two jets plowed into the side of them. Similar situation at the Pentagon in Washington. Our Washington managing editor, Britt Hume, is with us from there. Britt.
Be back up and running and in business tomorrow. Officials at the Pentagon are saying that that agency is functioning, even though it is still on fire. Secretary of Defense was there and functioned from there through most of the day. The President is back at the White House tonight, and it was from the White House, of course, that he addressed the nation earlier. Other departments said to be up and running and open for business tomorrow. An effort, a strong and strenuous effort to display unity has been seen here in Washington in this day. My senior White House correspondent and colleague, Jim Angle, has been with us through the day watching these events and has been with us through this evening. Jim, some thoughts from you on how on this remarkable day, a day unlike any we've seen in this city.
It is unlike any we've seen, unlike perhaps any day we've seen since the beginning of World War II. And Pearl Harbor and Oklahoma City, which at the time we thought was the worst possible thing that could be done to this country in the way of terrorism. And now we have something far, far greater. I think what we have now is a sense of vulnerability that Americans have not experienced since the dark days of World War II, perhaps not even in the dark days of the Cold War, and a sense of victimization to which most Americans, especially younger Americans, are totally unaccustomed. It's difficult to see how it's going to change us, but we know it's going to change us.
Fred Barnes.
Well, Oklahoma City, I think we knew, Jim, was a one-shot thing, as scary as it was and the number of Americans that were killed. We don't know this about these attacks today in the Pentagon and the World Trade Center, and we don't know exactly how far the Bush administration is willing to go. It's one thing to go after the perpetrators. It's another thing to lay down the law to these countries that are harboring these terrorist groups, but it's something beyond both of those to do what former Secretary of State George Shultz was advocating in his interview with you, Britt, and that is to preempt terrorist strikes around the world, terrorist strikes that you think will be coming to the U.S. That is the ultimate step, and we'll see whether the Bush administration is going to do that.
We will indeed. We need to go back to New York at this time because New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani is holding a news conference.
Yeah, Britt, want to join the mayor now. Actually, I believe we have just, there he is, Mayor Giuliani updating us on the rescue efforts downtown. Our coverage will continue after this. John Gibson and Linda Vester will carry us through the night as our coverage will go 24 hours a day. I'm Shepard Smith in New York. Here's the mayor.
Yeah, the point that Richie Shearer makes is people are wonderful, and I mean this in the best sense of the word. We've had thousands and thousands of people that have come to help us. When I was down at the site near the World Trade Center, I met a lot of the National Guard's people that the governor has sent, really wonderful young men and women. We have enough volunteers now. We have more volunteers, frankly, than we need at this point. And what we need to do is to focus the efforts of the professionals that are there in being able to do the recovery and try to save as many lives as we can and restore services as quickly as possible. We may be asking for more volunteers tomorrow and the next day and the day after, but right now we don't need any more volunteers.
Mr. Mayor, is there still hope that there are people who are still alive and well?
Yes, there's hope. There's hope that there are people that are still alive.
How is the rescue effort hampered by the darkness? What do you do?
We moved a lot of lights in so that the area is being lit now, so that I don't think the rescue effort is going to be hampered by the darkness. The rescue effort is hampered by the fact that there's still fire there. There are still unsound structures, and it's still dangerous, although the rescue effort is now taking place. But if you're asking me, is it hampered? It's hampered because of the conditions, not because of the nighttime.
Is there a long procession of heavy bulldozers and other heavy construction equipment making its way down to Lower Manhattan? Long procession of heavy bulldozers and other heavy construction equipment making its way down to Lower Manhattan. What is that going to be used for?
That's going to be used to move debris out of the way so that the emergency vehicles can get in and out quickly, so that we can get the ambulances in a more expeditious fashion than we've been able to do. And I want to thank the Deputy Mayor Rudy Washington, who has spent most of the day coordinating, getting all of that emergency equipment in the right place, ready to move. If you go along Houston Street, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of pieces of equipment that are lined up to move in and to take debris out, and now they've started doing that. And I think that's probably what you observed. You probably observed them starting there.
Are you concerned about the city tonight in light of all of the things that have happened during the daylight hours today?
Am I concerned from the point of view of the actions and activities of the people of the city? The police department is out in large numbers. You want to explain the force that you have out there? And no, I'm not concerned. But
we're pretty much out in full force this evening. Southern Manhattan, as you know, we're primarily concentrating on the rescue efforts. The rest of the city is basically, some of the entry points are shut down. The tunnels are shut down. As of midnight, there will be no more traffic coming into Southern Manhattan from 14th Street. We're going to shut that down. I think the city's pretty secure, and we're going to continue doing what we're doing in the rescue effort and just hope for the best.
Any reports of lawlessness, any reports of any looting or anything?
Absolutely not. There's been no reports of looting or any other problems out of the ordinary. And as I said, the boroughs are working pretty normally, and so far so good.
Mayor, did you see the president's comments tonight, and have you spoken to him again?
No, I spoke to him earlier today, and I only heard the very end of his comments because I was coming back from the World Trade Center.
He said thousands today.
I don't know the number at this point. That may be very well be the case. At this point, we're still in the effort of trying to recover people. I don't know the numbers yet, but I mean, this is going to be, as I said, the numbers are going to be very, very high.
Mr. Mayor,
just if you think of the number of people that were in the building at the time, we've been spending time with the medical examiner, who, by the way, was injured himself. And so Dr. Hirsch was injured and had to be treated, but he's organized his office, and they are ready to deal with thousands and thousands of.
It is 10:02 Eastern Time. The continuing live coverage here on the Fox News Channel of the response to the terrorist attacks in New York and Washington, D.C. today. At this hour, we are told that President Bush is holding a National Security Council meeting at the White House. We are awaiting word on exactly what is being decided at that meeting. You can imagine that he is figuring out a response. At the same time, not only D.C., but the city of New York in a state of emergency. You can see on your screens the New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani talking about the emergency response. My co-anchor John Gibson with us now.
Rudy Giuliani was just asked by one of the reporters, and we're going to go back to it here in a second. The President Bush, said thousands are grieving tonight. Thousands have died in this bombing, and Giuliani said, I can't disagree with what he said. We're going to... Mayor Giuliani, once again, refusing to dispute the number of thousands of dead. Once again, we're listening to New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani discussing rescue efforts and search and recovery efforts that are now going on at the World Trade Center, not being hampered by the dark, he said, but being hampered by the conditions there after today's incredible terrorist acts. Let's listen to the mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani.
A while for that to come.
About other South Street Seaport.
So on the east side of downtown Manhattan has power, and exactly where the demarcation line is, I'm not sure, but over by One Police Plaza, going east, there's power, and I believe there's power at City Hall now.
What are your plans for the rest of the night, for the next 12 hours? And and will you all still be...
We just had a long meeting with all of the agencies to make sure they have the support that they need. They'll all reassemble here at 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and some of the critical people will stay here throughout the night, and we'll have representatives here, and I'll be here for a while longer.
Are you concerned about asbestos contamination?
The health department has done tests, and at this point is not concerned. But so far, all the tests that we've done do not show an undue amount of asbestos. Doesn't show any particular chemical agent that we have to be concerned about. The accumulation of it for people who are down there can become very, very irritating. And there were a lot of people whose eyes have been burned, but I don't think there's any chemical agent that we have to worry about at this point.
Do you have any idea how many police officers and firefighters you are missing?
Yes, we have an idea of how many we're missing.
Can you tell us that?
Well, it's a lot. It's a lot. A lot of firefighters and a lot of police officers, and I don't know that I really don't want to get into a numbers game until we know. It's a lot. It's a lot.
There were also reports that there are some top brass in both departments who are missing.
Yes, we lost the deputy chief of the fire department and the chief of the department.
The chief of the fire department.
The chief of the fire department. The first deputy commissioner. Feehan. Deputy Commissioner Feehan, Chief Gansey, Father Judge, and Ray Downey, who I just gave a party for at Gracie Mansion for his years of service to the fire department, who led our team in the Oklahoma City bombing rescue. We've also lost him. It's very difficult, not just for me, for the fire commissioner, and there were some other very close friends that are missing right now. I haven't been able to speak to their families yet.
Mr. Mayor, advice again to New Yorkers who are still concerned about going to work and things like that?
The very best thing would be to stay home tomorrow. If you have to come to work, and you work north of 14th Street, then you can come to work if it's critical. So if it's important and it's critical, then you come to work. But if you can stay home tomorrow, you're going to make things easier on yourself and easier on the city if you stay home. So the city is not officially closed. Manhattan is not officially closed north of 14th Street. But we're advising people if you can stay home, it would be better. Outside of Manhattan, you go to work and do all the things you would normally do. There's no particular reason to be constricted in activities there. But if you can stay out of the city, that would be good.
Any idea when the airports will reopen?
I believe not before 2 o'clock tomorrow, but that was the report we had a while earlier. So at least closed until then.
Mr. Mayor, Arab Americans for Peace issued a statement condemning the attack and asking for Americans and New Yorkers to withhold judgment until after an investigation has been completed. But they're also concerned about the fact that Muslim communities here in New York will be targeted for harassment both by law enforcement officials and by community members because of the nature of the attack.
Just the opposite. They will receive extra protection. That's the point of what I was saying earlier. Nobody should engage in group blame. The reality is, whoever is responsible for this, law enforcement will figure that out. The United States government will figure it out, and the retaliation will be, I'm sure, very, very strong, and make an example out of those people. But nobody should try to make that determination on their own. Nobody should blame any group of people or any nationality or any ethnic group. The particular individual is responsible and the group's responsible. That's up to law enforcement, and it's up to the United States government to figure out. And citizens of New York should, even if they have anger, which is understandable, and very, very strong emotions about this, it isn't their place to get involved in this. Then they're just participating in the kind of activity we just witnessed. And New Yorkers are not like that. So we're sensitive to that. The police department will have special patrols in those areas of the city, and anybody that tries to do anything like that will be arrested.
Mr. Mayor, is there anything you could say to put to rest of the fears people have?
Everything is being done to try to make the city as secure as possible. The president, the FBI, federal government, the state, the governor, the New York City Police Department, law enforcement authorities, everything is being done that can be done. And people tonight should say a prayer for the people that we've lost, and be grateful that we're all here. And tomorrow, New York is going to be here, and we're going to rebuild, and we're going to be stronger than we were before.
Last question. Police Commissioner Carrick, did you lose any top people in your department?
No, not to my knowledge, not at this point. We have suffered losses. There was a contingent of cops that was with the mayor and I, and Chief Ganji and First Deputy Meehan. The mayor and I left them. We were gone about 10 minutes when that portion of the building fell, and I had a number of people there. We haven't found them yet. So I don't know the numbers. I don't know yet.
We're still hopeful that we're gonna find people, and we have not given up hope that we're gonna be able to find some people.
We do know there are people in the building that are alive. We know that for a fact. I can't get into it right now, but we do know there are people in the building that are alive, and we're making every effort to get to them.
Are those members of those police officers?
Excuse me?
Are those police officers?
There are some police officers, yes.
How many? Which building are they in?
2 that we know of.
How many? 2?
2.
Do you know which building they're in?
Which building?
I can't say right now.
Have police officers been pulled from the rubble already, alive?
Yes, there are a number of people that were taken to the hospitals.
Can people be heard from
Yes.
inside the rubble? Is that how you know? Can people be heard?
I can't get into it right now.
We have a group of shelters that are available in Manhattan. Bayard Rustin High School, Seward Park High School, Washington Irving High School, the High School of Fashion Industry, Chelsea High School, Norman Thomas, the City School, JS 22, IS 131, Comprehensive Day and Night. They're all open for people that may need shelter tonight. And we'll put out this list, as well as Curtis High School in Staten Island and Westinghouse High School in Brooklyn. So we'll put out this list, and these shelters are all available to people who may be displaced. Thank you.
New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani as Lower Manhattan tonight is a war zone of the dead, the wounded, and the rescue workers. There is a massive rescue effort underway. At this hour, the Federal Emergency Management Agency has activated several urban search and rescue teams to the New York City area and to the Pentagon. They specialize in fortifying collapsed buildings and extracting victims. Also, in an unprecedented move, the Department of Health and Human Services has activated a national medical emergency system to send some 7,000 doctors, nurses, and medical staff to the New York City area. Portable morgues are being set up around New York City. We have gotten word now that at least some of the rescuers themselves have been killed. At first report, at least 200 firefighters may have been killed. Word now from the mayor of New York City that the deputy chief and the chief of the New York City Fire Department, as well as the first deputy commissioner, are believed to be dead. Also, at least 78 police officers missing and feared dead. At this hour, people are also pouring out around the New York City area to give blood because doctors around the area have said that they are looking at a critical shortage, and they will be for some hours, if not days.
And there were thousands of people in the World Trade Center, both towers, that are presumed dead. They are now going in and starting the search and rescue operation, looking for those who might have survived and looking for those who are dead. Still, no way to tell the total number. This is what happened. This is an animation based on FAA information this morning at 8:45 when Flight 11 from Boston to L.A. hijacked hits, well, that is actually a picture, an animation of the second plane, which was United Airlines 175 with 65 people on board from Boston to L.A. that hit the second tower at 9:05. The first hijacked plane, American Flight 11 from Boston to L.A. with 92 people, hit the one tower at 8:45 a.m., and 20 minutes later, the second plane hit the second tower. About an hour to an hour and a half later, both towers collapsed. Here is a picture of the second plane, the United Airlines plane, hitting the South Tower, blowing right through it. Now, why did the buildings collapse? The best estimate from the construction manager of the World Trade Center, built the center so many years ago, was that the huge amount of jet fuel on board melted the steel and caused the collapse. This is a live picture downtown where the World Trade Center once stood and where is now wreckage and a hole in the ground. One of the most poignant moments we have seen, and many more to come tonight, was Mayor Giuliani describing the loss of close friends of his, and the fact that another 10 minutes the mayor of New York would have been dead. Mayor Giuliani was at the World Trade Center inspecting the work of the fire and rescue teams. When he left, about 10 minutes later, the first building came down, killed the deputy chief of the fire department, the chief, the first deputy commissioner of the fire department, whom Giuliani had just left. Let's go now to Fox News correspondent Carl Cameron in Washington with some new information about what authorities are learning about today's disastrous terror attack. Carl?
Well, it's still very early in the investigative process, but we have talked to a pair of top-level U.S. intelligence officials who tell us that the process of this investigation is now thoroughly underway, and investigators are looking first at ground crew staff at a number of Eastern Seaboard airports, including Boston and New Jersey, and investigating the possibility that the hijackers may have had co-conspirators working on the ground. They are looking into the possibilities that perhaps luggage handlers and or attendant mechanics and those folks who service airplanes during their various different routine layovers at airports might have planted a weapon and or some equipment that might have been used by the hijackers. Investigators are suggesting that these operations would have required at least 50 conspirators in the United States in order to pull off this coordinated apparent series of terrorist attacks. They believe that in each plane there had to have been at least 2 hijackers. According to one of the intelligence officials that we worked with, at least one hijacker to commandeer and fly the plane, and then another literally to guard him in the cockpit. There is a lot of speculation as to what may have happened in terms of whether or not the hijackers kidnapped and kept alive the flight crews, or whether or not perhaps the pilot may have even been executed. Intelligence officials have no way, obviously, to know any of that, but they are saying that at least 2 hijackers on each plane, with the possibilities of conspiratorial assistance from ground crews. And there are questions being posed at this hour to a variety of people at Boston and New Jersey airports, including intelligence officials say, those ground crew individuals who might be naturalized U.S. citizens from a variety of Middle East countries and or green card holders. The idea being that perhaps there are some folks with sympathies toward some of these fundamentalist and or terror groups that are suspected, albeit not officially accused by any U.S. officials. In addition, there is growing speculation that the hijackers who may have flown these planes could have been schooled, tutored in flying these jumbo jets with some type of advanced simulator software, the types of things that one sees in Hollywood movies wherein you would jump into a booth and literally learn how to fly an airplane or a jumbo jet in virtual reality. There are all manner of software programs available even at computer stores, but intelligence officials say this is not the kind of thing that your kid would use with a joystick on the home computer. These are probably advanced flight simulators, and U.S. intelligence officials are currently attempting a worldwide inventory to find out what countries might have sophisticated enough simulators and who would have access to those so that they could learn how to fly these particular types of jumbo jets. Now, one intelligence official was telling us that it is notable that the planes, with the exception of the one that left Dulles Airport and crashed into the Pentagon, had already reached a leveled flight level and had gone onto autopilot, which would have given people the opportunity to, of course, unbuckle their seatbelts and then move around and potentially commandeer the plane. And then, of course, the jets would have had to have been taken over by the hijackers. And finally, there is a couple of quick moves developing on Capitol Hill. The lawmakers are now already thinking about what types of budget implications this might be. And while tomorrow is dedicated to a resolution in the House and Senate of condemnation, and there will be much speech-making and only one thing on which lawmakers will vote tomorrow, and that is this resolution of condemnation, already the House budget process is going forth for an emergency supplemental that will look into a number of things. Billions of dollars to rebuild the Pentagon, billions of dollars to add to the intelligence budget, additional airport security nationwide, and the possibility of boosting the counterterrorism budget. So budget officials in Washington already saying that they are prepared now to open the checkbook and do what is necessary to protect national security.
Carl Cameron, have them include sky marshals while they're at it. Let me ask you a question. We have a report on the wires that Barbara Olson, the woman who's appeared on this network many times, called her husband Ted Olson from the air during the hijacking of the plane that went down into the Pentagon. She reported to her husband Ted Olson that the hijackers were using knife-like instruments. If they were using some sort of plastic knife that they could carry on board, why would they need help from ground crews?
Well, that may be the case in the circumstances of Barbara Olson. It isn't clear at all at this point what weapons were used, and there are some limitations as to the length of blades and things like this. It would seem unlikely at this point that we should go with any particular final report on what weaponry might have been used or the actual circumstances. At this point, it is a very preliminary process in the investigation, and these are some of the things that investigators are now looking into. And because this seems to have been such a massively coordinated series of attacks, intelligence officials have all but reached consensus that there were a number of people involved in this, and it wasn't simply those who walked onto the plane. They had to have had help along the way.
Makes sense. Carl Cameron, thanks a lot.
We want to bring in now the former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, who's with us. Newt, just a little bit earlier this evening, we got word from the ranking Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Utah Senator Orrin Hatch, that U.S. intelligence had intercepted some sort of conversations between people who have been associated with Osama bin Laden, acknowledging that some targets had been hit. What have you been hearing from your former colleagues on the Hill?
Well, I think there's a growing sense that bin Laden will turn out to be the person who's guilty. And I think that former Secretary of State George Shultz had it right when he noted that the president had described this as an act of war. What you just heard from Carl Cameron is a very complicated process with 50 or more people in the U.S. substantially more outside the U.S. I think it's very important to understand this was a direct act of war, and I think that as members get more and more briefings, it's going to be more and more clear that there's a very large network, much of it housed in Afghanistan and Sudan, that has been actively planning this for a long time. One intelligence expert told me tonight that this was clearly over a year in preparation. You just heard a report that the pilots, the terrorist pilots, may well have been trained in a simulator. Imagine how long that entire process took to put together. This was a very complex action, a military-style action. I think it's very, very important that the Congress go beyond tomorrow's resolution and move towards an actual formal declaration of war for a variety of legal reasons.
I take you back, Newt, I take you back to what the President said earlier tonight. He said that when the U.S. responds to this, quote, we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. It sounds like an implication that Afghanistan now is in the crosshairs, that government there known to have sheltered Osama bin Laden for years. Is that what you take from it?
I think the President was clearly indicating that we will expect the Taliban, the government in Afghanistan, to turn over bin Laden and his associates if we determine they're the cause of this. My guess is that the intercepts you were describing earlier, and I've heard other reports that those intercepts do indicate bin Laden's lieutenants were actively engaged in this. I think you will see us put enormous pressure, and again, I think that there's every likelihood that we will use military force, if that's what it takes, to convince governments that they cannot harbor people who kill thousands of Americans.
Mr. Gingrich, let me ask you, you said a formal declaration of war against who?
I think against bin Laden, his associates, anyone who engages in terrorism, and anyone who harbors terrorism. There are very important legal reasons. Former General Wes Clark, who led the campaign in Kosovo, points out in his memoir that the lawyers were restricting us over and over because we weren't technically at war. And therefore, for legal reasons, there are a lot of things you couldn't do. The Central Intelligence Agency, as a commentator on this network said about a half hour ago, the Central Intelligence Agency has been crippled for 25 years.
Former House Speaker Newt Gingrich, we want to pause for just a moment. Some of our Fox stations are breaking away for local news. At 10:25 p.m. Eastern Time, this is the Fox News Channel's continuing live coverage of a terrorism attack in the United States, focused on New York City and Washington, D.C. We want to go now to correspondent Brian Wilson. He is in Washington, in fact, outside the Pentagon, one of the targets of today's attack. Brian?
Yes, one of the things we've had difficulty getting here at the Pentagon was firm numbers of how many people might have been injured or killed in the crash. Of course, we know that everybody aboard that plane died in the crash, but it was unclear how many people might have been in the E, D, and C rings that were impacted on the south side of the Pentagon building. In the last few moments, the Arlington County Fire Department chief has let it be known here at this location they now believe the number is between 100, and this is an astonishing number, and 800 people. Now that gives you an indication that they don't have a very good sense of just how many people were killed, but they also gives you an indication of the magnitude of this disaster. Here at the Pentagon earlier this evening, we saw some of the first up-close pictures of what's going on at the impact site. There are bodies that are covered with white sheets, and you get some idea of the twisted metal and the absolute destruction. The plane went in nose first, full throttle, penetrating 3 of the 5 rings of the Pentagon on the south side. It is a remarkable testament to the architects of this building that the Pentagon continues to operate, that the military is being directed from this building even now and never actually ended their function of doing that. The nation is at DEFCON threat Delta, which is the highest military threat that you can have. Washington, D.C. is being patrolled. We don't see them, but just outside the perimeter of Washington, there are military aircraft patrolling the skies to make sure that there are no more aircraft headed this way. But here at the Pentagon, the most important news we have heard in the last few minutes is that the Arlington County Fire Chief is now estimating that between 100 and 800 people may have died here at the Pentagon. Back to you, Linda.
Brian Wilson, just keep us up to speed on what is happening in the basement. You've mentioned it just briefly. The National Military Command Center there in the basement of the Pentagon. Tell us more of what that operation is doing.
Well, basically, that is in the very belly of the beast. It's down in the basement area of the Pentagon building, which is a massive structure, as you know, 5 sides, the largest structure in Washington. It is in the very basement, and it is one of the most secure areas of the Pentagon complex. And from that very location, they are basically directing the operations of the military worldwide. That never ended here. In fact, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld never left the building, even after the impact of this aircraft at 9:40 this morning. The fire was massive here this morning, and it took some time to put the fire out because basically there was great concern that a second aircraft might be on its way to this target. So they pulled the firefighters out, they pulled the policemen out, and they let it go for a while, and then only after they began to believe that things were more secure did the firemen go back in and try to put out this fire. In the last hour or so, in fact, we still see occasional flames flickering up through the roof. It's a very stubborn fire to put out.
Brian, a quick question. That wide-ranging estimate of those killed or injured at the Pentagon, does that include those aboard the plane, or is that separate from?
We're just not clear on what that exactly entails. It could be the deaths on the plane and the deaths inside the Pentagon. We're trying to nail that down, but the fire chief has said the death estimate at this site between 1 and 800. I must tell you, it's been just an amazing day here in Washington, D.C., and the likes of which we have not seen. I covered Oklahoma City. I was there that day, and I've never seen anything that quite equal Oklahoma City until now. And you've got to consider the fact that the entire government was basically held at bay for a while. The president was in Louisiana making calls. The Speaker of the House and the leadership were taken to special bunkers. The entire government was effectively shut down and only is now in the last few hours starting to operate again at full force.
Brian Wilson at the Pentagon. Brian, thanks very much. We'll check with you a little bit later. Once again, one plane, this plane from Dulles to Los Angeles, plowed into the Pentagon at 9:40 this morning. 2 hit the World Trade Center in New York, and 1 evidently missed its target, whatever that was, and that United Airlines plane crashed in Pennsylvania. More on that a little bit later. We are going to pause now for just a couple of seconds to let our Fox News stations up and down the line join us for more coverage of today's terror attack on America. And we are back. This is the Fox News Network's continuing coverage of what is going on in the aftermath of today's terror attack. Let's go now to St. Vincent's Hospital in New York, where a news conference is underway about those injured and being cared for in today's World Trade Center terror attack.
What's the atmosphere like in there right now?
Well, we've gotten a new shift change of doctors. Everybody's very alert and ready for whatever they bring us. The flow has been steady all day, although
We seem to have lost the audio there for a moment.
after the initial
Well, there it is. It's back. Let's listen in again.
ill patients, we got a lot of dust and smoke inhalation patients, and it was much slower after the buildings collapsed. We're still ready and able to take care of lots of patients in the hospital now.
They say overnight that you're expecting to see a lot more patients coming in with much more serious injuries.
We hope to see more patients coming in. We hope that they don't have terribly serious injuries, but the entire staff is on call. We have many doctors in the hospital, and the feeling is that we can handle some volume. Many of the patients we've seen, particularly recently, had been, one during the afternoon had been a fire supervisor who'd gotten caught in the building 6 collapse, and he crawled out of the rubble. We've seen people who, a lot of patients coming in now are the firefighters and policemen who've had a lot of exhaustion and debris inhalation all day. We haven't gotten, initially though, the burn patients were coming out of the buildings, obviously, when there was still a big rescue effort going on at that time early on in the day.
The last patient you saw
I couldn't really tell you exactly what time that was.
Well, the last layperson we've seen, we actually just about half hour, our last patient is actually a reporter who's here from another country, and he had a problem, not so much related to the event, and he's here. He was a reporter like you guys on the scene, and he had some problems with chest pain, and he came in. Right.
Can you tell us your name and spelling, please?
Right, I'm Dr. Backelchuk, Leonard Backelchuk, L-E-O, right, sorry, Leonard Backalchuk.
Continue with this news conference. This is at St. Vincent's Hospital. It is the hospital that is closest to the World Trade Center. Just to give you a sense of the magnitude of the injured, the World Trade Center, 2 towers, 110 stories tall. What is left of it is only 5 stories tall. There is an untold number of people trapped in the rubble of that building. The mayor of New York City is saying that there are people alive in there right now. There are crews trying to reach them. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has dispatched at least 28 urban search and rescue teams to the New York area to try to get some of those people out. They're on their way here, if not already arrived. Let us take it back to St. Vincent's Hospital.
I understand that Bellevue Hospital did not have a lot of patients at this time. So.
Everything that you've seen, has there been one particular event that has really moved you?
There was one, a burn patient. I mean, it's very difficult to see burn patients. They're charred. They're charred. Their skin is coming off. They're in tremendous pain, and you know, it's tremendous suffering. And this person's ears were cut and had all kinds of other injuries as well. It's,
do you understand what happened, but it's just in a state of shock?
No, my general feeling is none of these people had, I mean, the people I saw, the more critical ones, had no idea really what was going on. One person did know. She actually came down the stairs. But most of the people that I dealt with seemed to have no idea really how serious their injuries were or exactly what happened.
Just 2 more questions?
Yeah.
Okay. I just have a couple of last-minute things. We are very grateful to everyone in New York who has volunteered their time and their efforts, everything from priests and rabbis, physicians, nurses, just the general public coming and helping us. We are not in need of any additional assistance overnight tonight. If anybody would like to call the hospital tomorrow and let us know that they're available, that would be fine. We encourage all New Yorkers tomorrow to go to their local blood center. Blood will be needed for these kinds of injuries on an ongoing basis. So all New Yorkers are encouraged to go to their local
news conference at St. Vincent's Hospital, where the wounded and injured were taken. Many of them handled much earlier today as this disaster unfolded at the World Trade Center in New York. The focus now shifting to recovery of those people who still may be alive in the rubble, as well as recovering the dead and beginning to count how many did die in this an unbelievable terror attack. Meanwhile, downstairs here at the Fox News Channel, Karen Gibbs has been keeping an eye on the financial markets, a huge chunk of which were housed in the World Trade Center. So what happens tomorrow, Karen?
Well, I'll tell you, John, we will not see the New York Stock Exchange, the American Stock Exchange, or the NASDAQ conduct any type of trading. In fact, well, this will be the first time we have seen these stock markets closed in 2 sessions back-to-back since 1945, when the stock market celebrated the end of World War II. So this is dramatic here, and we do have some reaction from overseas markets that are open. New Zealand down 4.5%. Sydney, Australia down 4%. Singapore down 8%. And Tokyo off 7% at its worst level, the first time it broke through 10,000 in 17 years. So you are seeing a ripple effect, although I must stress the trade is very, very thin, and it's pretty much limited to closing out positions and conducting customer orders. There is immense potential political and economic uncertainty here, and that is a negative, because not just beating our chest suggest here, we are the engine that drives this whole global economy, and there is some concern that panic could put us in disarray. Now, the Japanese Prime Minister Koizumi is saying that it is important for us not to panic, not to disrupt the world economic situation. And in fact, the G7 officials, including our Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill, are in talks, and they are prepared to do whatever is necessary. But right now, you are seeing ramifications across the world that could be negative. In fact, some people are saying this could throw us into a global recession. Oil prices are now over $30 a barrel. You have the dollar weaker on the day. And NYMEX, of course, that's where crude oil is traded, right across the street from what was the World Trade Center, are not going to be open at least through Thursday. And so no way to react to this type of situation. We're also going to anticipate the impact that it's having on insurance companies, the defense industry, oil companies, and even the airlines that were involved in this type of thing. And so right now, we don't have a chance to react to it. In fact, Tokyo is having an abbreviated trading session. They have halted trade on about 15 stocks, including IBM, Philip Morris, and Boeing. And so a lot of activity going on here. But to put it in perspective, this is not the worst that Tokyo has done. In fact, the worst response we've seen is October 20th, 1987, when it was off almost 15%. So we're only half as bad there. But this has dramatic implications. Look, you got 50,000 people at the World Trade Center that don't have jobs now. Where are they going to go? And the peripheral industries around there, the shoe shine guys, the vegetable guys, all of that sort of stuff. This is going to be something that we're going to have to see how we can recover from.
Senior business correspondent Karen Gibbs with us from Fox News Central. Karen, thank you very much. We want to bring in now the governor of Virginia, Jim Gilmore. He has a lot to deal with today. As you know, the Pentagon is in the state of Virginia, and he's had to deal with that crash there. It is also true, Governor, that one of the planes that was involved in this attack took off from Dulles Airport, also in Virginia. What is your state doing?
Well, this has been just an amazing tragedy. I've just learned from one interview tonight that I lost one friend, Barbara Olson, and just in this studio tonight that Ray Downey was killed, who is on our commission on terrorism and weapons of mass destruction that I've been chairing for 3 years. There are a lot of Virginians that have been killed. There are a lot of Americans that have been killed, and it's a real tragedy. First thing this morning, of course, as soon as the events began to unfold, I did what any governor would do that has a terrorist attack on his territory. We opened up our Emergency Operations Center. We began to immediately work with and communicate with the federal authorities. We activated our Federal Guard, our National Guard. We began to get our Virginia Department of Transportation at work trying to help handle some of the transportation issues that were occurring in Northern Virginia. And we began to get our state police engaged. In fact, one of our state policemen went into the Pentagon while it was still smoking and on fire to try to save people, and he's in the hospital tonight here in Alexandria.
Governor, we understand that there has been a tremendous outpouring of help from citizens of your state, that many people just feeling like there's not much they can do, but at least they can do is find a way to go to the Red Cross and give blood. Is that true?
There is a lot of community support here. The first responders have done a magnificent job. Fire, police, rescue, individual citizens coming forward in order to try to help their fellow Virginians and fellow Americans in this terrific tragedy. Our Commission on Terrorism has indicated that we have to have a national strategy, and it must include local responders and state officials in an overarching national strategy. I'm very thankful that the President has taken this on and has assigned it to the Vice President for his work. I wish it had been done years ago.
Governor, we understand that FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, has activated some of its urban search and rescue teams, not only to New York, but also to the Pentagon. Can you tell us more of what you know about their activities at the Pentagon?
Yes, I issued a state of emergency in the state of Virginia today, which gave me the opportunity to then move resources, people, and efforts in order to try to help both situations in New York and in Virginia. We have, in fact, activated 2 search and rescue operations, one at Fairfax, one at Virginia Beach, and I believe one now has been assigned to the state of New York. Right.
Those search and rescue teams, as I understand it, are actually fairly large teams. They have a lot of supplies, a lot of equipment. Among the things that they are trained to do is help to stabilize collapsed buildings so that they can extract people. What else do you know?
Well, they're very sophisticated operations, but they're set up and intended for exactly this type of situation. Once again, our goal here today, by declaring our emergency and activating resources like this, is to get in and try to help out to the greatest extent we can. But I think that what you're going to see here is that Americans are going to rally to this. There are people who think that they're going to attack the United States and dissuade us from our goals for peace and freedom in the world are absolutely wrong. Americans are going to look inward and find each other, I believe, in a crisis like this. And then Americans are going to look outward, and the people who committed these crimes are not going to like that.
Governor, have you been privy to any of the briefings that have explained what happened with that plane that took off from Dulles Airport? There have been some wire reports that the plane left Dulles Airport and that at some point it was headed toward the White House, that air traffic controllers tried to warn the White House and National Airport that it was headed toward there, and then it abruptly, apparently the transponders were turned off, and that's when it hit the Pentagon. Have you gotten any briefings?
I don't think that anybody actually knows the answer to that. I believe that it's perfectly clear, though, that this plane was headed along that path. I was there at the Pentagon myself. I was 100 feet away from the actual wall that had collapsed at the Pentagon. We don't know whether this thing was going over top and trying to go to the White House or whether it was going into the Pentagon. But I know this. He hit the Pentagon square dead on. There was no groove in the ground, but he hit it square on, and it plowed right through many of the walls. This is a great human tragedy. I'm telling you, there are not only thousands of people at the Pentagon, but tens of thousands of people, presumably, in New York. Leadership that has done just such a wonderful job responding, many of whom have given their lives for their fellow Americans. And this is a tragic time, but I'm going to tell you, the people are outraged. We're outraged in Virginia. This is an attack on Virginia soil, and Americans are going to rally to Virginians and to each other in this time of crisis, and I'm very proud of the President's leadership.
Virginia Governor Jim Gilmore, we know you have a lot of work ahead of you tonight. We thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go now to Brian Wilson in Washington, who's got some new information about the number of people killed at the Pentagon. Brian, it was a fairly wide-ranging number earlier. Has it narrowed down some?
No, it hasn't been narrowed down, and let me explain why. They now believe there may be between 100 and 800 people dead inside that building. Why is that such a wide disparity in numbers? Well, they know there were 67 people aboard the aircraft. None of them survived. But they know also that there were as many as 850 people who worked in that particular area of the Pentagon. So they are having to leave a very wide number. I also talked to the chief of the Arlington County Fire Department, who told me that there is a very good chance they believe that there may well be people, survivors, inside the rubble here at the Pentagon. That it's been a pancake-type collapse, and in situations like that, it is entirely possible that people do survive. They can't do much about the rescue right now, but they intend to go in at first light and do more rescue. So they have not given up on survivors here at the Pentagon. What they are now estimating, the best estimate that we can give you, is that between 100 and 800 people died in this incident at the Pentagon today. Back to you, John.
Brian Wilson, at the Pentagon, as we try to figure out how many people died at the Pentagon when the flight from Dulles to Los Angeles was hijacked and plowed into the Pentagon. Let's go now to Fox News correspondent John Dupree in Los Angeles, where more than one of these planes was bound for. The governor has declared a state of emergency. What else, John?
Well, an eerie scene here at the busiest airport on the west coast of the United States, John. This airport has been shut down. The skies above this airport empty. The recorded voice of a PA announcer echoing from empty terminals. The thoroughfare you see behind me, normally teeming with vehicles, unpopulated. LAX, like other airports across the country, shut down. The ATF, the FBI, the Los Angeles Police Department, bomb squad experts have been through every terminal, every structure, and every airplane and declared this facility safe. Nevertheless, it remains closed until the FAA gives word it can resume business as usual. That expected to happen noontime Eastern tomorrow, and that not a sure bet. Administrators say they will review the entire scenario then. 3 flights destined for Los Angeles International Airport today among the 4 that crashed. The other destined for California's other major international airport, San Francisco International. American flight number 11 carrying 92 people. American flight number 77 with 64 people on board. United flight 175 with 65 people, and United flight 93 with 45 people on board, all destined for California. Loved ones, as you might imagine, filtered in all day long, were taken to private and secret facilities on the airport to be briefed on what happened and consoled and helped. They were taken away when the airport was closed. Almost all of California is closed with them, and all up and down the West Coast, every major icon, every major landmark which might have been a target for terrorism has been shut down, cordoned off, or secured this evening. John.
John Dupree in Los Angeles. John, thanks a lot. We'll be checking back with you. Meanwhile, Linda has a special guest.
We do not wish on anyone the experience of witnessing the attacks that we all saw today. And unfortunately, sometimes it is the job of the journalists here at Fox and other networks that they have to go amid the wreckage. One of our own, Nico Winstrel, who's here in the studio, was there down in Lower Manhattan when you began to see people falling out of the World Trade Center. Nico, can you describe what you saw?
Well, I saw people coming down kind of in a string, one by one. It was almost in slow motion, coming down, kind of free-falling backwards out, men neatly in suits with their ties billowing in the air, just falling down.
Some people said that they saw people jumping. There was one report that a man and a woman were hand-in-hand jumping, but what you saw did not seem to indicate that.
No, I didn't, you know, I can't confirm that people were jumping or people were sucked out, as, you know, some people on the street were saying next to me, but it really looked like they were just falling backwards, like almost like a parachute was going to come, but then the parachute just never came.
One of the other gruesome sights that you unfortunately had to witness was the people still inside the World Trade Center as they were gasping for air. What did you see?
You know, right before that I saw heads, you know, my eyes kind of diverted. First I saw heads just popping out of the World Trade Center. I don't know if they were gasping for air or just, you know, looking for help from safety from below. I don't know, but it's just from waist up outside, just leaning out all ends. So and then my eyes diverted up to people just in a string just coming down backwards.
You must have, I mean, clearly it was disturbing to you. For those who were...
Oh, yeah. I mean, I sat there in tears, and people next to me were in tears, as if it was their family members falling down.
It must have been a scene of people just horrified.
Horrified.
And in shock.
Horrified. And that's when really the mayhem really started. I mean, beforehand it was really organized by police. You know, they escorted you to the side and really controlled the situation. And at that point, it just... It was mayhem, people just running all over, people screaming, and then all of a sudden the building collapsed after that. It just came down layer by layer, very slowly down, and looking like it was almost imploded.
And you saw it as it came down?
I saw it as it came down, then I saw the smoke just heading towards us, and I just saw people. And I was, you know, in a clear sight where I knew I was no longer in danger. When the first tower came down, I was fearful that I was in danger. I just heard an explosion, and just hundreds of people just running from east to west.
All right, Nico Winstrel, if you would, hang on one second. We have a briefing from Police Commissioner Carrick, who is New York City. He's explaining what is going on, the police response. Let's listen.
Following areas, Manhattan south of 14th Street, and that will be from the East River to the Hudson River. The only vehicles that will be allowed in those areas will be emergency vehicles, police, fire vehicles, National Guard, and anything authorized by the police department. There will be some vehicles in the morning that will have to get down there for deliveries of certain things that we're familiar with already. They will be allowed in, and residents, that's it. Anyone trying to violate the order will be arrested and could be found guilty of a Class B misdemeanor. I urge people to follow the order. There's no need to come into Southern Manhattan tomorrow, and as a result of the order, the best thing to do is stay away.
Can you talk about this incident that came up on Channel 2 about some people coming across the GW Bridge explosives? Can you comment on that at all?
I haven't seen the report, and I haven't heard about anybody coming across the bridge with explosives. Okay.
Have you heard anything about people on the Jersey side?
Well, I've heard basically the same thing you have. We haven't been able to confirm it yet. They weren't near the bridge, to my understanding. If it in fact did happen, we're trying to confirm it through our detective bureau.
One more question on this.
South of 14th Street, that includes all bridges and tunnel crossings south of 14th Street. Those are closed down for
any movement south of 14th Street.
And you have not heard about any explosives on the George Washington Bridge or in the Lincoln Tunnel?
Nope.
Commissioner,
Thank you.
it was in Jersey near the bridge. Is that your understanding? Do you know the jurisdiction?
Well, what we heard was Port Authority police stopped a van that might have had explosives in it. We haven't been able to confirm it yet. We're working on it. When we hear something, we'll let you know.
Now it's on the Jersey side, right?
It's on the Jersey side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Police
And we'll be
Commissioner
back,
Bernard
so-
Carrick talking about a couple things. One, a report that there was a van somewhere near the George Washington Bridge that may or may not have been carrying explosives. Meanwhile, there is news to report we should bring you up to date on. At the Pentagon, the Arlington County Fire Chief says there may still be people alive in the Pentagon. Search and rescue crews working in there. As you know from listening to Brian Wilson a little bit earlier, there may be as many as 850 people dead or injured in the Pentagon. That is the number that may have been working there at the time that plane plowed into the Pentagon. Also, we now have the details on something Mayor Giuliani was talking about a little bit earlier. Top firefighters of the city of New York dead. The chief of the fire department, Peter Gansey, the deputy chief of the fire department, Raymond Downey, the first deputy commander, William Feehan, and the fire department chaplain, Father Michael Judge. All four of those were killed shortly after the mayor left them when the first of the two World Trade Towers collapsed on a triage area in the plaza at the base of the Trade Center tower. That you're seeing on the screen now is that first tower collapsing, evidently killing the top firefighters of the city just 10 minutes or so after Mayor Giuliani had left them.
We have just gotten new still photos of the aftermath of the attacks. First, of course, on the New York City World Trade Center buildings. These coming to us courtesy of the New York Post, and you could just see, this gives you a sense of the devastation. The first plane crash into one of the towers at 8:45 a.m. 9:03 a.m. the crash into the second tower. The fire resulting from these, it did not take long to devastate these two buildings. And shortly thereafter, the two towers, 110 stories tall, came tumbling to the ground. What is left of the World Trade Center is now only 5 stories tall. The number of dead and wounded, impossible to count as of this hour.
110 stories each. Now 5 stories. Upwards of 50,000 people in those buildings. We have no idea how many are dead yet, but it must number in the thousands. We're going to pause for just a moment to let our Fox stations join us.
In just a moment, our Fox stations will be joining us up and down the line. Once again, we're awaiting more briefings on exactly what's happening, but we do know that there is a massive investigation of the downing of the 4 aircrafts involved in these attacks. As our Fox stations join us up and down the line, this is the live special coverage of the Fox News Channel of a massive terrorist attack on the United States of America. 4 planes hijacked today, 4 of them down. 2 of them going into the World Trade Center. These are some of the pictures that you're seeing, courtesy of the New York Post.
Right, they'll be in the New York Post pages tomorrow morning. It's stunning still pictures, and one of them we saw a moment ago is just what Nico Winstrol was talking about, the pictures of people falling from the building from as high as, oh, let's say 100 stories. Nico, I've just got to ask you, did you have the impression that they were jumping or they'd been blown from the building?
You know, to tell you the truth, the way that they were positioned, it almost seemed like they were blown from the building. I mean, I don't know people that kind of jump backwards out of something, but, you know, God forbid it was somebody that I knew, or me, I would think I would jump forwards out too.
An amazing series of pictures today. All of the planes that had taken off and were hijacked and were then aimed at targets were fully loaded with fuel. The people who supervised the construction of the World Trade Center so many years ago said they believed that that huge load of fuel actually melted the steel construction in the Trade Center, and that accounts for the collapse, the sudden collapse of both towers after 2 planes, one each, hit a tower. An amazing sight today, and we still have no idea how many were killed.
Nico, on the ground, as people were running past you, you saw the smoke literally coming towards you.
Yeah, it was kind of coming towards me, you know, slowly towards me, and it almost looked like a nuclear winter.
As people were running towards you?
People were running towards me and
what were they saying?
Screaming, you know, some screaming run, some screaming, just screaming out loud, you know, in sheer terror. And, you know, a lot of people, you know, I kind of just stood there. Some other people just kind of stood there in bewilderment. You never know how you're going to react unless you're in the situation. My reaction at that, after the first explosion, not knowing what was going on, I ran with the crowd. The second one, I kind of just stood there in bewilderment. I knew that I was in a safe position, and I stood there and just watched these people kind of running at me, and I kind of said, you know, calm down as they were running at me.
Some people on the ground who've been treating the wounded have said that they've come across people in shock. One woman was, according to doctors, couldn't even remember her own name.
Definitely.
Did you see other people in shock?
I saw, you know, I saw little kids with their families kind of sitting on the curbs, just, you know, shaking. I actually saw one little kid just hysterically crying, just saying, you know, why did I have to see this? Why did I have to see this? Just repeating that over maybe an 8-year-old child.
You know, U.S. intelligence now saying that they have intercepted communications between Osama bin Laden's supporters discussing the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, according to Utah Senator Orrin Hatch, who is, of course, a top Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Quoting Hatch, he said, they have an intercept of some information that included people associated with bin Laden who acknowledged a couple of targets were hit. Hatch also said that law enforcement has data possibly linking one person on one of the 4 ill-fated flights to the bin Laden organization. And, of course, we heard from Carl Cameron earlier that as many as law enforcement officials believe that as many as 50 conspirators may have been involved in this plan involving 4 hijacked planes targeting 4 separate targets. 3 of them evidently hit the targets successfully.
There's a lot we don't know as of this hour, but what we do know is that the FBI has dispatched literally thousands of agents. There's a massive investigation going on. Some of the things that we have gotten from sources in Washington is that, of course, these attacks were planned, very well planned, in fact. Some of the people who called for help or called a loved one from aboard the 4 hijacked aircraft mentioned that the hijackers had sharp objects, even knives. One of the flight attendants who called for help from one of the flights said that the hijackers were attacking the flight attendants. We know that they're sophisticated enough to figure out how to fly those planes into these targets. We also know that they are sophisticated enough to have gotten through security at 3 different airports that are very well guarded ordinarily. This is what federal authorities are trying to figure out, how exactly they made it through the extensive security at these major airports. It's all part of the investigation that continues at this hour.
This is Fox News coverage. Terrorism hits America. 2 planes hit the World Trade Center towers in New York today. Another one hit the Pentagon in Washington. 1 more crashed in Pennsylvania. Evidently, it had been headed for some target, but the hijackers did not successfully hit the target. Nonetheless, the World Trade Centers in New York completely destroyed. Let us look at some stills that will appear tomorrow morning in the New York Post. This is one of the first sights New Yorkers saw this morning, the world saw actually, shortly after 9 o'clock in the morning when the tops of the World Trade Center towers were in flame. Little by little, it got worse, and it got worse quickly. Within an hour to an hour and a half, both World Trade Center towers had completely collapsed. Now the tallest structure that remains of the 2 110-story structures is that wreckage at about 5 stories. These pictures will appear in tomorrow's New York Post. Incredible, incredible damage. Still no idea how many people were killed in that in those 2 towers, although as many as 50,000 people worked there. No idea how many got out alive. No idea how many are still luckily surviving in the wreckage if they can make it through the night. Let's go now to Fox correspondent Catherine Herridge at St. Vincent's Hospital, where many of the injured and burned and maimed have been taken today. Catherine.
John, there's really an atmosphere, almost an eerie stillness here at St. Vincent's Hospital. It's like really being in the eye of a storm. Doctors and nurses here telling me that they are still bracing for the worst. And I just want to pan over here a moment You can see what I'm talking about. We have an ambulance here now, but it's only about the third or fourth ambulance we've had in the last couple of hours. We've had dozens of hospital workers waiting outside on the sidewalks with empty wheelchairs and empty gurneys, hoping to take the injured when they arrive at the hospital so that they can treat them. It's in stark contrast to the scene we had here 3 or 4 hours ago, where in the period of 10 minutes we counted at least a dozen ambulances. Now, we've heard from hospital officials just recently, and they've confirmed to us that they have 6 paramedic teams in downtown Manhattan. At this time, they told us that they are digging. Unfortunately, they have to stop periodically when they hit hot spots. They're also having to stop on occasion to use sound detecting devices to try and locate those people who may be alive still and are trapped. They indicated to us that they've taken 327 patients, 62 in critical condition, some of them with very serious injuries. 3 patients have passed away. They also told us that 57 police officers and firefighters are being treated here. We've seen at least 2 ambulances in the last couple of hours that have arrived with heavy soot and smoke, which is a very familiar sight, covering them because they've come from the downtown area. I also spoke to an emergency physician earlier who indicated to me that when they have the first wave of casualties come in, many of them police officers and firefighters, that they were so heavily covered with soot and dust that they couldn't tell who was an officer and who was a firefighter. Of course, the primary focus here right now is helping those who may still be alive and who are trapped. We had that at a briefing earlier today.
Correspondent Catherine Herridge. Catherine, we thank you very much. We want to...
building that are alive. We know that for a fact. I can't get into it right now, but we do know there are people in the building that are alive, and we're making every effort to get to them.
That again, the news conference we saw just a short while ago. We apologize for some of the technical difficulties here. Unfortunately, it comes part and parcel with sometimes live breaking coverage, but that briefing just moments ago. Obviously, the efforts intensive underway to try to get to any people who are left inside the World Trade Center towers. We want to show you, earlier this evening, the President spoke to the nation, took his time to decide exactly how he was going to speak to people, but he made sure it was a short and very pointed message to the nation. We want to show you once again the words of President George W. Bush.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world. And no one will keep that light from shining. Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington which had to be evacuated today are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
That was President George Bush earlier speaking to the nation about today's terrible terror attacks in New York and Washington, D.C. Updated information now. The New York Firefighters Union is now saying that apparently the 285 firefighters were killed today when the World Trade Center towers collapsed. We don't have a number, official number on the number of police killed, but that has been placed earlier at about 80, 78 actually, and that number may rise. Still no idea how many civilians died in the collapse of the World Trade Center towers, both of which collapsed shortly after being struck by hijacked airliners. Joining us now, the Reverend Jerry Falwell from the studios at his university, Liberty University. Reverend Falwell, you know, a couple of things struck me about President Bush's speech. Very careful. He did speak of thousands of lives suddenly ended. I think that, and the New York mayor did not quarrel with the number. We're going to have a death toll in the thousands. Number two, that he seemed to say, if we determine that, let's just say, Osama bin Laden had something to do with this, we will make no distinction between those who acted against us and those who harbored them. So Afghanistan would get it as well as bin Laden. Do you think the president is wrong about that? Should we only attack those actually responsible or those countries that may harbor or support those responsible?
No, I agree with the president. You know, in 1941, I remember World War II's beginning, December 7, 1941. You don't, but I, as an 8-year-old boy, remembered President Roosevelt speaking of the day of infamy, and then the nation declaring war, and then we spent 4 years to destroy every vestige of Nazism, to annihilate the very concept, and to set the world free from the Third Reich. I think that terrorism portends an even more serious danger for this country, and I believe it's the president's God-given responsibility to protect the people, meaning I think we're just kidding ourselves to think that anyone but Osama bin Laden is responsible for this. I think we should spend whatever effort, whatever time, whatever resources necessary to find him and his forces, to annihilate him and his forces, and all who've made his dastardly work possible.
You know, Reverend Falwell, this country values its freedoms and its sense of security and doesn't like to recognize that it is vulnerable and that it sits on a bullseye.
Yes.
Israel does. Israel puts sky marshals on the planes. Israel assumes the enemy is always after them. Why shouldn't we take the same approach as Israel? Armed sky marshals on the planes and assuming that our enemies are always willing to play the terror game.
We should. Whenever I'm flying El Al, I always try to pick out that guy. They call him the cowboy. I try to find the cowboy or cowboys, and usually I can, but not always. But that's for the safety of everybody on board and the safety of people on the ground. And I don't think we should deal gently at all with these terrorists. Regardless how religious they are, they're crazy.
Reverend Falwell, let me interrupt you mid-thought. I want to make sure the audience knows what's going on the screen. At the bottom of the screen is what we call a crawl moving across that is a list of all the companies and businesses that were in the World Trade Center. You will see that this goes on and on and on, and you will see why this rapidly adds up to some 50,000 people working at the Twin Towers.
And also why bin Laden would select the Twin Towers to do his work, because he knows that no other place in America could he do more injury, more damage to the American way of life and the economy and the people than the two trade towers, and the Pentagon, of course, the military center of activity. He very brilliant, very well funded. We have some friends like Saudi Arabia who may be putting some money into his ventures. And I think the time has come to stop apologizing and tiptoeing through the tulips. Find out where the guy is, blow him away, all of his people with him, be done with that, and let the terrorist world know that you may pick on America, but you'll be sorry you did.
Okay.
Until we do that, we're in trouble.
All right, and I don't think you're going to find very many Americans to argue with that about bin Laden. But what about Afghanistan itself? What about the government that harbors him and says that it's not, says that he doesn't have the power to do these sorts of things, but he does, that says that he is just a poor, impoverished Saudi exile living in their country as a guest, but perhaps he's more. What about Afghanistan?
Well, I think Afghanistan is a co-conspirator, and I think that they, at the same time, they're nervous about him. They wouldn't dare go against him because he has the heart and the support of most of the radical fundamentalist Muslims worldwide, including Arafat, etc. These people are all butchers. They're barbarians. And frankly, I think that we should give Afghanistan an opportunity to turn bin Laden over to us. But I wouldn't give him any more than 24 hours to do it.
You know, Reverend Falwell, today, among the many quotes from many public officials about this, Senator Robert Torricelli of New Jersey said, something must be done, and mere apprehension of those responsible is insufficient. He seems to be saying the mere fact that we could go out and arrest Osama bin Laden, or Afghanistan might turn over Osama bin Laden, is not going to be enough, that there is an extra poundage of flesh we want. So from who?
Well, I don't know about the pound of flesh. I know that when Japan attacked Pearl Harbor and
but that was
Hitler
a country. Bin Laden isn't a country.
I know he's not, but he's just as dangerous, because Hitler was never able to bring anything down in New York or Washington, and this guy is being allowed, with oil money and with Arab nations funding, and with with those who hate America because we support Israel. They're going to drive Israel into the Mediterranean if we don't do something, and we can't let that happen. We are the friend of Israel, and I believe that God blesses us because we are, and now they hate us because we love Israel, and I think we've just messed around and fooled around. As a Campbell County, Virginia boy, I would say it that way, long enough, and the time has come just to ask Afghanistan to cooperate and deliver him to us, and if not, take them both out at the same time.
Reverend Jerry Falwell. Reverend Falwell, thanks very much for your views tonight. We will certainly be talking to you later. Linda?
Thank you.
We have with us now Greg Fife. He is a former senior safety investigator for the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board. Greg, explain to us now what role the NTSB takes in the investigation of the downing of the 4 aircraft.
Well, given the fact that there are 4 separate areas that the teams would have to go to, the biggest concern now is recovering both the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder in hopes of getting some vital information that'll help all the other authorities that are going to be conducting this investigation.
Okay, we understand a couple of things. We've gotten a couple of facts that we're working with now.
Okay.
Number one, that on all 4 hijacked planes, the transponders were turned off. Explain what the transponders are and what this indicates to you.
Basically, the transponder is just a piece of radio equipment on the airplane that the air traffic controllers will give the pilot what they call a discrete squawk code. They'll give them a specific number, 1, 2, 3, 4. The pilots will enter that into their transponder, and then they can track that specific airplane, that specific flight, by that unique identification code. So when they turn it off, they don't get the detailed information on the ground in the radar center that they would typically get. So they don't have airspeeds, they don't have altitudes or the flight number. All they have is a primary return, which just basically shows a dot on a screen moving in a direction.
Greg, one of the most important things, as you mentioned, is finding the cockpit voice recorder. It may be difficult in the World Trade Center with the 2 aircraft that crashed into those towers. But perhaps you have the one in Pittsburgh that you can get your hands on, and perhaps you have the one at the Pentagon that you can get your hands on. Of course, you might get the conversations in the cockpit. That would be key, right?
That would be very key for the investigative process. But if they were smart enough to turn off the transponder, they may have also been smart enough to pull the circuit breakers that run the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. So you could find those boxes with hopes of having some good information, only to have those hopes dashed very easily because they've pulled the circuit breakers which powers those boxes. So you may not have any information at all. The other point to be made is that because of the intensities of the fires, both at the Trade Center and at the Pentagon, the fact is that those boxes may not have survived the intense heat, because the boxes are typically designed to withstand about 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit for a period of about 30 minutes. So again, depending on where they were found, if they are found, and what kind of fire exposure they have, they may or may not yield the information that would help investigators.
It's beginning to appear that each of the planes did fly for some time after the hijackers had taken over. Does this lead you to believe that the hijackers had to have some, at least passing, if not intimate, knowledge of how to fly a plane?
Given the sophistication of these types of airplanes, the 757 and the 767, which share a common cockpit, the training that would be involved, you could basically train someone to fly the airplane basically straight and level and follow headings, relatively easy in a very short period of time. But given the preciseness of how these airplanes struck both the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, there may have been some additional education on the part of the hijackers that they could have actually flown the airplane on autopilot by programming the flight management system that would, get them basically in the general area of which they wanted to be, both here in Washington and in New York, and then clicked off the autopilot and hand-flown the airplanes then into the target.
Assuming you can find the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder in the rubble in the 4 different sites, the chances that those boxes are intact are, what would you say?
Basically slim to none. Only because in looking at the damage, and being in Washington, I came in for a safety meeting. I was going to give a speech on aviation safety to the Coalition of Airline Pilots Association. And in looking at the damage to the Pentagon across the river this morning, and then, of course, at the World Trade Center, the fact that the collapse of the Trade Center, I would suspect that it will be very difficult to find any of those cockpit voice recorders or flight data recorders intact if the modules which are encapsulated inside the container or the orange painted part of the box, if they have survived, which is the most stout part, then there's a high probability that the information on those boxes may be good. But I wouldn't hang a lot of hope on that.
And now I realize that you are very different from the FAA, and it's the aviation security system around the country that's the FAA's business. However, I'd like to get your comment. The General Accounting Office warned in April of 2000 that, quote, serious vulnerabilities in the aviation security system exist and must be adequately addressed. Among the things that they said were a problem was training for airport security regarding screening and bomb detection. What, in your work with the NTSB, has been your experience with what kind of gaps there are in aviation security?
Well, one of the things with the NTSB, we never really looked at a security issue because in this particular instance, this is no longer an accident. And the NTSB's responsibility, of course, is to determine the facts, conditions, and circumstances in any type of accident, whether it be aviation or other modes of transportation, to promote safety. So in the security aspect, the NTSB really never got involved. However, when you look at the type of accident that these are, which basically have no longer technically are classified as an accident, they are an intentional act, that shifts the burden now to the appropriate authorities such as the FBI to look at the investigation process for determining where the shortcomings were that led to these particular events. And so the NTSB's role would be to assist them in putting back the airplanes in parts and pieces so that they may identify some of the evidence that may have still remained in the wreckage. But from the security standpoint, as a safety consultant and a guy who flies on an airplane just about every day, security starts on the ground, and the shortcomings in the security process, every news channel, every newspaper in the country has done an article about some of the shortcomings at just about every airport in the country.
Right.
So security starts on the ground before we get in the air.
Greg Fife, former senior safety investigator at the NTSB, we thank you very much for your expertise.
All right, Linda, a little bit of news out of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where the world's tallest buildings, the Kuala Lumpur's Petronas Twin Towers, were evacuated Wednesday morning following a bomb threat. There's a picture of them. They are 1,483-foot tall Twin Towers. This bomb threat came during the morning working hours, some 12 hours after terrorists attacked the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon in Washington. Workers and witnesses said that thousands of people in both of the Twin Towers were told to leave the buildings. When they reached the ground, once they got out, they were told there had been a bomb threat. Government and the officials of Petronas, which is Malaysia's national oil company, were not immediately available for comment about that. Once again, the tallest buildings in the world in Kuala Lumpur were evacuated, all because of what happened today. Recounting what surely everybody in the world knows by now. 4 American jets were hijacked today. That picture there was one of the buildings associated with the World Trade Center that collapsed late in the day after it had been evacuated and fire had nearly consumed it. 4 jets hijacked. 3 of them were flown into buildings, causing massive, massive damage and loss of life. We still have no idea how many people were killed in New York at the World Trade Center towers, which both collapsed, or in the Pentagon. In one case, 50,000 people worked in the buildings at the World Trade Center. At the Pentagon, some 850. We're going to pause briefly to let our Fox stations join us. We are back. Fox News correspondent Jeff Goldblatt has been following what went on with that plane. Jeff, are you with us?
Yes, I am, John. Good evening.
Good evening. So what have we learned there?
Well, there's a scene here. There is one of a crime scene at this point in time. And what is clear, John, tonight is that the grip of terrorism has not only gone from Wall Street, but also here to Main Street as well, if you will, because one of those planes that was commandeered went down in a field about 80 miles to the southeast of Pittsburgh. It's in a rural community called Shanksville. Actually, we're about outside of it. You have rolling hills behind me, and you have a command post that's set up on a hill about a quarter of a mile up behind me. And the plane went down a little bit after 10 o'clock. This one plane, it was United Airlines Flight 93 with 45 people on board that included the crew, went down at about 10 o'clock. We have received a report that a 911 center in the area did receive a call from this plane, but what specifically came into that 911 center, that emergency center, we are not sure. There's been rumors circulating about that, and that we don't want to spread at this point in time, but it appears to have been a passenger on board calling in this 911 center, telling them that this plane was in distress. From what we know right now, the effort is one of recovery, but that won't take place until tomorrow. We also know that what is on scene here, all the debris, that nothing of which has been found is larger, John, than a telephone book or a briefcase. No signs of life, No large pieces of debris, only small shreds of stuff. And the telltale sign, one of the most telltale signs of what's going on out there, a big crater about 30 to 35 feet deep at its most shallow point, but perhaps goes even deeper than that. John, we're having a little bit of audio trouble, but I think you can hear me now. I want to go over right now, if I can, to Major Lyle Sapinka, who is here with the Pennsylvania State Police. And first of all, tell me about the scene up there, crime scene right now, right?
Because of all the incidents that occurred today, we are treating this as a crime scene. When our troopers initially responded, we set up a perimeter and we're not letting anybody into the site.
How big is that perimeter, and what kind of work are you doing tonight? What kind of work are you going to do tomorrow?
It's approximately 3 to 5 acres. We have an inner perimeter set up and an outer perimeter. Tonight we're just guarding the crime scene because this is believed to be a domestic terrorism incident. The FBI has primary jurisdiction and we are assisting them. First thing in the morning there will be numerous forensic investigators here. Everything at that crash site must be photographed and documented before anything is moved.
And when might you try and go for the black boxes? That's what's of keen interest here, because unlike some of the other scenes of terrorism around the country today, perhaps you have a better chance of getting the black box here.
Right. That is one of the first things that the forensic investigators will be watching for.
Okay, Major Lyle Sapinka, thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it. I also want to go over to my other shoulder here. I've got Craig Conroy with me, and he is an aviation crisis expert. Craig, you actually got the chance to go up on the scene earlier in the day, and tell me what you saw.
Well, a large hole, but rather deep. When you see a plane wreck, usually it's spread out. The debris field is much larger, would indicate that it probably went at a very steep angle. And because of that, there wasn't as much debris as you've seen in other wrecks.
Was that striking to you? What can you extrapolate from seeing that?
Well, perhaps the pilot didn't want to go to an urban area and chose if it was going to be crashed anyway to take it out in a more rural area, or perhaps there was no one in command and it just spiraled into the ground.
Craig, I asked the Major about the black boxes because they are of extreme interest to this entire investigation. It is likely, from what we understand, knowing what we do about black boxes, that we have the best chance of recovering these black boxes as opposed to any of the others. What do you think, looking at those gaping holes up there on the hill?
I think they're recoverable. There wasn't a tremendous fire, it appears, and they're made to impact a number of Gs, and obviously they would withstand the number of Gs that drove them into the ground today.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. That's the latest out here outside Pittsburgh. Now back to you.
Correspondent Jeff Goldblatt outside Pittsburgh. Jeff, thank you very much. We're going to pause right now as our Fox stations rejoin us as we continue our live coverage. This is the Fox News Channel's live special coverage of the terrorist attack that occurred in New York City and Washington, D.C. today. American Airlines losing 2 jets. United Airlines losing 2 jets. All of them terrorist attacks, all of them hijackings. 266 total people on board those 4 planes. The 2 airlines this hour trying to come to grips with a massive loss of life. They're reaching out to the relatives of the passengers who were killed. There are areas around the airports where those planes took off where they are gathering the relatives. United Airlines is offering an initial sum of $25,000 to the families of those who had of those on board the United Airlines flights that were hijacked today to help them meet all immediate needs. We're going to stay on top of those 2 airlines as they give us more updates.
You know, Linda, there's some 200 people on those 4 planes that were crashed in these terroristic hijackings that were meant to kill more people in the places they crashed. As we've told you earlier, Barbara Olson, who has appeared many times on this network as a political commentator, died in the crash of the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. We're now learning some other names of people on the other planes, among them Garnett Bailey, who was the director of pro scouting for the LA Kings hockey team, and an assistant scout named Mark Bavis with the LA Kings as well, and a man named David Angel, who is the executive director of NBC's Frasier. Along with his wife, they were all on flights from Boston to LA that were hijacked and then killed. Joining us now, Colonel Robert McGinnis, who keeps an eye on these kinds of things as we track terrorism around the world. Colonel McGinnis, you know, Americans, I don't think have a clear picture of what they have suffered today. We say kind of blithely that thousands died. In the I tell you what, Colonel McGinnis, hang on just a second. Let's listen to New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. This is a live news conference.
The dimension will be very large. In terms of the people we're looking for, it's a couple of hundred firefighters and police officers, which is a staggering number. As far as the number of people in the building, that'll be in the thousands. But there's no way of knowing at this point, and we're going to keep praying and hoping that we save as many people as possible.
Mr. Mayor, there are reports that there are a group of survivors in the basement of the World Trade Center, that they have cell phones, they've been calling their relatives in Seattle to tell them precisely where they are, and that there's a group of NYPD police who are with them and alive and well. Do you know about this? I know that rescue effort's been going on for a couple of hours, yes.
Mayor, do you know anything about the report about the possible explosives that were found in New Jersey?
Yeah, I think the police commissioner was able to get information about that.
I just got a confirmation from the chief of detectives. He's reached out to the FBI. They have confirmed that someone has been stopped in New Jersey, 3 men in a van. However, there was no explosives in the van. All right, they're being held for questioning.
Where in New Jersey?
I can't say yet.
Okay. Why were they stopped, and why do you think they're connected with this?
We can't tell at this point. It's between the FBI and the Port Authority. We just got the confirmation by phone after I left the last briefing.
Were they on the George Washington Bridge as they were heading to New Jersey?
No, they weren't.
There were rumors that there were explosives. Where did those rumors come from, or why did that begin to circulate?
I can't tell you.
Were they in the Meadowlands, Police Commissioner?
Excuse me?
Were they in the Meadowlands?
It's my understanding, but we haven't confirmed that.
Do we know why they were stopped, sir?
Not yet.
Commissioner, can you tell us anything about the rescue of the 2 Port Authority officers or the ongoing effort with the people in the basement, where the Port Authority officers were pulled out of, or the details?
We can't say yet. It was Trinity and Church where the officers were that were just pulled out. The other people that are still in the building, we can't tell exactly where they are.
We all know that the Port Authority is housed in the World Trade Center. Any idea of the status of their operations?
They've lost a lot of people, and we don't know the full dimension of that either. But the Port Authority have a lot of people that are missing, and we were fortunate to find 2 of the police officers. We'll keep searching for the others, but they have sustained a lot of losses.
The group of people with the cell phones that Marcia referred to, do you have any idea how big a group that size is in that particular location?
I don't think we know the exact numbers. We know it's more than 2 people. It's two people communicated, and they say there were more people there.
And do
the people who are roaming around the city trying to find information about those who are missing, what are they supposed to do? Where are they supposed to go? And who's collecting that information?
The phone number that they should call is 212-560-2730. And then, as we have information about people either who have been recovered or are dead, we'll let them know that.
Is our morgue able to handle this?
We had a meeting with the medical examiner earlier, went over it with him. He believes that he's able to handle it. He'll start handling it at 30th Street, which is the morgue for Manhattan. He'll then be able to move up to the Bronx, where he also has facilities. And then we have the possibility of using the pier on the west side, which is set aside in case the numbers get too difficult to handle. But he thinks he can handle at least a good deal of it tomorrow and the next day, right in Manhattan.
Commissioner Bonnet, can you talk about the loss of the fire department?
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone. We don't. We'll keep looking. We have hundreds of people over there now trying to find as many possible locations that they might be in some way in a void or whatever, and still be able to breathe and still alive. But we believe that most of these people, I think, are going to be unable to pull out. So we'll just keep working on it. I have a number I'd like to give. We haven't been able to make any contact with the families because we're still unsure of the situation. So the number for the families who haven't spoken to their loved one in the course of this whole horrible day, if they call this number, we'll at least tell them that that this is a person that's missing or that we have had some contact with this person. The number would be 718-999-2541 is the number that we'll be using at Fire Department headquarters.
What about
It's just for firefighters.
What about Chief Dan?
Just for firefighters, firefighters and fire officers, EMS personnel. I would we'll man those numbers. That number will roll over to 10 lines, and we'll be able to just try to give them some information. We don't have a lot, so that's why we haven't been calling them like we would normally do.
How close what about the top members of your staff who may have been lost?
I'm sorry.
What about the top members of your staff who may be lost?
We've notified their families already. Spoke to them earlier.
How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about it? I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years. Commissioner Feehan has had every job in the department. Probably the most valuable person in the department. When I got this job, Mayor and Commissioner Safer said, make sure you keep Bill Feehan. Haven't regretted that one day. He's given a whole life to this department. Chief Gansey, the same thing. Chief of Department, 33 years, 34 years. Ray Downey, we just honored him with a dinner. Almost 40 years of service. World-renowned for situations like this. Telling me how dangerous it was when we first got there. All the possibilities, everything that he was trying to do to, get the people out. Father Judge, I don't know if you know Father Judge, one of the nicest men you could possibly find in the whole world. We haven't found other people yet either. I don't even want to mention their names. Some of the best people in this department. I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Commissioner Garrick, in the police department, do you have any idea how many people you're looking for at this time right now?
The number we're looking for is in excess of about 32, 33 people. That's what we know as of right now. And for the members, for the family members of the police department, if they have questions or they need to contact us regarding their family members, they can call 718-677-8238. It's the Special Operations Division, and we'll be able to help them as much as possible.
How close are rescue teams able to get to the scene, assuming there are people who are there?
The rescue teams are able to get very close now. It was very difficult during the day, but in most places they now can operate. There's still a few dangerous areas, but they're able to operate. They're able to operate down there now.
And are there pockets where people maybe?
Yes, we're very hopeful that there are pockets where there are people, not only the ones that we know about, but hopefully others. A group of firefighters were at St. Vincent's Hospital that were in a void for 4 or 5 hours, and we're hopeful that there are other situations like that. And that's why our rescue workers are working so furiously.
How big a group was that there?
That was a company. It was a group.
Company survived?
No, it was about 7.
Yeah, it's 5 guys in most.
5 guys
6.
survived.
Six men.
This was earlier today. They were in I believe 1 World Trade Center, and the firefighter described to me that they were there for about 4 or 5 hours, and when they walked out, they were shocked to see that the building had come down, because they knew there had been damage, but they had been in a void, so they had been protected.
What unit are we talking about, Bill?
It was,
I'm not sure.
Forget.
We'll find out for you.
I think I remember, but I don't know.
Can you just tell us again about the 2 Port Authority police officers, how they were found, their condition?
No, the only thing we know is that they were found a while ago, that they're alive, and we'll get you more information about their condition.
And since we're talking about the Port Authority, I guess it's a reasonable assumption there's a large number of Port Authority police officers missing as well.
I'm sure there are. We don't have those exact numbers, as well as Port Authority personnel, people who work for the Port Authority.
Wasn't their office in?
Yeah, their office was there, and so we don't know how many people were actually at work. The first attack was at about 8:50, and then there was time to evacuate a lot of the building, so we're not sure at this point how much of the two buildings were evacuated in that period of time between the first attack by the airplane until the first building came down. We're hopeful, because we saw a lot of people leaving. We all did at the time we were down there. We're hopeful that a lot of people got out of the building, but we don't know the numbers yet.
Maybe Commissioner Carrick could tell us a little bit about the high-ranking members of the department. I understand one was missing for a while, and you were able to find him. And I believe the police surgeon was medevaced out to New Jersey. Did I get that right? No?
No, not to my knowledge. Police surgeons accounted for the ranks that we're looking at and looking for are at the ranks of police officer and detectives, and perhaps a few sergeants.
Last question, Deborah Farrer. Last one, Deborah Farrer.
That's all right.
Is there a coordinated effort right now to find out who exactly may have not been in the building when this happened, or people just calling various companies? How will we find out who was there and who was not there?
Yeah, we're trying very hard by communicating with the Port Authority and some of the major tenants. We're trying to recreate how many people are there, but actually the major effort is really focused on trying to rescue people. The people who are out, I'm sure, have largely communicated with their families and are doing that. I saw many people doing that on the telephone as we were leaving. So really the focus of our efforts is to try to get as many people out as possible, with the hope that there are still people that are alive, like the ones that we know about.
Mayor, you said earlier that there were several other buildings downtown that may be structurally unsafe that you were still not sure about and that, in fact, may collapse. Has anything changed from earlier today?
No, I think. No, I don't think so. Not from the last time we had a briefing, and we were down there. And
5 World Trade Center, I heard, was in some kind of trouble. What's the status of 5 World Trade?
I don't know.
We're going to wait for daylight. Engineers to take a look at all these buildings.
I'm sorry.
We're waiting. We're going to wait till the daylight tomorrow. We'll have building and structural engineers check all these buildings that we're concerned about to make sure they're safe for rescue workers and to see what we can do to salvage these buildings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you can ask your last question. Go ahead. Go ahead. He's been trying. He's been trying for a while.
In terms of how long does the department expect the people to be able to survive underneath the rubble like that? I mean, is there some sort of...
There's no... They could survive for some time. There's no way to know exactly how long, but it really it depends. And I think one of the things that comes out of today is it depends on... I guess it depends on the will of God, or as to where you are, where you're standing, as this firefighter pointed out to us earlier.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify something Commissioner Carrick said, you were about 10 minutes past from when you were standing with several of the high-ranking officers who you lost, and then you went to Barclay Street. Have you thought about that 10-minute gap, how you were 10 minutes from being in a horrible situation?
I haven't had a chance to think about it yet.
But is that sort of accurate, that you would have been with them, you were with them 10 minutes earlier before the building collapsed?
Well, some of the people that we lost, we saw, like Father Judge and Chief Gansey, Bill Feehan. We saw them about 10 minutes before we went over to 75 Barclay Street. And as I talked to their families, and I explained to them that they were working very hard, and they were working at what they love to do, and I'm sure their efforts will end up having saved other lives, and their families can be very proud of them. We have, without any doubt, the best police department, the best fire department, the best police officers, the best fire officers, the best emergency workers of any place in the whole world. And although today's tragedy is going to be enormous, and there's no way to minimize it, if it weren't for them, this tragedy would be far worse. I mean, they executed brilliantly today. And I having watched it, and having been a recipient of their services because we had to get ourselves out, I can tell you that whatever the number of casualties, without our police department, our fire department, our EMS, and the kinds of people that we have, many of whom lost their lives, there would be double or triple the number of casualties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani wrapping up his latest press briefing, and we bring you this latest news coming to us via the Associated Press. U.S. authorities are now beginning to focus on Osama bin Laden's supporters in the state of Florida. This based on the identification of a suspected hijacker on one of the manifests, that's the passenger list, of one of the 4 jets that crashed today. The sources saying that the FBI is preparing to search locations in Broward County in South Florida and Daytona Beach, also in Florida. These locations with links to the suspected bin Laden supporter who was on that jet manifest.
Okay, as you just heard the mayor in an increasingly somber tone of today's events, we're now talking about life and death stories. The fire department in New York missing 300 firefighters. The police department missing 32 or 33 police officers or detectives. I think a sergeant is involved. And, of course, the top brass of the fire department killed. The chief of the fire department, Peter Gansey, the deputy chief of the fire department, Raymond Downey, the first deputy commander, William Feehan, and the fire deputy chaplain, Father Michael Judge. In addition, stories of survival. Survivors have now been reported in the basement at the World Trade Center, calling out on their cell phones to relatives in Seattle. 2 have made those calls, and they say there are more than just themselves down in that basement. For more on the possibility that there are people in that rubble surviving, let's go now to David Lee Miller, who is down there keeping an eye on activities all day long from the first impact today. David, you know, this would be an amazing tale. Somebody in the basement calling out on their cell phone to Ma and Pa in Seattle, hey, I'm here and I'm still alive.
We certainly want to sound overly dramatic here, but you're right, John. It would be nothing short of a miracle if, in fact, people not only survived this horrific attack, but that they're still capable of getting cell phone communication out from underneath the rubble. Because, interestingly, throughout most of the day here, there has been very little communication. In fact, most of the media has had a very difficult time just talking with their newsrooms because our cell phones were not working properly. They were simply overloaded. And at one time earlier down here, we actually saw some of the firemen actually break into a cell phone store in the hope that they were going to be able to get walkie-talkies because they needed the communication equipment so badly. But at this hour, as you point out, a massive search and rescue effort is underway. Authorities are searching now, hoping to find the bodies of survivors and as well as those who did not survive this horrific attack. Mayor Giuliani mentioned a short time ago that there have been, as you mentioned, a number of miraculous stories, and they are holding out hope that there will be survivors. But the rescue efforts have been hampered by a couple of reasons. Number one, there was serious fire problems throughout the day here, and secondly, an adjacent building, World Trade Building number 7, was on fire and was feared that it would collapse throughout most of the day, and that's exactly what happened. At about 5:40 this afternoon, that building gave way, collapsing, falling to the south in the other direction compared to the World Trade Towers, which fell in the northerly direction. That building now resting on its side. And it's interesting to note that that building, number 7, is the same building where the city of New York has its emergency operations bunker. And that's where the authorities go whenever they have some type of an emergency, such as this one, to coordinate the activities of the police and the fire department. In this case, however, they have obviously had to make do elsewhere. Now, at this hour, as you can see over my shoulder, there is a great deal of emergency equipment down the street here. For the last few hours, we have seen a steady stream of heavy equipment. We've seen cranes, we've seen tractors, we've seen generators, portable lights, all types of equipment getting in place so that they can conduct this massive search. As the mayor said, they have feared the loss now of some 300 firemen, including some of the top brass, as you put it, of the fire department, including the chaplain for the fire department and the fire department chief. Between 30 and 40 policemen are thought to be missing. Now, that is a reduction in the number that we had earlier, which was as high as 78, and we understand that at least a few officers have been located, so that in and of itself is good news. As for the rest of Manhattan, you can leave the island of Manhattan, but don't try coming in right now. The bridges, the tunnels are still closed off, and lower Manhattan is going to be completely sealed off tomorrow. The authorities say that anyone down here other than the authorities working on the search and rescue mission will be charged with a Class B misdemeanor. Back to you.
David Lee Miller, downtown, keeping an eye on the rescue efforts, which the mayor says now will kind of step up because the rescue workers can get closer to the wreckage and start looking. Report that survivors are in a basement down there. At least a couple of them have made cell phone calls out, and they say they have more people in the basement with them, so maybe there is a little good news somewhere in all of this disaster. Linda.
All right, we're going to pause for just a moment so that some of our Fox stations can bring in their local news in just a moment. But in the meantime, we want to bring in Colonel Joe McGinnis in Washington, D.C. with us. He has been helping us along with some of the terrorism information we've been working on. Colonel, an important new development, it appears, according to the Associated Press, the FBI is preparing to search locations in Broward County, Florida, Daytona Beach, Florida, looking for some connection to a person who's been listed on the manifest of one of the 4 jets hijacked today. It's believed that person has a connection to Osama bin Laden. What do you make of that?
Well, that's probably true, Linda. You know, keep in mind the 1998 bombings in Africa, our 2 embassies there, we've traced back to Ali Muhammad, a former sergeant of the U.S. Army who was linked up with Osama bin Laden, also a link with Iran. And so, you know, it's a rather tight circle. There had to be, as we've heard along through the night, a host of people that are working on this issue that had to be inside the airport, 4 different airports that had to be, you know, working very carefully on these various issues. So this is a tough issue, but yes, we'll find those people, no doubt, in time, and we'll be able to trace it back, I think, quite frankly, as everyone's been saying, to Osama bin Laden.
Colonel, I want to apologize, first of all, in the rush of things, for messing up your first name. That's Robert right. McGinnis, not Joe. And a question about what exactly we may be able to gain if we don't find the black boxes in the investigation. We've had some other folks here, including a senior investigator from the NTSB, former senior investigator, who believes that the chances of finding any of the black boxes on any of those 4 aircraft, well, the chance is very slim, he says. What do you think?
Well, Linda, you know, clearly the black boxes and the voice recorders and all that would be very useful. However, we do have some idea of who's on the manifest for those aircraft. We'll do, if we haven't already completed, some sort of tentative background investigation to determine where they came from in histories and so forth, criminal backgrounds. So we'll be able to piece together a team of people. Keep in mind, you probably had at least 2, maybe 3 in each of these aircraft. They had to have some connection with one another. So the FBI will be looking for that. They'll be looking perhaps on the ground crew, what commonalities are there. They'll find these traces and they'll be able to do something with it.
Colonel Bob McGinnis, we thank you very much for your expertise. If you would just stand by for just a moment. We are going to pause now so that our Fox stations can join local news. This is the Fox News Channel's special live coverage of the aftermath of the massive terrorist attack on the United States of America today. Early this morning, 8:45 a.m. was the first attack. A jetliner hijacked, headed into the first of 2 towers of the World Trade Center. Shortly after 9, the second plane crashed into the World Trade Center. Shortly after that, an aircraft literally plowed into part of the Pentagon. And then shortly after that, another aircraft, which we have been told, at least by one member of Congress, was destined perhaps for Camp David, the president's retreat. It ended up crashing outside of Pittsburgh. There is a massive investigation underway. The FBI has dispatched literally thousands of agents, the NTSB helping out. There is a federal response plan. This has been planned. A federal response plan has been in the works now for decades. But it has recently been updated, and now it has been called into place. Some 28 agencies involved in responding. At the lead, the Department of Justice, also, though, the FBI leading the investigation. We're going to stay on top of this round-the-clock, continuing live Fox News coverage, not only of the investigation, as the FBI agents now have descended on the 3 airports where those aircraft have taken off. Boston Airport, where 2 aircraft took off. Dulles Airport in Virginia, one of the aircraft took off from there. Also Newark Airport in New Jersey. We go back to Colonel Bob McGinnis, who is with us, helping us understand some of the pieces that are going to go together in a terrorist investigation. It's early, I know, Bob, but tell us where we go from here in these next few hours.
Well, you know, we're going to obviously first try to save as many lives, and I saw the Pentagon on the way over to Fox News, and it's still burning. Frankly, we have to trace, as I said earlier, all those connections, all the people that are out there. Clearly, your National Security Agency, your CIA, they have bits and pieces. We've known for weeks, perhaps, that Osama bin Laden's been, you know, threatening. Now, he threatened prior to the USS Cole bombing last October. He threatened perhaps on the Khobar Towers years ago in Saudi Arabia, and he also threatened about the embassies in Africa. So this guy has a track record. I think that we'll be able to piece a lot of these things together, and we will probably paint a clear enough picture for the NSC so the president can make a decision on how best to proceed. And that may be, you know, some very tough action on the part of the president and the military against Afghanistan, the Taliban. In fact, of course, they've denied any involvement. But these issues that have already been brought up throughout the last 12 hours are very clear. They point a finger straight at Osama bin Laden.
Colonel Robert McGinnis, as we try to figure out what's going on, we appreciate your help in staying with us tonight as we stay up late following the developments in this case. Some incredible stories are now emerging on the Associated Press and other sources from the planes themselves. These planes that were hijacked, people on board, who was on board, where they were going, what was going on, and a few phone calls. A businessman, his wife and young child aboard a United flight that left Boston and crashed in the World Trade Center, twice called his father in Connecticut as his plane was being hijacked. The victim's father told the FBI his son made 2 calls. Both times the phone cut off. In the first, the businessman said a stewardess had been stabbed. In the second call, the son said his plane was going down. This is truly awful stuff, but we've known it's awful stuff all day long. It's just that now we will begin to see some of the true dimension of this. Survivors, some are being found and popping up in the World Trade Center, and of course we don't know the death toll yet. Linda?
We just want to let you know what you're seeing on the bottom of your screen. It's what we call a crawl, and you're going to see the names of a lot of companies. We are giving you the names of those companies. Those are the ones who have offices in the World Trade Center. Some of them are still looking for staffers working in their offices at the time the 2 aircraft slammed into the Twin Towers. They are still working to try to find some of the people who are still missing. People working in those towers, and also some of the rescuers, the firefighters and police officers who rushed to the scene as soon as the aircraft hit the towers. It is going to be a scene of confusion for some time, but clearly the companies that you're seeing on the bottom of your screen are trying very hard to reach their employees who many of them at this hour are still missing. There are hopes that they are still alive in the rubble of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan of New York City.